Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you.
Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your... Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Well, good morning and a warm welcome to Emirates Old Trafford for Lancashire against Hampshire in the Vitality County Championship. The two captains are out in the middle just right now having a chat with the umpires. Look at the conditions. Beautiful day, and the forecast for the next 4 days is really good. So fingers crossed we're going to be in for some dry weather and some good cricket, hopefully. Lancashire here back at Emirates Old Trafford after last week's game at the Oval. This actually is the penultimate home match of the season. Just one more home game to come, which is against Somerset in a couple of weeks' time. So we'll find out the news from the captain, Keaton Jennings, in a moment. 0-2 with regards to their team changes. Lancashire coming into this game with some work to do. Currently second from bottom in Division 1 of the County Championship table with 4 games left. So Hampshire this week, and then of course it's that T20 quarter-final at Sussex next week, and then Durham away, Somerset here, and then Worcestershire away to complete the season. Let's see whether Lancashire can sign off in good form with some wins and try and propel themselves up that Division 1 table. There were elements of last week at Surrey which I think were encouraging. Certainly some of the younger players performed very nicely indeed. Of course, we had 16-year-old Rocky Flintoff making his county championship debut, as well as Josh Boyden, who also made his championship debut last week against Surrey, who were the strongest side in the division. So it was a tough week for Lancashire last week, but back here at home this week, fingers crossed they can try and get themselves back onto a winning formula. It's actually quite a key few weeks, isn't it, coming up for Lancashire, as well as their battle to try and stay in Division 1 of the County Championship. There is that T20 quarter-final to come next Wednesday at Sussex, looking to try and reach finals day. If they can go down to Sussex and get a result, and then back to the remainder of the season. So we're at that pivotal part, really, of the campaign now, where Lancashire know they need wins to try and stay in the division, and then still trying to get themselves into that T20 finals day. So captains have had the conversations with the two umpires, and the coin's gone up, and the toss has been called, and we'll find out whether Keaton's been successful and has managed to win the toss. They're just going to get the photographs between the two captains, James Vince from Hampshire and Keaton Jennings, a Lancashire skipper. Good morning, Keaton.
Hi, Scotty, how are you?
Good, thank you. What's the news from the middle?
Won a toss. We are bowling first.
Okay, and your team changes from last week, or is it the same again?
We got a couple of changes. Boyd's misses out, and Williams misses out. We got Bales back in after the birth of his little one, and we have George Bell back in.
Tough week last week at Surrey, wasn't it? But you kind of draw a line under that, and you've got 3 games left. You've got 4 games left. You've got 2 here, 2 away from home. I guess you just got to go again.
Absolutely, you got to keep coming. Last week was, I think, the difference between a high-quality Surrey side and a fairly inexperienced Lanc side. Look, it doesn't make an excuse from the performance we put out. We should have been better. But this week, like you say, you have to dust yourself down and go again. The season keeps coming thick and fast. Can't look for excuses. You need to make sure you come up with a solution to try and win.
In a way, Keaton, at this stage of the season where it's now bouncing to game after game after game, this feels like the real crucial part of the year, doesn't it? Is that quite nice that you can really attack it?
Yes and no. I think you want to play good cricket all season. You don't just want to try and get to the last 4 or 5 weeks and try and hit the ground running. You want to make sure you're at the races all year. We've put ourselves in the position where we need to fight and fight really hard to pull ourselves out of sort of relegation, really. So, look, it's a big 4 weeks coming up. We've got something to play for as well in the white ball comps. So we need to make sure we're at the races.
Okay, good luck this week.
Cheers, Scotty. Thank you.
Keaton Jennings, the Lancashire skipper here. He's won the toss. Happy days, Keaton. Put your lottery numbers on as well, I think. It's unusual Keaton wins a toss. He's not had too much good fun with that. So Lancashire going to bowl first. Couple of changes from the side that lost at Surrey. And we're going to start on time at 11 o'clock. And from the toss, about 20 minutes ago, live to the commentary box here at Emirates Old Trafford, Scott Reed and Kevin James to guide you through day 1 of this fixture. Good morning, Kevin. You well?
Yeah, very well. Always enjoy coming up here. Even if the trip's bad, it's well worth it when you get here. Best facilities in the country. Love it here.
Was your journey north fraught?
Very.
Right.
It should have been 3.5. It was about 5 and a bit.
Ah, sounds like a lot of fun.
But worth it when you get here.
Yeah, at least we've got some good weather, and I think the forecast for the next 4 days is absolutely solid. I think we're going to have no issues with anything like that. So hopefully a really good 4 days of cricket between 2 strong-looking sides. Lancashire have got some younger players in that team. Hampshire have got some. Well, I just said to you off mine, didn't I? I said, looks a very, very strong Hampshire 11 again. But kind of just a little bit of the summary of how Hampshire come into this game and kind of what form they're in and that type of thing.
Yeah, they're 4th in the table at the moment. Is anybody going to catch Surrey? I'm not quite sure, but we'll have to wait and see. They're probably playing for 2nd again, maybe 3rd, a bit like they've done in the last few seasons. But they've won 3 from 10. Those 3 came in the middle of the season. It was a slow start, including the game against Lancashire. You'll remember earlier on in the season down at the Utilita Bowl, it was a wicket where there wasn't a lot happening. We'd probably still be playing it with one side trying to get 20 wickets. But it was a slow start, but then it picked up in mid-season where they won 3 out of 4, and it could have been 4 out of 4. They only needed 1 more wicket to beat Warwickshire up at Edgbaston. So much better of late. The last game against Essex, rain affected, 5 sessions lost to the weather, 400 played 400.
Lancashire come into this game. I was just chatting there to Keaton for those viewers on Lancs TV on the back of a defeat at Surrey. I agree entirely. I'm not sure who's catching Surrey. I mean, you don't want to rule it out. And Hampshire and Essex and Somerset will feel as though they can get to Surrey, but oh goodness, it would take some. It would feel some collapse at this point from Surrey to hand that title away, but we shall see. But Lancashire losing in South London 4 days ago. The Lancashire team, and Keaton mentioned at the toss, there are 2 changes with Tom Bailey coming back in and George Bell coming back in for Lancashire. Will Williams and Josh Boyden drop out for the Red Rose. For that Hampshire side?
Unchanged from that Essex game of last week. The only doubt coming into this game was Captain James Vince, who never gets injured. But during the game, actually pulled a groin muscle. So he was off the field for quite a while. Came in at number 9. Would you believe, which I think must be a first. Struggled a little bit, has to be said, but as I say, the only doubt, but he's obviously passed a fitness test and he's okay today. So shall I go through the full 11?
Yep.
So opening the batting, Toby Albert, they've got 100 against Essex. Fletcher Middleton, Nick Gubbins, Tom Prest, who also got 100. Wicketkeeper Ben Brown, Liam Dawson, who's playing his 200th first-class game today. Not all for Hampshire, 193 of those have been for Hampshire. James Fuller, Kyle Abbott. Well, I put James Vince down here, but he's not going to bat a 9 again. I just happened to put him down. He'll be higher than that, of course. John Turner and Mo Abbas. OK, that's for Lancashire, who are bowling first, as Keaton Jennings won the toss. They've got Jennings and Wells, Luke Wells, Josh Bohannon, Rocky Flintoff, Matty Hurst, George Bell, George Balderson, Venkatesh Iyer, Tom Hartley, Tom Aspinwall, and Tom Bailey make up Lancashire's team for this week, and they start this round of fixtures in the bottom 2. They're second from bottom. There's not a lot between Lancashire, Nottinghamshire, Warwickshire and Worcestershire. I think it's 11 points separating those 4 sides. So actually the battle at the bottom might in the end turn out to be a little bit more interesting than the battle at the top. I think you're right, yeah. I mean, I must admit, I've looked at that over the last couple of weeks. So obviously that Surrey game you mentioned, defeat at the Oval, don't worry, we do the same. We do that every year, so that's nothing out of the ordinary. But I guess that win against Kent at Canterbury and the draw against Notts at Southport were quite important. Yeah, I think they were. I think to go to Canterbury and win in that middle, those 2 championship matches, either side of the 2 blocks in the Blast, to beat Kent at Canterbury and the draw against Nottinghamshire, yeah, I think that was an important little couple of weeks, especially going to Kent and winning. Lancashire have got Durham to come away, Somerset at home, and then their final match is at Worcestershire, which I think Lancashire will be hoping that there's not much on that from their point of view going into the final round of the season, because you don't want to be going into that last game going down to New Road, need to get something from the match, or better Worcestershire or something like that. Especially late September, yeah, exactly. Which is not ideal. Yeah. I mean, Lancashire, you don't normally see them at this end of the table. What's been happening? Yeah, you don't. I agree. I think it's been a bit of a strange season for them, really. They can never really got themselves going in that first block of fixtures, couldn't find a win. And there was a bit of weather around, but look, I think it's a bit wrong to look at that. Everyone gets affected by a bit of weather. Just couldn't seem to get themselves going. I think they lost 3 on the spin. They'd not done that since the early 2000s. That was quite a poor run. I'm not sure. Maybe it was just a change of structure at the club with the new coaching staff coming in. A sense of a bit of a turnover of players as well. There was certainly a feeling of a changing of the guard to a degree. You got some senior players that were either retired or moved on. You got some other players that had left and joined different clubs. You got younger players coming in. So I think it was a combination of all those factors. I think some of the senior players at the first month or 2 never really got themselves going. They struggled for runs and for wickets as well. So I think in the end it was a bit of a perfect storm where you just couldn't really find any kind of form. Senior boys struggling to get their season going, which I suppose can happen. And then you've got the ideas of the new coaching staff coming in. So I think all that wrapped up into it made it a very difficult start. And Lancashire were playing catch up from that moment, really. Yeah. They are a far better side than 2 wins from 10 and second from bottom in the championship. But that's where they find themselves. But they've got 2 matches here to play, 2 home games left, and then the two away games to come. Be interesting to see what
type of pitch we get here this week. That's been something that Lancashire have been keen to try and address, trying to find ways of winning 4-day matches here. Every game here last season was drawn. Nobody won a championship match here last year. So that's a challenge that they're trying to address. We are playing out towards the more extremes end of the square, as we look out towards the left edge of the square. So we'll see what surface we get and whether we get ourselves a result. We're certainly not going to have any issues with the weather this week, which is excellent.
Yeah, well, I think for the first time ever, I've not brought a raincoat up to Manchester. It is a bold move. Halfway up, I regretted it, but I thought, no, I'm going to trust my app. And I had to double check that it actually said Manchester, and there wasn't a blue blob in sight for the next few days. But yeah, hopefully we're okay. It does feel good, I have to say, out there. I've been out there a little bit this morning. I know you were out there for the toss, and it feels quite nice and warm in the sun out there.
It does, yeah. It's pretty pleasant. Yesterday it was tipping it down, but just driving round the edge of Manchester yesterday under thick cloud and looked a bit gloomy and miserable, but nice and pleasant today. Players are on their way out. Tom Bailey back in Lancashire's side. Didn't play last week, but congratulations to Tom. He's now a very proud dad. He missed the match at Surrey last week, but a special week or so for Tom Bailey. So many congratulations, Tom.
Is that why he missed last week?
He was, yeah. I think he wanted to obviously to be there and those personal kind of aspects of it, but a great proud moment for him and his family.
Yeah. Now, interesting, we're using the Kookaburra ball today.
We are, yes. The return of the Kookaburra.
Yeah. Our experience, I think, was the game against Utility.
Yeah.
That wasn't a great game.
No, it wasn't great.
No. So there, rather than put everybody off, we're expecting much better things today during this game.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed, yeah. It was a bit of a dull affair, wasn't it, early on in the season, but we shall see. I'm sure Tom Bailey's delighted to have the Kookaburra in his hand. He's relishing the prospect of bowl. I spoke to him at Hampshire, actually, at the Utility Bowl in that round, and asked him for his thoughts, and he did his best to try and keep them clean. I'll let you crack on with it.
So from the James Anderson Pavilion end, first delivery to Toby Albert, and that's left alone outside of the off stump. So yeah, we're going to watch this closely, but the Kookaburra ball has the reputation, doesn't it, of getting soft quite quickly. It doesn't go out of shape. It's not Hampshire's experience of it, but the experience is that I'm afraid it does go soft very quickly.
Yeah.
Which means the bowlers have to try that much harder to take wickets. So this will be the most dangerous point for the batters, as Bailey's in, right arm over to Albert. Good shape, but left alone. Once more, that's something that Toby Albert does very well for Hampshire. He's into the side because Ali Orr injured himself earlier in the season, broke his forearm. For those that are perhaps not quite in the know, he was signed from Sussex during the winter to open the batting alongside Fletcher Middleton, and well, he was around for the first 6 matches, and then I'm afraid when the T20 started, the very first game, he broke his forearm. Here comes Bailey, bowls, and Albert's comfortably enough inside that one. So Toby Albert was promoted up the order in his absence, and he's done a fantastic job. He's had 6 knocks since his promotion in the Championship, and he's hit 200s. So that's not a bad return, although to be fair to Ali Orr, he hit 100 in his time. So Hampshire might have a bit of a selection dilemma when Ali Orr returns. That might be towards the end of the season, and we are towards the end of the season now, of course, but might squeeze one in towards the end. But Albert's forward this time. It's pushed out towards wide mid-off. But he's certainly done a very good job at the top of the order alongside Fletcher Middleton. Toby Albert's average in his 6 innings, 47. That's not bad from an opener, is it? That's a pretty good return. So Tom Bailey back in the side for Lancashire. 33 years of age. He's been a good servant for a few years from that pavilion end. Comes in again and bowls, and Albert again is behind that one to that length ball. And you can see a close-up of that Kookaburra ball. Look how red and how pronounced that seam is. You won't see that in a few overs' time. That could look a lot different. You might think that's not the same ball. At the moment, it's a shiny new cherry. Wind looks like it's blowing left to right as we look back towards the pavilion. This ground's changed a little bit since I was last here with the more building work. Away to our right, Albert tucks it away square on the leg side. That's the first over completed. And that is a maiden from Tom Bailey. So, didn't seem too much there. Didn't seem a great amount of pace in the pitch. A little bit of movement there for Bailey, but not much. So, 1 over, 95 overs left in the day. 96, of course. 11 o'clock start. This will be the last round of championship matches that start at 11 o'clock because next week we're going to 10:30.
Oh, yes. Yes. And every year it takes me by surprise.
Does it really?
And every year I forget that it's 10:30. And then frantically at 10 o'clock realise the toss is taking place and half an hour and chasing my tail. And I don't know why. I seem to forget every year. Tom Aspinwall to open up the bowling from the Brian Statham end. Fletcher Middleton on strike. Aspinwall bowling. That's clipped away towards the leg side for the first run of the day. Out towards mid-wicket where Bailey stops it. And there is no run. That pitch there that Tom Bailey stood on would be the surface used for the test match. Yep. Which in the end proved to be a successful one for England. It was a good test match. And speaking of which, I must make reference to the fact that next season's international ticket ballot is something that you need to be aware of. And you can enter that ballot now. As Aspinwall comes in and bowls, it's a good delivery, nips away past Albert and into the gloves of Matty Hurst. So if you want to enter the ballot for the 2025 international tickets, the details are on Lancashire's website. So there are games against for both England's men's and women's sides here next year. As Aspinwall over the wicket bowls, beats Albert through to Hurst, and there's no run. So England's women against India women in a T20 international on Wednesday the 9th of July. And then England's men against India men in a test match starts on the 23rd of July. And then England's against South Africa's men's side in a T20 match on the 12th of September. So the international fixtures for next year. As Aspinwall bowls again, it's fallen, whipped away towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So the ballot is open. It's open now, and it's open until the 17th of September. So you've got a bit of time to enter the ballot. And for details, head to the Lancashire Cricket website, lancashirecricket.co.uk, to enter the ballot. More balls again, edged by Albert to the left of that gully position down towards the boundary. Bell will scamper after it and catch up with the ball. And run 2. He played it quite softly in the end, didn't he?
Did.
Steering it down into the ground for a couple. So 3 without loss. So yeah, the 2025 international ticket ballot is now open, and a chance to try and get here to watch some international cricket next year. Aspinwall bowls again, flashed away down towards the fine leg boundary for a single this time, and that's the end of the second over. The ballot closes on the 17th of September. All the details are on Lancashire's website, and you can beat the ballot with instant access with a 2025 membership from 35 quid as well. I'm well briefed here, aren't I?
You are. It's almost like you're reading a script.
It's almost like I've been presented with some information in front of me. Yeah. So there you go. Head to lancashirecricket.co.uk and have a chance of winning some of the getting some tickets, rather. Get some tickets for the international games here next year, both men's and women's international fixtures. Cricket, bigger and better. There's lots of bigs in this press release I'm reading.
Here's Bailey. Forward is Toby Albert, who's doing most of the facing of deliveries here this morning. Goes up to mid-on. Any more bigs you can find?
Well, there's a bigger as well. It's cricket, but bigger. There's a big matchups, big atmospheres, and big moments. It's sure to be good fun. That's not in there. That's me adding that it's sure to be good fun. But yeah, there we go. Ballots open. Head to Lancashire's website and try and get yourself some international tickets for next year.
Any more information you can squeeze out of
I think that's probably pretty comprehensive, isn't it?
Here comes Bailey. Albert flicks that away, but only as far as square leg. No run there. Must be something else in that.
Well, I mean, to be fair, there is more details, but
not worth reading out.
I think it's just we'll just direct everybody.
Car parking? Can you book the car parking even now?
There'll be alcohol-free areas if that tickles your fancy.
Yeah. All worth making a note of a year in advance.
You've got to plan ahead.
Yeah.
There's nothing about car parking I can see.
Is there not?
No.
Bailey to Albert. 3 slips wait. Oh, Albert gets one that nips back, and that's hurt. Oh, that's hit him right where you don't want to be hit. That's a wicked delivery, that one. Albert's bent down. Just watching that again, that replay. Oh, my word, that did nip back. What a great delivery that was.
Oof.
Struggled to get a bat on that one.
Yeah, it was bullseye, that wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. In technical terms. 4 without loss. Albert's 3. Middleton is 1. Hampshire unchanged going into this game. As you heard Scott say, 2 changes for Lancashire. One of those bowling now. Interesting then. So Aspinwall's playing. No Will Williams. What's the thinking there?
Well, he played last week. So whether they and Bailey missed out. So whether they're just kind of rotating a bit. Yeah.
Bailey in again. Albert works that little square this time, and Fletcher Middleton's quick, calls him through. I think Albert would love just a couple of moments at the non-striker's end just to refocus. 5 without loss, Hampshire.
Yeah, we've got 2 rounds of this Kookaburra ball, haven't we? Because next week's another Kookaburra ball round.
I'm trying to think where we are. Where are we? Oh, we're at Canterbury.
Right.
Kookaburra ball at Canterbury. Oh dear, that's an 8-day game. Still only about 5 wickets or 4. Oh dear. Right, here comes Bailey. Bowls, and Fletcher Middleton pushes that out into the covers. Nice forward defensive, nice front foot there for Middleton. Spoke to him very quickly this morning as he was walking over to the nets, and he said their journey up. They left at 8 o'clock yesterday morning.
Right. Got
here about 1 or 2-ish, I think he said.
Okay.
They were hoping for some outdoor practice, but as you said, it rained a lot here yesterday, so they had to go indoors.
Right.
But other than that, sounds like their journey was better than mine.
I had the nightmares of the M6 as well last night.
Yeah, well, you said.
Yeah, I was at Wolves, the Wolves-Burnley match last night.
How did that finish?
I had more fun on the M6.
Wow, got that good a game.
Yeah, it was that good.
Wow.
I'd rather be stuck in traffic on the M6 than be at Wolves versus Burnley.
Scott does have good relations with Burnley. So that's pushed up to mid-on by Toby Albert. If we do get a message saying, well, you can stay on the M6 next time, then don't bother coming here. End of the over, 5 without loss.
It was a pretty forgettable 90 minutes of football. I was just delighted it didn't go to penalties, you know. Yeah. Just get out, just get home. Got beat 2-0 Burnley.
You're the PR head of Burnley Football Club.
It's one of those games where nobody was. I don't think anybody was that bothered. I don't think really? The League Cup second round was really something that was of massive significance to anybody really. But maybe I'm doing a disservice. Maybe everyone was very disappointed within the Burnley camp that they lost. Aspinwall comes in to Albert down the leg side, taken by Hurst. Skipping away to his left. There's no run.
So young Tom Aspinwall, debut this year.
Yeah, he's had a fantastic year, really. Both him and Hurst, actually, they've had some story because they're kind of forging their way towards the Lancashire first team, first-class debuts for Aspinwall this year. T20 debuts for them both as well this year. As he comes in and bowls to Albert, that's defended to mid-on, and there's no run. Then they get picked up by the originals in the 100. And both do really well. Hurst in particular, opening the batting with Phil Salt because of Butler's injury, and it's amazing how quickly these things can develop for two lads that had not really played too much at all. Played 50 over cricket, I think, last year for Lancashire.
2 20-year-olds.
Yeah. Yeah, it was Aspinwall bustling in, bowls again, steered away, beats backward point. Down towards the boundary. Luke Wells is charging after it and will catch it with it, just slows as it trickles towards the rope. And they come back for 2, 7 without loss. Albert moves on to 6. Yeah, it was a pretty young side last week at the Oval. They had 16-year-old Rocky Flintoff batting at 4. I think half the team were under the age of 23. A couple of 20-year-olds in there, so it was quite a young and with that inexperienced side up against the strongest team really in the division. It's edged, gone. Bell takes the catch. Aspinwall strikes. Albert departs for 6. And Hampshire lose their first wicket. 7 for 1 in the 4th over. Nick behind to first slip where George Bell takes the catch.
Just watching that again, a replay. It's just held its line, the ball, wasn't it? He's been just angling it into the right-handers. That's just held its line. Albert will probably feel he hasn't done a lot wrong there. That's a good piece of bowling. And good catch as well. Behind. Celebrates there, does Aspinwall. And that's a big wicket as well, with Toby Albert having scored 100 in the last game coming into this one.
And that need to strike early, isn't it, as well, with the ball that we're using this week, the Cookripper ball, and trying to get early wickets, and Keaton Jennings winning the toss and wanting to have a ball first. I'm pleased that one of his younger bowlers there has made a good start. It was a nice piece of bowling, wasn't it? It's a good catch by Bell.
It's quite a skiddy bowler, isn't he, Aspinwall? I don't think I've seen him. I might have seen him in the 50-over game last year, but
possibly did, yeah.
Maybe I'd have to look that up. But even so, it's a fairly new name from a Hampshire point of view, and he does look very skiddy. What are we using emails for this today? I know you're a bit reluctant to.
Well, I don't have one. That's the reason.
Oh, do you not?
Well, unless it's my personal one.
Well, it's your game. You decide.
That's all right. You, as long as you say it slowly, Kevin.
Of course, yeah. For the benefit of the northern listeners.
Yeah.
Yeah, who do struggle with southern accents a little bit. It's not that we do with northern accents, it's the other way around, of course.
Nick Cummins, the new batter. Here's Aspinwall in and balls forward because Gibbons pushes away into the offside. Oh, that's a sharp single. It's a good run. Just squeeze the ball off the front foot, Nick Gubbins, and Bannon coming up from mid-off, trying to get to the ball, and they managed to get through for a single, 8 for 1.
So the email we are using is Solent, S-O-L-E-N-T, solentcricket @gmail.com, because Steve Jenkins has already emailed talking about Ali Orr. He says he's currently playing in Hampshire's second team game versus Kent at the Utilita Bowl.
Final ball of the over, this. Aspinwall in just back of a length to Middleton. That's defended to mid-on. No run. And 4 overs gone, Hampshire. 8 for 1.
He said he scored 26 in each innings with a good boundary count. 6 fours in the first innings and 3 fours and a 6 in the second. Yeah, he loves a boundary. That's young Ali Orr. And I know he played, one of his first games was last week in a Sussex League match playing for Eastbourne. He got 100. So he's on the road back, which is great to hear. So thank you very much to Steve for that one. Early breakthrough for Lancashire. Having won the toss and elected to bowl first. Quite interesting, there was a big cut of the wicket this morning, wasn't there? I don't know if you noticed it with the lawnmower. I know the Hampshire guys looked at the wicket yesterday and thought, oh, there's a lot of grass on that. But of course, as so often happens, once the mower goes on in the morning of the game, it looks a little different. So a lot more grass cut off the surface, but I think they're expecting it to turn a little bit, they were saying. Now Bailey goes round the wicket for the left-hander Gubbins, and it's come back. That's a good delivery. It bounced a little bit, but it was a good leave. Now Nick Gubbins this year, formerly of Middlesex, of course, just over 570 runs, and he's averaging 52. So a good return for Nick Gubbins so far this season. 50 over captain. 3 slips for Bailey. Round the wicket once more and bowls to Gubbins. Oh, that's nipped back, and that's hit him high on the pad as well. He's getting a little bit of movement here, is Tom Bailey. Hits the deck a little harder than most. Coming from that James Anderson Pavilion end. Just have a look at Bailey's return this year. If I can find it. I'll come back to that in a moment as he turns again. Bowls to Gubbins. Gubbins leaves that one alone. Again, there's good shape on that delivery. It's coming back, but it's just a little too wide to start off with. Here we are. So he has taken this year 15 wickets at 41. Wow. Now that's not like him.
No, not at all. No.
What's the story, do you think, there then? Because I mean, he's a 50 wicket a year man, isn't he? Now this is his 9th match, so he's got a bit of time to make up, but that seems a little way behind what he would normally be. Here he comes in again to Gubbins, little straighter. It's worked to square leg, no run.
Looked like in the first month or so of the season he was struggling for some rhythm, was Tom Bailey, and I think I mentioned before that we got going, and you asked about Lancashire's season, and they just didn't really get going in the first month or so, and there were a couple of their experienced players, their senior players, just didn't fire either with the bat or with the ball, and yeah, Tom was in that kind of category really, just struggled to try and get himself into the season, but such has been his high standards, any kind of drop off is so noticeable.
Yeah, that's true. Gubbins drives not quite a half volley as it goes to wide mid off. To be honest, thinking back to the start of the season, and I'm talking about the first 3 or 4 weeks, which included 2 weeks of the Kookaburra ball, didn't it?
Yeah.
That I think he wasn't the only one that would have found himself a little down on wickets, the only pace bowler. I think there was a few around the country that were finding wickets a little harder to come by than they normally would have done. I'm just looking at his figures in the previous game between these two sides. 27 overs, 2 for 60 in the first innings at the Utilita against Hampshire, where they were 367 all out. That's bounced, but it's a good leave from Gubbins. End of the over, 8 for 1 then are Hampshire, and in the second innings Bailey 14 overs, none for 39. So yeah, didn't rip up any trees, but then not many did in that game, as the wicket was very docile, wasn't it? There was not a lot happening for the bowlers.
No, I'm not so sure he enjoyed it too much, but as you say, I don't think he was on his own, was he, really, with that. And then the following game, Lancashire went to Essex, and Bailey was 20 overs, 0 for 82. Just 1 wicket in the match after that against Kent that Lancashire lost here. Aspinwall in bowls to Middleton. It's down the leg side and taken by the keeper, and there's no run. And the following game after that is where he did seem to struggle even more, perhaps, which was at Trent Bridge. He bowled 33 overs, 2 for 124. And then 6 overs for 24 in the second inning when Lancashire lost, and then he was rested for the following game. So he just struggled for a bit of rhythm, struggled to get into the season, I think. It's turned up to mid-on by Middleton. There's no run, and you'll know better than me, Kevin, that I guess as bowlers that can happen. Oh,
definitely. Easy. It's easy to happen, isn't it? I think with Bailey, as you say, you've just got so used to him. I think he's a captain's dream, isn't he? You know, you throw him the ball season after season, and you know what you're going to get. And yeah, when it drops off a fraction, then you start looking elsewhere, and that's not ideal, is it?
Aspinwall comes over the wicket, bowls again, and Middleton drives with a slightly angled bat, slightly turned face on that steers it towards mid-on, where Bailey did feel there's no run.
Yeah, the sort of bowler that you have got used to giving you a return is then a little bit down on that, and that puts a little bit of pressure on one or two of the others. Well, I like the look of young Aspinwall.
Yep, debut first-class season for him as he muscles in again, sends in a short ball to Middleton. Ducks underneath that and through to Hurst, and there's no run.
He just looks like one of these bowlers who's just a little quicker than you think. Quite short, isn't he?
He's got
broad shoulders.
A bossly approach, hasn't he? And
yeah, just sort of lets the ball go, and it seems to just kick off the surface a bit. Looks as though he's got the odd ball in him that will surprise you.
Including a very good Yorker. And bowls, that's flicked away by Middleton down towards the fine leg boundary for a single. Doubles his total, moves to 2. Hampshire moved to 9 for 1. Yeah, so I think Aspinwall is another example of a slight kind of changing of the guard and some younger players coming in. It's effectively his full debut season. That's applicable to Matty Hurst, who's keeping wicket. Obviously, Rocky Flintoff's 16 and just starting out. And then Josh Boyden played last week. He drops out this week. He's in a similar situation. Even George Bell and George Balderson are still at the early starts of their career. It's angled across Nick Gubbins by Aspinwall and left, and taken by Hurst. And that is the end of the over, but an encouraging start by Tom Aspinwall, just a single coming off it. Fletcher Middleton and Nick Gubbins are batting together for Hampshire. 6 overs gone. Keith Jennings winning the toss and asking his bowlers to try and take some early inroads, and so far they picked up 1 wicket, 9 for 1.
Email here from Ralph Brooker. Morning to you, Ralph. solentcricket@gmail.com is the email we're using for this game. Good morning to both Kevin and Scott. Just wanted to congratulate who I think is the best all-rounder in the Championship. That's Liam Dawson. His 200th first-class match. That's right, I mentioned it at the top of the programme. 193 matches for Hampshire, although this will be his 194th. 3 test matches to add on to that. Here's Aspinwall, bowls, and Fletcher Middleton gets wrapped on the pad as the ball goes out. Behind square on the leg side. That will be a leg by, I'm sure. Just waiting for the umpire to signal, which he does now. Hampshire move on to 10 for 1. And he played 2 at Essex on loan a few years back and 1 in Zimbabwe for the Mountaineers, so that makes 200. Also, what is the thinking behind changing the make of ball towards the end of the season from Duke to Kookaburra? Is it simply to let potential England bowlers like John Turner get their hands on it? What is the thinking? I don't know. Scott?
Cheers, Kev.
Over to you. Here comes Bailey. Again, it's left alone, but again, it's shaping inwards.
I heard Rob Key on a podcast with Kevin Howells chatting about this at the start of the season, and he felt as though it's a good idea to introduce the Kookaburra ball in different rounds. Therefore, it gives different challenges both to batters and to bowlers. He felt it was a good idea and something that actually wanted to do a little bit more, because it was 2 rounds last year and 4 rounds this year.
Bailey in again. There's the drive. It's edged and it's gone through probably where 4th slip would have been. He invited the drive. Gubbins not completely over the line of the ball. And that's raced away. Just playing that away. It could have gone anywhere. He's got 4 runs for it, though. Good bowling from Bailey. It's been hitting just short of a length, and then every now and then just pitching one a little bit up, just tempting the batter. That almost worked. Gubbins moves on to 5, 14 for 1. Yep, Scott, sorry, you were saying.
So, yeah, I think that's kind of what Rob Key was alluding to. And I think this was a decision. They discussed this apparently with all the directors of cricket in the winter.
Bailey again. Gubbins is not having any of that one.
And I'm sure Rob Key said that he left that meeting and basically all the directors of cricket around the counties were happy with using a Kookaburra ball at different times through the course of the season, because of the challenges that it creates, and you're trying to introduce extra pace into the game, to try and reward extra pace and potentially bring more spin into the game as well.
So you see more spin, don't you?
You
That's
do,
for sure.
yeah.
Bailey in again. Cummins again is leaving that one alone. Which, yeah, it's fine. I still... I think some people are saying, why don't you just use kookaburras all year if you're going to use them for 4 games?
Well, I think he actually did suggest that,
I think that was probably him. And then I think one of his comments early season was 4-day games should be 4-day games. You know, they're not 3.
Yeah.
They're not 2.5.
Yeah, he did say that, yeah.
Which is fine. I still think that county cricket needs to be entertaining. It doesn't need to be a ball going all over the place, but it doesn't need a ball doing absolutely nothing for 4 days and batters just prodding it up to mid-off all day. Gubbins is forward, well forward to that one. Good over there from Tom Bailey, who's completed 4 overs, none for 5. Hampshire 14 for 1, having been put in.
Yeah, because we had certainly, with the earlier rounds with this ball, I think there was a period where every game was drawn, wasn't it? I don't think anybody won in one particular round. I think everybody drew. And that wasn't rain affected, I don't think. That was just because nobody could take 20 wickets. Yeah. So, yeah, it's...
But then the thought is that maybe in a decade's time, when you've got a new generation of youngsters coming up who are bowling with balls that do nothing, then they will be the ones that can do something with it that these bowlers can't, because they don't have to worry about it.
As Aspinwall sets off to start fresh over, forward goes Middleton, solidly in defence, and there's no run.
It's filled in a bit out there.
That's a bit, isn't it? Yeah.
I knew that was a mistake, not bringing a raincoat up. What am I doing? I've only been doing this job, playing and commentating for about 55 years.
I think it's a bold decision.
This is a poor decision.
Have you got like
another one?
A jumper? Is that
I
it?
have got a fleece with me. Yeah, I wasn't that stupid.
Aspinwall in, balls driven away through the offside by Middleton. Balderson will catch up with it, and they'll come hurrying back for 2. Actually, that's good running. He's quick there, Middleton. Square drive out towards the point boundary. Comes hurtling back for 2. He moves to 4, 16 for 1 in the 8th over. Because last week I went to the Oval for 4 days, and I didn't take a jacket or a jumper, which I thought I'd be fine. I mean, it's August in London. Yeah. It's going to be gorgeous.
But
it's freezing. Aspinwall to Middleton. Again, that's left and through to the keeper. There's no run. And he absolutely tipped it down as well a couple of times.
It wasn't great last week.
No, so I made a huge mistake with that. Just making wild assumptions that it'd be quite nice and warm. Bank holiday August in London. It's going to be fantastic.
Well, I think last week, for the first time, I became a believer in climate change. I'll tell you why.
Okay. You've resisted all the evidence up until this point.
Yes.
Aspinwall to Middleton. That's a good ball that beats him. Just spins him round a little, and the ball slides past the edge of the bat. The Lancashire slip fielders like that.
Well, the reason I've suddenly changed is because I never thought this would happen, but at the Utilita Bowl during the Essex game, where it was actually tipping it down for 2 days, I actually sat and watched a monitor where there was live play here in the Test match. And I thought, if they're playing in Manchester and we don't even look like getting on the field down at Southampton, there's something wrong.
Something fundamentally wrong with the climate.
There is.
Aspinwall in, that's wide, that's a lovely shot. Back foot punch by Middleton, that's 4. Beautifully timed. A lovely, stylish back foot drive for 4 runs.
That's beautiful, isn't it? And he bounced a bit. Yeah, I never thought I'd see that situation in my lifetime. So clearly something is changing. Yeah. He's afoot.
Yeah, and the evidence is undisputable now.
Oh, it must be. Yeah. Oh, we can't find the ball.
Oh dear. Here we go again.
It's under those that scaffolding of that temporary stand. I tell you what, they struggle to get there. Yeah. Who's going to get under there?
Well, I think Balderson quite fancies it here, doesn't he? Go on, shuffle under.
He's not going to get under there, is he?
Well, he might get under, but might not get out. No. That's the thing. As soon as you commit to that, and I don't blame him for being a bit reluctant, because if you start to shuffle under there, oh, hang on.
Yeah, you have to go around the front.
Try the other side.
Yeah, you're not going to get around the side. No. He's going under.
He's gone. Might not see him again. That might be it. Bye, George.
I'd hate to think what's under there, actually, not just the ball.
Yeah, it's true. There'll be all sorts of.
How long has that been up, that? Has it been up all summer?
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, well done.
They've got it. Josh Bohannon. He's obviously a slightly smaller frame.
He's been at most of the summer, is that?
Is it?
There was concerts here, so it was only after the concerts had finished that they put the temporary stand up. So yeah, probably the last couple of months it's been up. You should say there'd be all sorts under there, won't they? I wonder how much loose change you find under there when you dismantle that stand.
Worth doing it, wouldn't it?
It would be worth doing it, yeah.
So I'll take it down for nothing, because you'll probably find more,
You'll probably
more
find,
underneath.
yeah. But loads of old stuff under there. Empty today is the party stand. There's nobody in there. As that spin wall comes in, balls again. Clipped out towards Venkatesh Iyer at mid-wicket. And there's no run. End of the over. 8 gone. Hampshire 20 for 1. Middleton on 8. Gubbins on 5. And George Boberson has been busy already trying to retrieve the ball from under the party stand. I say it's empty. There is a camera operator on the Baywatch Tower that's in the middle of the party stand. I think that could be Liv who's operating the camera there. But, so there's one sole camera operator in the party stand, but no supporters in there this week.
Party stand and Baywatch Tower. Wow. Here's Bailey again. Length ball to Gubbins. He's forward. Ball rolls up towards middle.
You used to watch Baywatch?
I did used to watch it.
Yeah, I used to watch Baywatch as well, yeah. There's Liv.
Hello, hello.
On the Baywatch Tower. It's a lonely job, that, isn't it? Today?
The only good thing about that is that if somebody hits a 6 into that stand, we know we've got somebody that can retrieve it.
Yep.
Just leave the camera alone. Just run out to the seats and just throw it back. At least it won't take all day doing that. Here's Bailey in again and left alone. Oh, that's nipped back a fraction. Kept a little low as well. All taken by Matty Hurst behind the stumps. Now, you were saying earlier about Lancashire's season.
Yeah.
And I have an email here, solentcricket@gmail.com, from Peter Andrew Chadwick, who signs off saying a very disappointed Lancashire fan.
Oh dear.
He says, "Morning, Kevin and Scott. This is the worst season for Lancashire in a long time. One can make as many excuses as one wants. However, Dale Benkenstein is clearly no Glenn Chappell and doesn't appear to be able to motivate the boys like Chappell did." There's Bailey. Over to you again, Scott. That's down the left side.
Gosh, a long 4 days with you, isn't it? Shouldn't have put you in charge of the emails. Well, I mean, Lancashire were relegated under Glen Chappell as well. I mean, I'm not saying they're going to get relegated this season, but they were in similar positions under Glen Chappell, so I'm not quite sure what the comparison is with that. They suffered a relegation under Chappell, and Lancashire have not yet suffered the similar fate this year. I think that's a bit harsh, really.
Yeah, it is. And also, I think you have to give credit to Lancashire outside the off stump, left alone by Gubbins, is that, you know, Chappell hasn't departed for no reason. And there might not have been any reasons given, which is fair enough, you know, but coaches do reach the end of the line for whatever reason. And they may have reached the end of the line before they've departed the club, you know. And, I mean, I don't know, I only read press releases and didn't really say much other than, was it mutual consent or something? I
think that's often the phrase used, isn't it?
Yeah, which is bog standard, isn't it?
To
really?
explore other opportunities.
Yeah, that's right.
That's another one that is always quite good.
Yes, that's true, yeah.
I might look to explore other opportunities too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Gubbins drives up to mid-on. Really?
Maybe, I don't know. Just go and do something else. Explore some other opportunities.
I think a lot of Lancashire fans will be disappointed to
I
hear
don't
you
think
say that.
anybody would care.
No, they would. Of course they
No,
would.
I'm not sure about
You're a
that.
highly respected commentator that, you know, when you think about Lancashire and the commentary over the Lancashire feed.
What point are you going to stitch me up with this
Well,
sentence?
no, I'm just saying, you know, you are the voice of Lancashire cricket. You are. I mean, you might. I know you're quite a modest guy. Oh, that's close to the off stump. Also a very good leave from Nick Gubbins. Leaving is the order of the day here at the moment, although it's not doing too much. It's just subtle movement at the moment. Just watching that again, and it's a great line. It's asking the batter, please, just have a little play at that one. But when he doesn't, of course, it's a little bit of a disappointment from the bowler too. It's good bowling, but it's all about being disciplined at this stage in the game. 20 for 1. No, you're you know, when you go round the country and you know you think of one or two other people that have been doing it a while and what have you. That's you know, it's automatic. Yes, Lancashire, Scott Reed, and it would feel weird if it wasn't. It's true. I know you're waiting for it. I know you are, but it's true. No, it's true.
There's Aspinwall, 20 for 1 to Middleton. That's defended away towards the onside, and there's no run. But I think it would be harsh to. I think it would be harsh to pin the blame on one particular thing. I'm trying to offer an opinion, and my opinion's largely irrelevant, but I'm here, so I might as well give one. As Aspinwall comes back in and bowls to Middleton. That's a good ball again. That just slides away past the edge of the bat.
Terrific stuff.
And he started well, hasn't he, Aspinwall, with this new ball over the wicket. Just brings him forward. Good stuff by Aspinwall. That I don't think it's one particular thing that you can pin it down to. Well, this is the reason why Lancashire have had a poor season. I honestly don't. I think it's a culmination of different things. Dabbed into the offside by Middleton. They scamper through for a quick single. He moves on to 9, 21 for 1.
Good run.
Which I think if teams do find a season difficult, and that can happen. Say it's not. Lancashire have suffered similar struggles in previous seasons, and they're not the only side to do that. Yorkshire and Nottinghamshire, and to name but a couple off the top of my head. I think it's a culmination of different factors that contribute to it.
Yeah.
Sometimes that happens, but it's certainly understand why Lancashire supporters will be frustrated and disappointed, because I'm a Lancashire fan, and it's not fun to watch when the team struggles to win. Aspinwall in, bowls, and Gubbins defends. Drops it out in towards the offside, and there's and there's no run. 21 for 1 in the 10th.
Scott's getting a couple of messages, which is why he's
deliberately started this. You have.
You've started something.
There's only me and you here anyway today. It's going to be a long day. Where's Bumble?
At the Test match, you told me.
I think so, yeah.
Scott Reed, Kevin James, Test match.
Aspinwall to Gubbins. That's fallen wide of our stump, and through it goes to Hurst. And there's no run. Gubbins 5, Middleton on 9. 1 ball left of the 10th over.
So I'm just looking. So it was back in 2022. You guys finished second.
Yes, that was the win against Hampshire at Liverpool, wasn't it? That season.
That's right.
But I mean, this team is not that team. I mean, quite literally, it's changed. There's Aspinwall bowls to Gubbins, full and left again, through to Hurst, and there's no run. 21 for 1. So yeah, that was they had under Dane Velasquez as captain a period where for 2 or 3 years they were pushing. It was Lancashire, Hampshire, Somerset, wasn't it? Really, it was an Essex. It was sorry. It was that culmination for 2 or 3 years, wasn't it? All vying for the title.
Yeah.
But that particular team that was skippered by Dane has changed. He's not here, for example, and players have moved on, and some players have retired, and that's just an evolution of a team, I think, isn't it?
It does, yeah. You normally get a little window, don't you, where things build up.
Yeah.
You make a couple of signings and a couple of youngsters come through which complement your senior players, and it starts to come together, and you just tinker around the edges with the team to make sure that you're progressing, and then it comes to a point where you think we're in line.
Yeah.
We're in line for a trophy here. Got a change of bowling from the far end. We've got who we got here? We got George Balderson, of course, with his right-arm medium paces from the pavilion end. That's driven up on the offside by Fletcher Middleton. And and of course, then if it doesn't quite come together, that team really only is at that level for a year or two, isn't it? Maybe 3 years. I mean, unless you're Surrey and you can keep bringing players in for fun. Oh, Middleton's wrapped on the pad there. No ball. Signal by the umpire. It's the first no ball of the day.
Yeah, and that was for that particular And that's the nearest Lancashire have come to winning the title since they won it in 2011, that year when they finished second to Hampshire, and of course they were finished second in all 3 competitions. That was the year to win something, and they just couldn't quite happen.
Balderson again, bustling medium pacer. Middleton drives strongly up to mid-on. Can't get it past Iya. Is it Iya? Do you say Iya?
Iya.
Venkatesh
Iya, yeah.
There was a chance of winning a signed shirt there, I just saw earlier on the Lancashire picture feed.
It's his last game, I think. I think it was the one-day cup fixtures and then the 2 championship games. I think he was signed for.
Okay. He didn't play against us in the 50 over, did he? Was he due to? Middleton's pushing out square on the offside.
He was due to, but the previous game against Somerset, he hurt his finger, so he missed that match at Hampshire. Yeah, that was part of a little road trip that Lancashire have. I don't think it was much fun because they lost every one. It wasn't a memorable road trip, unfortunately. But yeah, he played in the one-day cup, missed the game at Hampshire though because of that finger injury.
Balderson again then. Into Fletcher Middleton. Slightly open in his stance, pushes that up towards mid-on. Another email here from Will, who's in Kendal. solentcricket@gmail.com. It says, good morning. Why is Anderson not playing in Lancashire's hour of desperate need? He cannot be exhausted. 4 county championship matches in 4 weeks should be no great toil for him. I think he's with England, isn't he? With the Test match?
I think he is, isn't he? Is it not their bowling coach or consultant or something?
So I think whenever England are playing, I think he'll be with them. That's pushed up towards mid-on. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist.
Dave.
Hello, Dave. Yes, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, I've been hearing criticisms of Dale Bankenstein's coaching from Lancashire fans for some time. It's none of my business and I have no view about it, but I would note that we are almost exactly at the 10th anniversary of the day that Hampshire clinched the Division 2 title and a promotion. When I've asked the players of the Hampshire side, they were very positive, as that's pushed out square on the offside, thick outside edge when it's gone through the hands of Rocky Flintoff. Oh, the old man would have done that. It goes down towards third man. I've been waiting for that line. It took me 45 minutes to get it out. Anything that he does, I'll say, well, his old man would have done that. Dave says, yeah, whenever he's asked anybody in the Hampshire side that were around when Dale was, he says they were very positive about his leadership. It's I mean, basically what you're saying is there's a bit of a transition here, isn't there, really, which Dale is overseeing.
That is without doubt, yeah.
And, you know, some players will work and some players won't. And, of course, might sound like a long season, 6 months, but it isn't. And if you're continually tinkering around with a player here, a player there, and then trying to find that combination, then very quickly the season runs out.
Does go quickly, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, actually.
Be into September in a few days. So I've got 4 rounds to come. This is the after this this week. Aspinwall's going to continue to be over number 6. Punched away by Gubbins towards Bohannon, who's at wide mid-off. And there's no run. 25 for 1.
Another email here from Barry Breen, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, great commentary. That's very nice. Could you ask Scott if he's getting a ticket for the Oasis concert next year?
Well, they're on sale, aren't they? When they're on sale on Saturday? Okay.
Are they here?
They're at Heaton Park for a few dates, yeah.
Where's that?
Well, it's just a few miles away.
Okay.
There's Aspinwall's into Gubbins off the back foot and punched up towards mid-off where there's no run. It's kind of near Prestwich, Heaton Park. So I don't think they're at the... They're not here, they're not performing here.
Right.
And I don't think they're at the Etihad, the Manchester City's home ground. I think their only venue in the northwest might be at Heaton Park for a few days. Yeah, they go on sale on Saturday, don't they? Everyone seems to be very excited about it.
They do, don't they?
Would you go and watch Oasis? Aspinwall into Gubbins. And that's left. It's a really good leave. It's quite a tight line by Aspinwall from around the wicket. And was just shading past the off stump and into the gloves of the keeper and a run.
A few years ago, quite a few years ago, Oasis did play at the Utilita.
Did they? Oh, nice.
I did go to that.
Oh, right.
Heard some interesting stories, as you would. Would I go or not? I don't know. I think I'd want to go in the hospitality box. I'm not
Knew
sure
that
I'd
was
want to be
coming.
in the middle of the crowd.
I knew that was coming. 25-1. Aspinwall to Gubbins. That's left again through to the keeper. This one. No, Ron, I understand what you mean. It feels a bit much being in the middle of it all, doesn't it?
Of the sort of crowd that they attract, I think. Yeah.
Because you'll have original Oasis fans that want to relive what it was like when they were younger and watching Oasis.
Yeah.
And then you've got a new lot of Oasis fans that want to experience what it was like when they were, yeah, it's
Interesting combination.
it is an interesting combination. Aspinwall to Gubbins, full and off stump. He brings the bat down. The ball just squirts off the bottom edge and stopped by a combination of Hurst and Bell. And there's no run. One ball left to the 12th. 25-1. So yeah, I'm not sure is the answer to that question. Whoever's asked about that.
You're not sure, but if there was a spare ticket around, you
I'd
would
probably
say no.
go. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder how much they are. What must they be going for? Tickets to watch Oasis.
Loads.
Won't they? Yeah. Hope they don't fall out before the concert starts. Aspinwall to Gubbins. It's a lovely shot. Lovely on drive. Driven down the ground. And Bailey catch it with it just about. Flicks it back before it reaches the rope. And completes the 12th over. They run 3 as well with that. And Middleton on 8. Gubbins on 8 and Middleton on 11. That's the end of the 12th over. 28-1 after 12.
Who's that substitute fielder?
That's Will Williams.
Will Williams.
With Warren Hegg.
Warren Hegg?
That was Warren Hegg. I'm pretty sure that was Warren Hegg next to him.
Former wicketkeeper. What a nice guy he is as well. I did hear something, because perhaps somebody said that it was a worst-kept secret that it was going to happen or something like that,
right.
having said they would never do it. And then I did hear something that didn't Liam pay 20 million quid or something for his last divorce? So that, if that's not an incentive to have a few concerts, what isn't? He's round the wicket here, Balderson. That's just nipped away on Gubbins.
It's hard not to be cynical about it. Is it? Are they doing it because they miss? Maybe they are. Maybe they're doing it because they miss performing with each other and they miss the feeling and the buzz of it all. Or maybe they just could do with a payday.
Well,
or maybe it's a bit of both.
I mean, I don't know them. Of course, I don't. But yeah, you're right. I think if I had to take a big guess, it's because they need a few quid. Or Liam does anyway. Here comes Balderson. Lovely drive off the back foot, Nick Gubbins. That may just have been half stopped as it went through the covers by Tom Aspinwall. Goes out towards extra cover. Gubbins picks up 2 and moves on to 10. And it's 30-1, Hampshire, having been put into bat. Peter Andrew Chadwick on the emails. He's back. sonatcricket@gmail.com, having listened to Scott Reed hint that he's open to other offers.
I don't think I did.
Did you not even hint?
I don't think I even hinted.
What are those other messages that we got from a BBC colleague? That's pushed out into the covers, and there is no run.
Exploring other opportunities could mean anything, couldn't it?
It
I might mean I might go to Blackpool on holiday instead of going to
That's true.
Rome.
Or in and around your commentaries to do other things. Yes, of course it does. But Peter says, for me, both Benkenstein and Scott Reed can go.
Wise words.
There we go.
Wise words.
He's not mincing around. But Scott's going nowhere, let's be honest. We might, I don't know, he might do. Balderson again. Length ball to Gubbins. In behind that one. So George Balderson, I suppose, could be considered one of the older statesmen of the Lancashire side at 23 years of age. Yeah,
he's certainly a little ahead of the others, but he's not played like a ton of cricket. But yeah, compared to the Aspinwall, Josh Boyden, who played last week, for example, obviously compared to the likes of Rocky Flintoff. Yeah.
Well, he's played all the championship games so far, hasn't he? As that's pushed up towards mid-on, and he's Lancashire's equal top wicket taker in the championship with 26, along with Nathan Lyon. Yeah,
I think he's developed into a really integral part of the team. You know, really important all-rounder for Lancashire that helps to balance the side out. He's really effective bowler, and a fine young batter.
Left alone outside the off-stump end of the over for George Balderson. He has 2 overs, none for 6. And Hampshire are 30-1, having lost Toby Albert. Caught in the slips off young Tom Aspinwall for 6. That was after just under 15 minutes worth of play. Duncan Holding has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, hello, even though I'm a Warwickshire man, I'm always happy when the dream team of Scotty and Kev are on commentary. That's very kind of you. I'm watching this feed on YouTube, listening to Warwickshire on BBC Sounds, and have the England game on TV.
Oh, my goodness.
How do you do that?
Good effort.
And always love Scott on the Radio Lancashire 6 PM show. He's known as Duncan from Southport, apparently. Is he a regular contributor to your show?
Oh, yeah, Duncan. Yeah, I know Duncan texts in, yeah. They always do trivia questions on 6 till 7 on the sports programme on the Radio Lancashire, and he tends to be good with his trivia. As Aspinwall's into Middleton, that's turned out towards the leg side, where Venkatesh Iyer fields at mid-wicket and there's no run. So he's got this game on YouTube. He's got the Warwickshire match on BBC Sounds.
No, he's got... oh, hang on, let me double check.
And the England game on at the same time.
So this feed on YouTube.
Yeah.
Listening to Warwickshire on Sounds, that's right, yeah, and have England game on TV. Yeah.
Goodness, good effort.
Reeve.
I mean, what do you look at first? Aspinwall's in, whipped away by Middleton out towards deep backward square leg, where Flintoff comes up to field. Single there for Middleton, moves to 12, 31 for 1. It's quite a good effort, I think, to be across it all.
Is that a bit like the Saturday afternoon football shows where they're watching all the feeds?
Oh, yeah, like
they're watching about
Saturday.
5, 6 games,
yeah,
and then trying to pick out things on that.
Yeah,
it's a bit like that, isn't
it would be, yeah. I suppose you could always rewind, couldn't you? Like if you miss something, or you just skip back and watch it again. Gubbins on 10 as Aspinwall from the Brian Statham end. Short ball, digs that one in. Gubbins ducks underneath it, through to Hurst. And there's no run. You can get the commentary on BBC Sounds using your smart speaker.
Yes.
I've seen this plugged quite a few times. You've got to say very particular, give it very particular instructions. I think if you veer from the instructions, then you don't get it. As Aspinwall's in, that's defended by Gubbins, and there's no run. You've got to give it very clear instructions, your smart speaker.
I've just got it here, actually.
Okay.
Because you're right, we have had a few emails for the last... because I think what we were told initially didn't quite work,
right.
So we've got a new set of instructions.
Okay.
So the line here is, tell most smart speakers, i.e. ask BBC Sounds to play Lancashire against Hampshire day 1. That's what you say.
And that's the key thing, isn't it? The day 1 thing.
Yes.
Aspinwall in, angled in towards Gubbins, who just leans carefully onto the front foot, smothers the ball, defends it into the back down the pitch, and there's no run. So tomorrow, you'll need to say day 2. And so on. But yes, it's on the smart speakers.
Yeah, I haven't tried it yet. I know 1 or 2 people have that messaged me and said when it works quite well.
Good.
I think that's new about middle of the season, wasn't it?
3 slips in place as Aspinwall from the Statham end. Ball just dropped short and pulled away down towards fine leg by Gubbins. He moves on to 11. Score moves on to 34 for 1. Brings Middleton back on strike. We've had almost an hour of play. Lancashire have picked up 1 wicket so far.
He's done a little bit out there. Hasn't done lots, has it?
Final ball of the 14th. Comes in over the wicket. Aspinwall and Middleton defending. Snaps the ball back down the pitch for the full face of the bat. Gathered by Aspinwall off his own bowling. End of another over. He's bowled 7 on the bounce. Tom Aspinwall from the Brian Statham end. And Hampshire 34 for 1, 14 overs gone.
Yeah, an interesting decision to bowl first. Well, as we mentioned earlier, a lot of rain around yesterday. It was very damp, wasn't it, down here? I was standing around the outfield just below the media centre here. I don't think this gets a lot of sun anyway, does it, this area? And it was very damp indeed. The square, of course, as you'd expect, looks okay. Here's Balderson again, round the wicket to the left-hander Gubbins. Just pushes that out square on the offside. Alan Groves has emailed, solentcricket@gmail.com. It says, morning chaps, what's the update on Keith Barker, please? I missed the start of your programme in case you mentioned it. Well, I'm not quite sure. I think he's had a few niggles this year as Keith Barker, and he took a little while before he got actually fit for the season. And actually, his inclusion in the Championship side marked an upturn in Hampshire's fortunes. That's played back to the bowler by Gubbins. And in the 4 games that he played, Hampshire won 3 of them, and as I say, should have beaten Warwickshire. They couldn't get the last wicket, so it would have been 4 and 4. But he has got a lot of niggles, I'm afraid. He's probably at that age. I mean, that's all I know. Although there was a curious reason for Barker omitted in the last game. It just says he misses out in the game against Essex, which I thought was a bit odd. It's a bit of an odd thing to say, really, as that's pushed out square on the leg side. No run, comes back a little bit at Gubbins. And yet when you look at his stats for the 4 games he played, you think, is he out? For what reason? Because his stats, both batting and bowling, were up there. So, as I say, whether it's more niggles or anything, I'm not quite sure. Anyway, Alan goes on to say, I'm enjoying the banter between you and Scott. Here's to an entertaining 4 days. Thank you very much.
Be a long 4 days.
Yes. Although we've got some help tomorrow. Balderson again, next ball to Gubbins. Again, steers that out square on the leg side, fielded by Luke Wells.
You can't get to this point of the season, can you, without, especially as a bowler, without having a niggle? I mean, does pretty much every player got some...
Yeah.
Is anybody ever 100% fit?
No, I agree. No, you play lots of games not feeling great. In fact, most of the time you wouldn't be... Oh, I feel top-notch here. You know, you very rarely say that. It's pushed out towards mid-wicket. Good, accurate stuff here from George Balderson. But I guess some people, you know, some players get over it better than others.
Okay.
You know, that's not putting Keith Barker down at all. Well, I think what I noticed about Keith Barker right at the start of the season, and actually 1 or 2 of the other Hampshire players after the winter, was they'd all worked hard on their fitness. They sat down at the end of last season, because they've been close, haven't they, to the Championship a few times. That's flicked away by Gubbins. That's going for 4. It's going very quickly behind square on the leg side. A little too short and straight there from Balderson to finish off that over. Just watching the replay on that one. That's a nice shot. Just helped on his way, using the pace of the bowler as well. As a fielder on the boundary, you need to be behind that one, otherwise you've got absolutely no chance. 38 for 1. And they sat down, and they said, well, where are we going to find an extra few percent, you know, to actually win this thing? And one of the ideas they came up with, that they all decided they would come back that much fitter. And I have to say, when they assembled in April for their pre-season photo, I hardly recognised some of them. They were, gosh, you know, they've lost some weight, you know. And Keith Barker was one of those. Okay. He came back, and I thought, my word, this guy looks much thinner. But unfortunately, that came at a cost in his case, because he had a problem with one of his legs, thigh strain or thigh something or something around there, which meant he missed the first few weeks of the season. You think, well, actually, if he'd stayed the same and just do what he normally did, he probably would have been fit. So, you know, sometimes you can do extra bit of training and then find that other areas of your body are affected.
It's Tom Bailey replacing Aspinwall. So Bailey returns, starts his 6th over of the morning. Forward goes Middleton in defence, and there is no run. 38 for 1.
What's Colin showing you there?
I've absolutely no idea. I don't know. I don't understand it. He's just showing me something. There's lots of, like, well, it's this game, isn't it? But on lots of different screens, I think.
It's about 5 screens on his phone.
No,
I've never seen that before.
No, you won't. It's a phone that only Colin has. It's like his special bat phone. Bailey comes into Middleton. Just nips back in. All deflects away into the offside. And there's no run. Colin is the... he's not just some random that's straight into the commentary box. He's allegedly in charge of the production. You're going to have to explain to me later on. I don't really understand what I'm looking at. Right. There's Bailey. Sets off again. And balls to Middleton. That's edged down through the gap between second slip and third slip and down towards the boundary. It's gone for 4. I need to do an update.
Sure. I mean, I didn't hear what was said, but is it, if he puts a finger on one of those screens, it then turns up on the monitor? No, it's not as good as that. Oh, so don't bother. Yeah, don't bother with it then. Right. I thought there was something worth talking about, but clearly not. 42 for 1. Middleton's on 16, Gubbins on 15, and Tom Bailey's returned to this media end, the commentary end, and already got one to bounce and nip back in this over. He does tend to hit the deck a little harder than the other bowlers, and that's a good length ball which is squeezed out on the leg side, and Middleton picks up a single, moves on to 17, 43 for 1. We actually established that it was a load of rubbish on his screen.
Was it?
Yeah,
okay.
It was,
right.
I thought it was something really good. And I was just about to launch into it and say, wow, what a super duper thing he's showing there. And it apparently didn't do that at all, so I just waved him away.
Just I don't know what he's doing in there. He obviously got nothing else to do.
We need to lock that door.
It's not a bad shout, actually.
He just wanders in here like he owns the place.
He wanders around the whole ground like he owns the place, to be fair. I actually think he could just kind of run it in a way.
I'll do this one.
Okay.
Bailey's round the wicket to Gubbins, and Gubbins leaves alone. Again, he's testing Gubbins, isn't he? A few inches outside the off stump, saying, go on then. And Gubbins has, as he did in Bailey's first spell from the pavilion end, saying, nope, I'm not having any of that. One drive he went for, which was a thick outside edge, and I think Gubbins has learned that, no, I'm not, in this early stage of this game, I'm not going to risk that again. Now, I'm just looking at this email from Ralph Brooker again, who's in France. solencecricket@gmail.com. Some work going on somewhere. Just heard a banging sound. That's a little wide of the off stump. Gubbins certainly isn't playing at that one. 43 for 1. Ralph says, hi, Kevin Scott. The voice of the Red Rose Reed. So there you are. Look, there's lots of supporters out there for you, Scott. I'm following the Hampshire game, but I'm amazed how many top-class players Surrey can lose to England and carry on regardless. Pope, Atkinson, Jamie to the man of Bourne Smith. That's clearly an in-joke somewhere. Says Ralph. Well, I'm afraid Surrey have been like that for a little while, which is why they are top of the league again.
Yeah.
And on course for their 3rd straight championship victories. They do. They are a very financially... well, they're not a financially challenged club, are they?
No,
they've got a lot of riches.
Yeah, they're the opposite of that, aren't they, really?
Exactly right.
As Balderson comes in and delivers to Middleton, who plays forward in defence, and there's no run. Yeah, they've got plenty of strength in depth of Surrey. He's done a great job there, hasn't he, Alex Stewart, now for 10 years or so, director of cricket. Put together a pretty formidable looking squad, haven't they? Take some catching. Clipped away by Middleton out towards the leg side. There's a couple of Lancashire players throwing themselves around to try and stop it. One got underneath the body of Williams, and I think that's Bohannon that's come across from mid-on to eventually catch up with it. He did. And they run the single, 44 for 1.
He's been smiling a lot, Josh Bohannon, hasn't he?
Really, yeah. Good to see, isn't it, really? You want to see people enjoying it. Otherwise, what's the point?
Well, it's a long 4 days otherwise, isn't it?
Balderson in, as left by Gubbins, through to the keeper. There's no run. I'm in a slightly morose mood today, I think.
Are you?
I don't know. I keep feeling philosophical about things today.
Meaning? What, in Lancashire's plight?
Well, I don't know. Maybe it's just been a...
Half announcing that you were looking for other opportunities?
I'm not so certain I did that, but maybe I did. I'd have to listen back to it. 44 for 1. Balderson in, driven away by Gubbins. Gathered by Bohannon at mid-off. There's no run. I reckon it's a lack of sleep. It's the M6 that did it for me. It's the thought of rather being on the M6 than watching Wolves versus Burnley. That's what's tipped me over the edge.
I know. Well, I do worry that your days at Burnley are numbered.
I think they are. I think they're done for, aren't they? Yeah.
This will be your only job left.
And the season's almost finished.
Yeah, so you better not, fall out with people here.
No. Like Scott Parker, he's a lovely fella. Balderson in, edged by Gubbins, flashed away from Jennings at second slip, down towards the boundary. It's gone for 4. Hampshire edging towards the 50 mark, 48 for 1.
It's another good delivery, isn't it? It's a good line. Asking questions at the batter. I think Lancashire bowled quite well this morning. Maybe it's not done quite as much as they would have thought. It's done a little bit. I think Hampshire batted well this morning. Well, Albert was a little unlucky. It was just a very good ball from Aspinwall, which got the edge.
Final ball of the over. Balderson from around the wicket. Calmly defended by Gubbins. Nifty footwork that by Bailey to flick it up from the outside of his right boot and catch it. End of the over. 17 overs gone, so 48 for 1. Middleton on 18 and Gubbins on 19.
It looks a good pitch. Does look a good pitch. You expect the ball to do a little bit early on. Maybe not quite as much as if it had been a Duke's ball. That might have been more interesting. But there has been some movement with the Kookaburra. And I think on the whole, Hampshire's technique, the 3 batters we've seen, has been pretty good so far this morning. 48 for 1, hour and 10 minutes into play. As Bailey runs away from us. Bowls. Length ball to Middleton, who's slightly opened out. As he pushes that up to Bohannon.
Should we have a little look around the grounds? See what's happening elsewhere? Because the Essex-Worcestershire match kind of caught my eye. I've just seen their score flash up. Essex are 50 for 5.
On their home ground?
No, Chelmsford. Games at Essex this week. Worcestershire 50 for 5.
Oh, Worcestershire,
Did I say Essex?
sorry.
Sorry. Worcestershire 50 for 5.
That's a length ball played up to mid-on.
Yeah, so they've lost Roderick and Libby and Kashif Ali and Rob Jones and Adam Hose. 50 for 5 Worcestershire at Essex batting first. 15 overs gone.
Well, and having worked hard to beat Kent, I think, last week, didn't they? That was the bottom 2, wasn't it?
It was a big win for them, wasn't it, last week?
Yeah.
Got them up above Lancashire and Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire.
Yeah. Ooh-ah. Difficult ground, Chelmsford, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here's Bailey again. Middleton again works that up to mid-on. Aya Fields.
Elsewhere, Somerset are taking on Durham in Taunton this week. Somerset 72 for 3. Batting first. And I've lost Andy Umeed, Lewis Goldsworthy and Tom Lambenby. So 73 for 3 Somerset against Durham. Warwickshire Kent to Edgbaston Kent 60 for 3 after 16 overs.
Warwickshire still haven't won a game this season.
They haven't. No.
Middleton push drives that up to mid-off.
And Surrey are at Nottinghamshire. Surrey are batting first. Dom Sibley the man out. Surrey 51 for 1 in the 18th over. So the Division 1 games this week. Somerset, Durham, Warwickshire, Kent, Essex, Worcestershire and Nottinghamshire against Surrey. Test match underway too. England batting first, 65 for 2 against Sri Lanka at Lord's.
Who's out there?
Dan Lawrence for 9 and Ollie Pope for 1.
Captaincy's not agreeing with his batting at the moment, is it? Bailey bowls. Middleton plays that out in towards the covers. Interesting, Jordan Cox got 100 last week because he was left out of the squad, wasn't he, for the game here, and joined up with Essex. I have to say, he looks a good player with the bat. My word, he looks a good player. I think there's a feeling that Dan Lawrence has got a couple of games, hasn't he, because he's been in and around the England side for a while and perhaps was the next one to have an opportunity. But I tell you what, Jordan Cox, that guy's got to be playing shortly for England, that's for sure. What a batter that guy is. I think he got his 4th or 5th 100 against us in the season last week. just played really well. There's a man going out deep on the leg side. Are we going to get some short pitch bowling now from Bailey? Is he going to try a different way of attacking the batters? Comes in again and bowls. That's a length ball. Oh, he's turned round. Here's Fletcher Middleton trying to play that onto the onside, and in the end the ball's gone harmlessly along the ground out into the covers, but certainly not where he was aiming. 48 for 1, and we've had 18 overs.
Division 2 games this week. Glamorgan against Leicestershire. With Leicestershire 50 for 2. Yorkshire taking on Middlesex. Yorkshire 76 for 1. Sussex, who lost against Yorkshire last week at Scarborough, taking on Derbyshire. 92 without loss. Sussex batting first, and Gloucestershire 53 for 4. They're at home to Northamptonshire this week. Here comes Balderson. It's defended by Gubbins. Tom Hartley comes up from third slip to field, and there's no run, so everyone's playing. Right at the end of August, everyone started on time in this round of championship matches. The battle at the bottom, the race for the title, and the push for promotion from Division 2. Could be a good finish actually in September. Get good weather. Could be an interesting end. Left by Gubbins as Balderson comes in through to Hurst. No run.
Yeah, I think we're all hoping for Sussex to come up on the south coast. Sort of 4 days in Brighton.
Yeah,
be nice. Haven't done that for a while.
Everyone wants to play Sussex, don't they?
They do. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a long time since we had a 4-day game there.
Yeah. There's Balderson from around the wicket, bowls driven away by Gubbins. Picked up at mid-off, and there's no run. Well, they, as it stands, they're still top, but that result last week means it's pretty tight between Sussex, who are top, Middlesex, who are second, and Yorkshire, who are third. 9 points is the difference between Sussex top and Yorkshire third. So
I was looking at the number of wins.
Balderson's in. That's driven off the back foot by Gubbins, and it's a good stop by Bohannon. Oh, I hope he's not hurt himself there. It looks like he's landed pretty awkwardly.
Oh, that's hurt.
You know, he's clutching his hand or his finger or his wrist. Oh, you can see the divot that's been churned up because of that heavy fall by Bohannon. Well, he's a tough cookie, Josh Bohannon. This must be hurting for him to stay down like this.
Is it thumb?
I don't know. It's difficult to tell. At first, I thought it was. Maybe he did catch his finger or his thumb or something in the turf. Sam Byrne is the Lancashire physio. He's heading out to assess the damage.
It's almost like he couldn't get his hands around the ball, doesn't it? It's sort of. He was at an angle that was difficult to get the hands behind the ball. Fortunately, it looks. Oh no, it's wrong. Oh, it's one of the fingers. Painful.
Here we go.
Oh, was it his finger stuck in the turf?
It could have been. Yeah, it could have been.
Either way, not nice. Yeah, I was just looking at the Division 2 table. Interesting, isn't it? Sussex have won a few, and Middlesex are up there. But you look at the teams from 4 down; they've hardly won a game.
Yeah, haven't they? Yeah. I mean, between Leicestershire, Gloucestershire, Glamorgan, Derbyshire, and Northamptonshire, they've only won 4 matches between all 5 of them.
So there's definitely a sort of a hierarchy there of teams, isn't there? And the others.
Sussex 5 wins from 10, Middlesex 4 from 10, Yorkshire 3 from 10.
And the others 1.
The others all got 1 each, yeah, apart from Northants, who've not won a game.
So would you deserve to go up at this stage of the season, only having won 1 game?
So yeah, it's an interesting race for promotion back into Division 1. Still trying to shake it off a bit here, isn't he, Josh Bohannon?
Yeah, you don't need him struggling, do you, for the rest of this match?
No. Take a painkiller.
Clearly a bit of a problem. He's taking a painkiller by the looks of it. It's such a spongy outfield, isn't it, with all the rain and that you don't get much of a slide. Sometimes when you get rain recently, like on the morning today, you can slide around, but this feels like everything sticks in the turf. It's very spongy. Anyway, it looks like we're just about to get back underway.
And it looks like he's okay. He's not gone off, has he, for any kind of extra attention. 48 for 1. Balderson to Gubbins. Just calmly playing forward and just defends back down the pitch to Balderson. And there's no run.
I love the little red cuffs on the Lancashire sleeves. Obviously, there's either a short sleeve like there, Balderson, or Bohannon had obviously longer sleeves. Look at that. Look. Isn't that pretty?
Nice. Here comes Balderson from around the wicket to Gubbins. And that's left and through to the gloves of Matthew Hurst. And that is the end of the over. It's a maiden for George Balderson. 48 for 1 with Nick Gubbins on 19, Fletcher Middleton on 18. And we've got an hour and 20 minutes of play this morning. And I think Camp should be pretty pleased so far with how things have gone.
Definitely. Definitely. And having mentioned the Lancashire fielders, I've only just noticed that the Hampshire shirts have got a little, what would you call that?
A little band around the sleeve.
Yeah. I mean, that's obviously, that's a standout colour.
Yes.
For Lancashire. You can see that on Tom Bailey on the live picture feed.
What the Hampshire boys got?
The Hampshire boys got a darker.
You just noticed it?
I've not noticed that
You've
before.
been watching it all season.
I know. It's ridiculous. I'll tell you what I did do earlier. Here's Bailey. Length ball to Middleton, who just pushes it out into the covers. There was a benefit game for Chris Wood, you know, the left-arm seamer, who only plays white ball cricket for Hampshire, or mainly T20. And he had he's having a testimonial year. And they were playing a game a few weeks ago on a Sunday against St Cross, a local team in Winchester. Just to, raise a few quid and what have you. And they said, Kev, would you go on the mic and just sort of introduce the players and, things like that, say what the wickets are and what have you, and generally try and sort of beef the day up, I think was the phrase.
Were you first pick for this job?
Well, obviously not. Middleton's on the front foot, it's pushed out towards extra cover. They must have asked a few others.
Yeah.
Anyway, and I mean, how many years have I been doing this? And a certain person walked out into the middle and I was describing who it was and stats, just to build it up and that sort of thing. And literally,
you did some research
the whole time. Well, no, not really. It was off the top of my head, but I just sort of, and literally the player walked from the pavilion to almost at the middle of the wicket, and a couple of people giggled as I was saying who it was, and I thought, why are they giggling? I haven't said anything funny. And I'd been introducing Felix Organ as James Vince. Here comes Bailey, that's driven up to mid-on, and you think, how on earth can I get that wrong after all these years? Ridiculous, isn't it? There you go.
How did you get out of that one?
Well, what I said was, obviously it's a lot easier when you've got picture feeds in front of you and close-ups, and what have you, and all sorts of stats.
The lack of tools.
Yeah, and the scoreboard.
Yeah.
But when you've got nothing, and I was, to be fair, I was at a bit of a distance away from the pavilion, so that didn't help. But yeah, it was quite embarrassing, actually. Oh. So I've been drafted in off the street.
Well, you had.
So who's this bloke? So who's this bloke? I don't know what he's talking about. More than normal. 48 for 1. Here's Bailey. Into Middleton. And, ooh, that's nipped back as an inside edge for me onto the pad, even though the shout continues. Umpire Ben Debenham says no. I thought that was a pretty big inside edge for me, but let's watch this one. That's nipped back, isn't it? Looks like a deflection, doesn't it? Off the inside. It's good delivery, that's for sure. Yeah, just watching Tom Bailey there. It didn't look as though he was. In fact, he looked like he joined in at the end. Not really convinced. Obviously, the players behind the batter maybe didn't see that inside edge. Good delivery nevertheless. Bailey in once more. Middleton plays that late towards backward of point. It's been economical this morning, Tom Bailey, into his 8th over, none for 10. He's brought a couple of good deliveries, which maybe on another day might have picked him up a wicket or two, but nothing as yet. On for a maiden here, 48 for 1 in the 20th over, 1 ball left of it. The sunshine comes out again. Do you know what? When I walked in, the first thing I noticed in this ground was to the right, because that's been a building site here for a few years. And there's another hotel. Another one.
Yeah.
Wow. 2 hotels on the ground. Bailey bowls, and it's pushed up towards mid-on Aya Fields. End of the over. Middleton has 18, Gubbins 19.
Of course, because last season this game was at Southport, wasn't it? So yeah, you wouldn't have been here for a little while. Yeah, the second hotel. That was presumably the last time you were here. They were in the middle of
it was
building
just a building site. I don't think there was even a floor built.
Right, okay, right.
So what's that hotel called?
Well, I don't think it has a name.
Well, it's just the hotel.
Well, it's a Hilton. It's the same as the other one.
That's another Hilton.
It's another Hilton, yeah, but it's not called Bob or anything like that. You know?
The Hilton Bob. It's quite impressive, though, isn't it?
Yes, that one's square on. That's grey.
Yeah.
And the original hotel is the red box. This one's a grey hotel. 48 for 1. Balderson over the wicket, left by Gubbins, through to Hurst, no run. So yeah, and they're connected together. There's a walkway between one and the other. You see it kind of just behind the back of the white seat. That little.
Oh, so it's the same hotel.
It's the same hotel, yeah. I think if you stay, I don't know. I've not stayed in the hotel, but I think if you stay in the new hotel, you kind of walk through that walkway.
Yeah.
To get to reception and to the bar and that type of thing.
Yeah.
Balderson in, driven by Gubbins to mid-off, and there's no run. So yeah, they're connected. It's just an extension of the first hotel.
Wow.
And there's some building work going on beyond that, near where the old Kellogg's building used to be, the University Academy building. There's something being built there. That's nothing. I don't think that's anything to do with Lancashire. That's kind of on the other side of the road, but there's got like 4 cranes, haven't we?
Yeah.
Peering up just beyond the hotel. It's angled across Gubbins. Almost finds the outside edge. Just tucks the bat inside the line. Through to Hurst, no run.
It's made a difference. Well, you know, when I first walked in, I thought, whoa, you know, that's sort of nicely, not enclosed the ground because it's a big ground, but it's nicely framed it.
I think that's the last of the development work.
Is it?
And that second hotel is the last piece. Again, Gubbins off the front foot in defence. Defends up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Of course, that stand on the opposite side, which does help fill the ground in, that does get dismantled, as we've touched on before. That's not there all the time.
Why do they just not build a stand there?
Well, because when they've got concerts here, they quite like to put the stage there, so it's not on the outfield. I mean, there might be more important reasons than that behind it, but I think that is part.
Great.
Balderson in, edged. Oh, that may have just bounced in front of Tom Hartley, who's got a cross. Second slip. Didn't go at it too hard, Gubbins. Ball in the end steered down into the ground. Yeah, low down, bouncing well in front of Hartley.
Just nipped away a fraction, didn't it, on Gubbins when it bounced? It's bowled well here, Balderson. Quietly bowled well.
Final ball of his 6th over from the James Anderson end. Into Gubbins. He's appealing for an LBW there is Balderson as Gubbins shapes to work it away to mid-wicket. Shake of the head by the umpire. End of an over from Balderson. A maiden for him, his second. Just a little over half an hour left before we get to the lunch break. 48 for 2. Gubbins on 19. And Middleton beaten on 18.
Yeah, my first thought was that probably pitched outside leg stump. Just the way Gubbins was shaping to play that away. Not sure we're going to get a replay of that, but even so. There's Colin when you need him. He's here when you don't need him. Here comes Bailey. Running away from us and bowls. Middleton tucks it away from fairly straight. They should pick up 2 as it goes. Oh no, it's a good bit of fielding. That looked like it was going to be 2 initially, and fielder coming in from, well, not even fine leg. Was on it quickly. Now here's the replay again, and yeah, it's pitching well outside leg stump, isn't it? There we go. Collins back from his tea break. Just in time. 49 for 1 Hampshire. They've been made to work hard this morning. There's been some good Lancashire bowling all round. Here's Bailey again then. Ooh, that's close to the off stump, but again, that's a good leave. The ball hasn't moved enough for that to be a problem leave. It's a good line, and he's getting the ball maybe even to just come back a fraction, but it's enough wide of the off stump for Gubbins to leave that alone. Again, a Duke's ball. This might be a bit more of a risky leave, but I think on what we've seen this morning, anything that's a good 3 or 4 inches outside the off stump, you can leave that without worrying too much. Bailey still has the 3 slips waiting behind the wicket. That's straighter. Gubbins plays that nicely off the back foot up to mid-on. It's been, I think the mark of how well Lancashire have bowled is that there hasn't been too much go square. You're going to get some balls that go square, of course you will, but generally the batters have been able, have really had to hit the ball fairly straight, and you can set a field to that, which is why we haven't had too many runs this morning. Got an email here from Vernon Cope, sonancricket@gmail.com. He's in Carnforth in Lancashire.
Yep.
You know where that is?
I do.
That is near?
It's kind of north of Preston.
Okay. Here's Bailey again, past the umpire. See, that's nip back, but still wide enough for Gubbins to leave alone. It's good batting from Gubbins. Good afternoon, chaps, says Vernon. Are there any cricket statisticians close to hand who could check this out? I hope Dave Allen's listening, or maybe 1 or 2 others. On the 28th of September 2022, Lancashire won a county championship match at Old Trafford against Surrey on the 3rd day by an innings and 130. Since then, I believe that Lancashire's subsequent county championship match number of wins at Old Trafford is close to 0. Indeed, may well be 0. Bailey again. In, and that's straighter, so Gubbins does play at that one. And there's no run. Lancashire have had county championship home match wins, but at Southport and Blackpool. So he's saying the last time that Lancashire have won a championship match here, September 2022. So nothing. You said that, didn't
yeah,
they? They didn't
nobody
win one
won
here
last year. No.
So there wasn't a win for either side?
Nope.
Wow. And obviously Lancashire haven't won here this year, so you probably are right, actually, Vernon. I don't think we need to get any statisticians in. I think we've worked that out already.
Yep, that will be correct. Yep.
Which is a while. Mind you, the pitches here tend to be very good, don't they?
They do.
Which again doesn't help. Sometimes you want your home pitch just to do enough that you get a result. Day 4 ideally. Now, change of field. There's going to be a leg slip in for Gubbins, which suggests that Hartley may go a little straighter now. Try and make Gubbins play a little more. Just tighten that line up a fraction. Or maybe there might be a couple of short balls coming. Here comes Bailey, bowls. That's wide off stump. Hasn't quite got that one right. And he looks up to the heavens. Knows that wasn't right at all, that one. 49 for 1, 22 overs gone.
It's been hard going to try and find 4-day wins here. Often over the course of the last few years, I've got to the back end of a 4th day and thought, well, if we had a 5th, it would turn into a really, really good game of cricket and you get a good finish. But it's been some dramatic kind of late 4th day wins, but the bowling sides out twice across 4 days, especially if you do have a bit of weather around, is a pretty tricky task. 49 for 1. It's driven down the ground by Middleton. Lovely shot. Almost arrow straight towards that long on boundary. Venkatesh Iyer will catch up with it. Must be a pretty slow outfield. They hurry back for 3 in the end. Nice shot for 3, but slowed down again as it got towards the edge of the outfield. Brings up the 50 that for Hampshire. 52 for 1.
That was struck well enough to be a boundary, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
That came off the bat and it went past the bowler. You thought, yeah, that's going.
Yep. In comes Balderson over the wicket, and defended by Gubbins. And there's no run. Lancashire's wins this season in the division have been 1 at home and 1 away, but the home victory was at Blackpool against Durham. The away win coming in Canterbury. Here comes Balderson, driven again. This is enough to reach the boundary, out through the offside, just about skips away from the reach of Tom Aspinwall. 4 runs for Gubbins, 56 for 1 now.
My guess is that I'm not sure the outfield's been cut this morning. I didn't see any. I wasn't here that early. I was here early enough, but I suppose with the rain yesterday, this outfield may not have been cut for a couple of days at least.
Certainly it feels to be on the little bit of the slow side, doesn't it, the outfield? Gubbins moves on to 23 not out. Balderson, he's back in. And Gubbins defends once again, and there's no run. So into the 23rd over. 25 minutes remaining of the morning session. Lancashire probing away for another breakthrough before lunch. Balderson shuffles back in. And Gubbins again defends, just nudges the ball away to mid-wicket. Luke Wells fields and there's no run.
Well, I think it's fairly certain we're going to see Tom Hartley for an over or 2, aren't we, before lunch, just to see, say, Hampshire feel that this wicket will turn a bit at some stage. They were contemplating playing 2 spinners. Felix Organ to complement Liam Dawson. In the end, Liam Dawson could bowl a lot of overs himself.
Around the wicket this time to Gubbins, who can just lean forward and defends. Ball bounces up towards Bohannon. It looks like he's fully recovered from a hand or finger problem, which is good to see. End of the over. 7 coming off it. The 3 that looked like it had enough to reach the rope before, and then eventually a ball later, that square drive by Gubbins. It's 56 for 1. Gubbins on 23 and Middleton on 22.
Email here from Steve Jenkin, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, enjoying the commentary today and really appreciate the banter, but also the fairness to both sides. Question for Scott. Can't wait. Here it comes. The more you can put Scott on the spot, the better. As that's pushed up to mid-on. Start of a new over from Tom Bailey. It's Fletcher Middleton facing. Scott, last season the Roses match was televised, and George Bell was highlighted as a really good prospect, both batting and keeping wicket. This season at the Utilita Bowl, Bell was run out for 99. Yes, I remember that, wasn't he? He was absolutely distraught. It was a direct hit, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
But didn't keep wicket, nor is he today. Matty Hurst seems to be the first choice in the Championship. Any thoughts on the strengths and weaknesses of Bell and Hurst?
Yeah, Hurst certainly has got the gloves. He's the #1 pick at the minute. Not short of wicket-keeping options on Lancashire, to be fair.
Bailey to Middleton again. Length ball. Middleton plays that into the ground. Another good length.
But you clearly see Hurst as being, if it's a direct choice between those two, as Hurst has been the preferred wicket-keeper. Bell's been a little bit in and out of the side, but comes back into the team this week. That was his standout performance of the season, really, that knock at Hampshire. It was unfortunate, wasn't it? It was a bit of a yes-no about it, wasn't it, for the run-out. Run out on 99, but good young player, George Bell, who has only recently broken into the side in the last couple of years. He's not played that much first-class cricket.
Bailey to Middleton. Middleton works that out towards wide mid-on. Not strong enough to find the gap. Yeah, he's looking for his first 100. You could kind of understand why he was a little bit
he's gutted, wasn't he?
keen, wasn't he, to get the 3 figures.
I spoke to him after the match down there, actually, when he was run out on 99. He spoke really well. He's a very good talker, George, and he said all the usual things about, you know, it's good to have got there and I can learn from it, and when I'm in this position again, hopefully I can go one better and all that type of thing. But it must have been a horrible feeling for him.
Yeah.
But he's a good young player. Just a little bit in and out, but not the only one this year.
Again, it's a good length to Middleton, giving him absolutely nothing to thread into gaps. Keep the scoreboard ticking along. Middleton's 22 from 53 now.
Lancashire were hoping, well, Dale Benkinson said last week to me at Surrey that they wanted Phil Salt to play, and Phil Salt wanted to play last week, and I think he quite fancied playing this week, but you know, England have a say, don't they? And I think he's had a slight back problem or something, and obviously not wanting to risk him, but Dale Benkinson said that Phil Salt wanted to play last week and was keen to play again this week.
Well,
but not available.
Hampshire's gained that one. That's an edge which is hit into the ground and well fielded in the gully area, because he got 100 at Southport last year.
He did, didn't he? Yeah.
So quick 100.
That might have been his last. Might have been his last championship match. That I'd have to take a look at it, but that might have been the last time he played in the championship. He's not played this season, and with the amount of international cricket around, his last first-class appearance. Let's take a look.
Again, the fielder drops out to deep square leg. Again, Bailey has a quick chat with Bohannon at mid-off. There's another one going out on the leg side now. Leg slip, which would suggest there is going to be a short ball here somewhere.
He played in the championship match here in September, actually.
Oh, right. Again, it's just got a little overcast as we head towards the lunch break, as Bailey comes in. Bowls to Middleton. That's a length ball. Middleton works that into the gap. I don't think there'll be more than one, as Tom Aspinwall comes in from the deep. Middleton will keep the strike, and he moves on to 23, and it's 57 for 1 Hampshire.
George Bell was out for 91 in that match, actually, that Phil Salt played in last year, so it's twice he's been out in the 90s as George Bell. But I think that was another point he mentioned, that George Balderson, I think, had been out 3 times in the 90s before going on to get his first century, so I suppose it's all part of that
yeah.
process,
it's a nervy time. It's a big milestone.
Talk us through it, Kevin.
That's a long time ago.
You remember it like you.
Well, do you know what? Funny enough, it's. I did say at the start, the only reason I knew this was Liam Dawson's 200th first-class game, although it's his 194th for Hampshire.
As Balderson starts again, it's flicked away off the hip. 50 partnership coming up at the back end of that previous over between Middleton and Gubbins, and that single takes it down to 51 between these two. 58 for 1 now. And
Adi Bill, the Hampshire head coach, I was talking to him before the start of the game out there in the middle and that, and he was saying, you know, did you know it was Dawson? And I said, no, I didn't, but I knew it was his 194th. He said, well, if you add the others in, I said, great. And he said, they were looking up people that have played over 200 games for Hampshire, and he shook my hand and said, congratulations. Now, he knows I play, but he doesn't know too many ins and outs, and why should he?
Balderson to Gubbins, who defends no run.
And then I said, well, did you know I actually got some runs on this ground? He said, yeah, he did know that. So they've obviously been looking at some stats and just come across me, and because I do this, they probably thought, oh, we'll have a look. Yeah. Well, I did get a 90 here, a long time ago, when the wicket was the other way around.
Yep.
And I didn't get many runs here, but the wicket is a good one to bat on here, because it's so hard. You know, the soil here is like concrete, isn't it?
Balderson to Gubbins, it's fallen driven. He picks out Bohannon at mid-off, and there's no run.
And if you really get the right wicket and the right conditions, you know, the ball hits the deck and it really does make a noise as it hits the deck, and then equally so off the bat. And this particular day, the stars aligned in that, and I remember it's one of the most enjoyable innings I played, because I enjoyed the ball hitting the deck and hitting it hard, and then hitting the bat. And when you get in and you feel good, it's a great feeling.
Balderson to Gubbins. He's forward and defends, and there's no run.
I know I've told this story before, but I opened the bat. I can't remember why I opened the bat in here. We must have been somebody short for somewhere. And I didn't have a bat. I think I'd broken my bat the game before, and I had another one, but I didn't like it, so I borrowed Robin Smith's. And of course, it was thicker and heavier, and I thought, well, I'm not sure if I really want to use it.
Balderson to Gubbins, dabbed away out towards point, and there's no run.
You know, because I wasn't as strong as him, I used something a bit lighter, so I was used to anyway. I used it in the nets, and he said, "Go on, use it." And I said, "Oh," all right, go on then. And I did find that actually on this particular wicket, you know, in those conditions, that I literally just touched the ball and it absolutely flew off. And I thought, none of my bats do this. But what I had to do was, because it was a different make of bat, I had to take all the stickers off.
Here comes Balderson to complete the over. Gubbins turns it out to the leg side this time, to short mid-wicket where Wells fields. And there's no run, just a single coming off that. Balderson over 58 for 1.
And I got 90 odd.
Yeah.
I didn't get 100, a bit like George Bell there on that particular day. Got out in the 90s. And my bat company saw a picture of me batting in that game.
But without
and called me without the stickers. They said, "What's going on?" And I thought, because I didn't get pictures, you know, in those days many times. It was always, you know, the star players at Hampshire, not me. But this one particular game, and the bat company phoned me and said, "What are you doing?
What's going on?"
I said, "Look, I'm really sorry." They were all right about it.
So what year would that be?
90, early 90s, I think. You try and look it up.
Yeah.
Danny Morrison was the overseas player that year for Lancashire. Let me have a look. We have got some spin.
Yeah, Tom Hartley. So you could have a little go before lunch.
Bit of left arm spin. The 26-year-old who was thrust into the England scene, wasn't he, last winter, wasn't it, against India?
It was, yeah.
Here he is then. He's got a short leg in for Middleton. That's short outside the off stump, and he's got some insurance out on the offside, probably just for that sort of loosener. And Middleton only gets one. He might have hoped for a few more.
I've got your scorecard here.
Have you found it?
Yeah. He got 98.
Was it 98?
Yeah. Court Hegg bowled Martin.
Peter Martin. Tall blonde-haired seaman.
Yep. So Fletcher's dad was playing in the game.
Yes.
So he opened the batting with him.
Oh, did I? Yeah, I couldn't remember.
Opened the batting with Tony Middleton. Robin Smith made 34.
Set turned away on the onside by Gubbins. Yeah, he had many bats, so he was. It wasn't like we passed each other the same bat.
There you go.
So, yeah, I can't remember that. So how many we got?
349
for 5 declared. Okay. Did Malcolm Marshall play in that game? Did he?
He did.
It's played out on the onside. Gubbins picks up a single.
So there was 98 to you, 73 to Middleton, 74 to Gower, 34 to Smith.
Okay.
349 for 5 declared. 2 wickets for Martin.
Danny Morrison didn't get a wicket. Ronnie Irani. Beauty he was. That's played back to the bowler.
Mike Watkinson picked up 1 for 66. Ian Austin 1 for 41. And then Lancashire's first innings in reply. Atherton got 13. But Graham Lloyd, 102 not out.
Oh. That's played out on the onside by Middleton towards mid-wicket, no run.
And we just saw Warren Hegg, didn't we, on the live stream a few minutes ago. He got 80. He was an LBW victim to Sean Udell.
So what was that, 300?
322 for 6 declared.
Okay. Obviously a good wicket, wasn't it? Now, not quite runs again because it's hit to mid-wicket, and good bowling, good fielding by Aspinall.
Kevin Shine, 5 for 58.
Oh, yeah.
And then second innings, he opened the batting again. He got 24. And Middleton got 138 not out. Mark Nicholas got 45. 316 for 4 declared. Good game, this.
It was a flat wicket, I remember.
And then Lancashire second innings, Atherton 52, Titchard 73. 171 all out.
Oh, yes, that was the game Kevin Shine got 8 for.
Shine 8 for 47.
Yes.
And Hampshire win by 172 runs.
Yeah. I mean, funny enough, I'd forgotten the end of that.
Aspinwall returns, replacing Balderson from around the wicket in. That's dabbed away by Gubbins up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, it was one of those. It was. I think we were almost into the last session, and Kevin Shine just went berserk. He was quite a quick bowler in his time. He didn't play lots for Hampshire. He went on to be one of the bowling coaches for England. You might remember. Yeah?
I do. Yeah.
And he's doing the bowling coach's job at Nottinghamshire at the moment. And he bowled quick when he got it right. In fact, he bowled quick anyway, but. This particular session, I think we all thought, no, this is going to be a draw. And then all of a sudden, he just got onto one of those rolls.
Aspinwall into Gubbins. That's punched back down the ground. There's no run. He picked up 8 wickets in 38 balls for Hampshire.
Yeah, the game was going nowhere. Just one of those almost once-in-a-lifetime spells. Yeah, incredible. 1838. Wow.
Yeah.
On a wicket where the batter dominated.
60 for 1 here. Gubbins on 24. Aspinwall in, beats Gubbins. Through it goes to Hurst, who clutches the ball with Gubbins down on one knee, staring back down the pitch. Around the wicket. Almost finding the edge of the bat.
Terrific delivery. Kept a little low, but angled in, straightened. That's not far away, is it? It's a good bowler. He's got something, there's no doubt about it. 20 years old.
Halfway through the first over back of this little spell before lunch. Gubbins drives away through the covers. Bannon will scamper after it. We mentioned the slow outfield, but he's timed that well enough for 4. Nick Gubbins striking the ball cleanly through the covers. Takes him to 28, 64 for 1.
Good balance, Nick Gubbins. Getting his head ahead of the front foot, keeping over the ball. Lovely shot.
Some more stats from that game, as well as that 98. During the course of that innings, you passed 4,500 runs in first-class cricket.
Wow.
In this matchup. Wow. This is a great ground for you, this. There's Aspinwall into Gubbins. It's short and ball out towards the leg side, where Wells will field, and they'll jog back for 2.
Yeah, it's been. I've experienced other things at this ground as well. I remember playing in a game where Wasim Akram was bowling, and I thought, this guy's going to kill me here. If this guy gets it right, you know, sometimes somebody's bowling, it felt like so fast because he had this amazing quick arm that the ball just was suddenly on you from nowhere. And I remember thinking, if this guy gets it exactly right, I'm in trouble here.
66 for 1. It's pulled again by Gubbins down towards fine leg for a single. Takes him to 31. 67 for 1. That's the end of the over with 9 minutes remaining until the lunch break.
I also remember another game here when John Crawley and who's the left-hander became an agent.
Fairbrother.
They put on $1 million partnership together. And it was one of those where we kept going through the bowlers. You know, you bowled a few overs and then came off because we were just trying to find a wicket somehow. And you kept coming back for these spells, and you're thinking, I ain't going to take a wicket. They just made it look easy. He's over the wicket here, Hartley, to Gubbins. There is a slip, and there is a short leg, and there is a man on the drive on the leg side. So yeah, mixed, I think would be fair to say. But I've always enjoyed coming here. I don't know, it's just a nice ground, isn't it? Gubbins comes down the wicket and hoists that high over mid-on. And has that gone all the way? No, not quite, but it's a good shot anyway. A lovely strike there from Nick Gubbins. Putting pressure on Hartley straight away. What year was it in the end?
The one for your 98?
It was 98, was it?
No, hang on.
No.
Sorry. The year you got 98 here.
No full toss driven out to extra cover.
Was in 1992.
Oh, 92.
The season where Fairbrother and Crawley got $1 million.
Well, it felt like it. I think that would have been just, I don't know. Might have been before that. That's pushed back to the bowler, no run.
No, that was 1998.
That was 98.
With Crawley making 239 and Fairbrother 103. And James with figures.
It's pushed up to mid-off.
23 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 88.
Yeah. I think I got Crawley in the end, didn't I? Did I bowl him in the
end? You did.
And I was actually really surprised. I thought, well, how's that got through? it was one of those where you thought, if I beat the bat, it's a good effort. And then all of a sudden, yeah, that was weird. Oh, dear. It's pushed towards short mid-wicket, and there is no run. So Hampshire 71 for 1 here.
It's a bit of a random trip down memory lane, that, isn't it?
It was a bit, yeah.
I quite like going back to these old scorecards, though.
Yeah, it's fun sometimes. And sometimes people mention on messages and they say, oh, do you remember that time when... Oh, I think, oh, do you know what? I haven't got a clue. But it's like as you get older, and I'm sure people are the same age as me, and probably maybe even a bit younger, will say, yeah, you only remember odd things. You don't remember a lot. You know, and yeah, sometimes I have to look up the scorecards and you think, oh, really? Oh, that happened. Right, OK. I can't remember a thing about it.
Well, Wasim Akram bowled you for 39 in that match. Maybe that's when you thought
that's probably,
you might be coming towards the end.
Killed.
Yeah, finished with 4 for 37. Wasim Akram from 18 overs in that game. Here comes Aspinwall to Middleton. Let's run away down towards third man. And, Rocky Flintoff, whose dad Andrew played in that match we just talked about with that big century with Fairbrother and Crawley. Flintoff played in that game. Well, Rocky Fields now 72 for 1 with 5 minutes remaining before we get to the lunch break.
He so looks like his dad from here, doesn't he?
Wait till you watch him bat.
Yeah, well, I did. I remember I said that in the 50 over thing.
Oh, you watched him, though, didn't you?
I remember saying,
yeah,
I thought, he just looks like his dad. It's incredible.
Third slip is being relocated to mid-wicket, so it's Bell and Jennings are 2 slip fielders now. Hartley's at short mid-wicket. Flintoff's at fine leg. There's a deep mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover, and backward point. Gubbins on 35. Here's Tom Aspinwall for Lancashire from around the wicket, in and bowls, and defended by Gubbins. One bounce back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Well, as we get towards lunch, can I quickly mention this? It's a slightly different subject. Harry has emailed suncricket@gmail.com. He says, you mentioned earlier about Warwickshire have got no wins in Division 1, but Lancashire have 2. How come Warwickshire are ahead in the table? They have a few more bonus points, but even so. I think it's just the way it is, isn't it?
Well, they'd have drawn more matches, would they, I guess?
I would have thought so.
Aspinwall comes in, bowls short and wide and cut away by Gubbins. That'll be 4 out towards the point boundary. And the score moves on to 76 for 1. Just a little bit of width there for him to work with. Cut away for 4. Yeah, Warwickshire have got 7 draws to Lancashire's 4. They've also got more batting bonus points and more bowling bonus points than Lancashire. So with the draws and the extra additional bonus points is the reason why they're above Lancashire, even though Lancashire have won 2 matches compared to Warwickshire's 0. But there's not much in there. I mentioned before, Worcestershire, who were 6th, and Lancashire, who were 9th. Worcestershire have 114 points and Lancashire 103, so 11 points between the stack of teams. Worcestershire, Warwickshire, Nottinghamshire, Lancashire.
Fighting it out.
Yeah. Defended by Gubbins. Bounces up towards mid-off where Josh Bohannon fields, and there's no run.
I think it'll take a miracle for Kent now to...
Yeah. I think that defeat at Worcestershire feels like it pretty much shuts the door, doesn't it, even with 5 games left.
Well, hopefully we'll try and do you a favour next week at Canterbury.
That'd be nice. 76 for 1. Aspinwall to Gubbins. It's defended again. A quick single. They've run well, these two. When the chance has been there just to steal a quick single, they've both been pretty alert to it. And another example of it there. 77 for 1 now. There's 1 ball left of the over, and it's 2 minutes to 1, so there might be time for one more Tom Hartley over yet. Despite fielding positions all changing, with Middleton coming back on strike. Left-hand, right-hand combination. Right-handers on strike here with a forward short leg. There's a deep square leg and a fine leg, plus the 2 slips. Short third, cover mid-off and a mid-on. Here is Aspinwall. Bowls a full-length delivery, and Middleton off the front foot defends. And that will be done for Aspinwall in the morning session. He's gone through 9 overs. Ball very nicely indeed. 1 for 35 from Tom Aspinwall. It looks like there will be time just for 6 more deliveries from left arm spin of Tom Hartley. 77 for 1. Here at Emirates Old Trafford, live on the BBC Sport website and app, and on Lancs TV, as we get towards the final few deliveries of the morning session.
There's going to be Gubbins to face. Hartley over the wicket, still got the short leg in. Gubbins is on the back foot, strikes it back to the bowler. Score remains on 77 for 1. Well, it's been a good morning session for Hampshire, I have to say. But I think Lancashire bowled well. I don't think they could have done much more. It's just not quite happened for them. They've bowled tight. Gubbins is forward. I think this Kookaburra ball probably hasn't quite done as much as they would have hoped in this 2-hour session. But I think Hampshire played it right. They really have. They haven't tried to do anything too silly. That's short. Gubbins flicks that away. That'll be 1. Takes Gubbins on to 41, 78 for 1. They've played pretty straight, has to be said. And they have been tested. But maybe not quite enough balls have done anything either in the air or off the seam. Hartley's around the wicket. Middleton off the back foot, steers that into the gap. Well fielded by Bohannon, who was quick there, throws it into the bowler. Showing no effects there of that earlier painful blow on the hand. .79 for 1. 2 balls left of the morning session. Hartley in again over the wicket to Gubbins. That's too short and too straight. Easy for Gubbins to work that away through square. Gets off the mark and moves on to 42. That's 80 for 1 then, Hampshire. And 1 ball is left.
Yeah, pretty good session this, isn't it, for Hampshire, putting to bat by Lancashire. A wicket of Toby Albert. But that's at 7 for 1. These two have batted very nicely together since.
Certainly have. Hartley bowls then, and that's the end of the session as Middleton plays that into the ground. So they have put on 72 for the second wicket. 30 overs have been bowled. Middleton 27 not out. Gubbins 41.
Cheers, Kevin. Yeah, that's lunch. Players are heading off for a bit of lunch. Viewers on Lancs TV, there's your chance to win a signed Venkatesh Iyer shirt. Just follow that QR code for that. And in with a chance of winning that signed shirt. So the players are heading off towards lunch here on this opening day. 80 for 1, Hampshire in their first innings. We'll take a break as well. We'll catch you in about 40 minutes.
'64. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
Again, that's a big hit. It's another monster hit for six. Big shot by Sol. It's into...
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all out action all the time. All are welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. That's ball. Catch. Throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
And all you could do was just glove it, almost getting caught behind the wicket.
20 on the ball for Lancashire Lightning. Scrimshaw to Butler. Ooh, he just drops his hands and the ball goes through towards Brooke Guest. We've had 2.5 overs. What do we think about the pitch so far?
Well, that was a bit spicy. That's definitely shaken Joss Butler up a bit there. That looked like it just went through the top, to be honest. He looked like he was shaping up for something that was around about hip high, and it's almost gone through grill high, but not zipped through. So, yeah, Joss has looked at the wicket, had a bit of a chat with Phil Salt, but that definitely went through the top of the wicket a bit. So they'll be reassessing what they think are good options, I would have thought.
One ball left of the third. I'm going to get you to explain exactly what that means. A very cricketing phrase as Scrimshaw's into Butler. He goes high towards the leg side, up and over mid-on, down towards the boundary. One bounce. It's a soft outfield. It just plugs, and actually almost Hyder Ali there tumbling over and losing his balance. The ball went a mile in the air, hit the grass and didn't move. In the end,
came back past him, I think. He did. Backspinner 9-9 into the green.
They ran 23 without loss after 13. So just describe what you mean for those kind of cricketing supporters that might not know the lingo.
Through the top.
Yeah.
So sometimes on a used wicket, the top, when they roll it, goes quite hard, and if for some reason the wicket's not quite stable there, if a hard ball, when it goes through the top, basically means it's bit in through that top crust along the top, and it's almost like, you know, grabbing something, and just the ball doesn't follow the same trajectory anymore, so it sort of stops a little bit and goes steep on the bounce. And it's very difficult as a batsman because you get so used to the trajectory of the ball. So depending on the bowler's height and stuff, your body will naturally react to when it bounces, with how you think it's going to come back past you at what sort of height. And when you say it goes through the top, it tends to sort of stop and then steep bounce straight up, and that's what that ball did.
Zaman Khan to start over number 4. He's in and bowling. It's terrific action he's got as Butler tries to cut the ball, carving it away through the offside. Out to backward point, and there's no run. It's like Slinger Malinga, isn't it? That
I remember, facing Malinga for the first time, and one of the hardest things was most bowlers. It comes out of the side screen, but when a bowler like Khan and Malinga, it comes out of either the umpire's chest or the umpire's face, and you're not used to that. Seeing the ball coming out of the smiling umpire's face in front of you, it takes you a few seconds to sort of get used to it.
If you're watching here on Lancs TV, have a look at this action from Zaman Khan. In and ball just drops short, and Butler gets a little bottom edge on that on the pull, and it's down towards the boundary for 4 runs, and the score moves on to 27 without loss.
Yeah, good quick hand from Butler there. Not easy once again. That ball actually just stuck in the wicket a little bit. Once again, looked like it went to the top, but he's got such fast hands that he was able just to roll his wrists on it and just help it on his way down the leg side. But not quite sure whether this slingy action is going to be beneficial or not for him.
Here he comes in from the Statham end, balls again, fires one in fuller, but onto the pads of Butler, deflects down towards fine leg. That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. Big shot by Sol. It's into...
Welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary with myself, Paul Allett. And today I'm delighted to have the greatest left-arm quick bowler in the history of the game alongside me. Played for Lancashire for 10 years, has become an adopted Lancastrian and had a wonderful international career with Pakistan. Wasim Akram, welcome along.
Thank you, Alt.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford. Does it still feel a little bit special when you come back
Of course it does.
Manchester?
When I was parking my car, so a lot of memories came rushing back. The playing days, obviously the ground has changed a lot for better. But yeah, every time I come here, last time I was there about 3 years ago when there was a COVID test, so we were in a bubble in the hotel.
Yeah.
But over and all, playing for Lancashire has been the highlight of my cricketing career. You know, I'm writing my book, it's almost ready, it'll be out in November.
Okay.
So a lot of positive stuff of Lancashire. For me, playing for Pakistan and coming to Lancashire was like a little oasis. Everything was comfortable, you guys just played cricket. And we had 3 senior players, Paul Allett, Michael Watkinson, and Graham Fowler. They used to make fun of all the junior players.
It was a tough school at times, I agree.
It was.
But it's great that you hold Lancashire in such reverence and such esteem. But tell us a little bit about how you came to come to Lancashire in the first place, because you were a very raw international cricketer in the late 80s and 88.
Yeah.
You hadn't much experience of Western culture.
None.
I don't think you had much experience of playing over here at all, had you?
Not at all. I think in '86, the great Imran sent me to play league cricket up north in Durham.
Okay.
I played for a club called Burnup Field.
Yes.
Boundary was about 25 yards one side. And it was tough for me, you know, as a kid from Pakistan coming to this weather and this country. But the idea was '87 we were touring. So just get the idea how the wickets work, how the weather works. So I enjoyed it. We used to end up every night at that nightclub on, you know, on the Newcastle River, on a ship.
The River Tyne.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. I bet, and the fog on the Tyne was
and
all
then,
yours.
yes, coming back to your question, 87, I think, or 88, 87, we were playing in Sharjah.
Yeah.
And Neil Fairbrother was playing for England. He got picked up. And Laurie Brown, a physio, great guy, one of the best physios I worked with, great human being too. They got hold of me there. They said, would you like to play for Lancashire? And remember those days, Lancashire, county cricket was, you got to be #1 player in the world. Only one overseas was allowed to play in playing 11, and you can only register 2.
That's right.
So I thought they were talking about Lancashire League. I said, yeah, sure, I'm ready for Lancashire League. They said, no, county. I said, really? So yeah, that was my first experience that I found out.
And you knew nothing about county cricket, presumably?
No idea. None.
Nothing about it?
Nothing about county cricket. I only read about it in Urdu magazines, cricketing Urdu magazines, that's how it works. But when I arrived here, I remember in 1988, but before that in '87, there was a test match here at Old Trafford. And our chairman, Bob Bennett at the time, Lancashire think tank, they got my family here.
Yeah.
For my birthday surprise. They called everyone, my 2 brothers, my younger sister, my dad and mom, to celebrate my birthday here. I think it was on 4th of June, if I remember correctly. But that was the first experience of me of, you know, Lancastrian hospitality.
So the club embraced you right from the word go, and you in turn embraced the club. It was actually David Hughes and Alan Ormrod who were running the cricket department at the time, and they must have been the 2 that instigated your first appearances for
Yes,
for
probably. And I remember both of them, David Hughes, Yoza and Alan, has been a great influence early on as a 20-year-old kid coming from a different culture altogether and mixing up with, you know, Western culture, and they really helped me a lot. Remember the first time we met, we was a Forte Post House in Nottingham. That hotel on the first floor.
Yes.
And Alan told me to come to team meeting at 6 o'clock in the evening, day before the game. I said, okay. He said, it's in the bar. Okay, I said, that's different. I come from
you're not a drinking culture. Yours.
Exactly. But again, you guys, the minute I arrived, walked into that wine at the bar, you guys all shook hand and said, welcome to Lancashire. So that gave me a bit of confidence. And remember, the next day there was a game against Nottingham, and I was sitting in the corner right somewhere, because huge seniors, I don't know if it still happens or not, the senior players, they have their certain spots in each dressing room, and they go and sit there. So you as a junior, you have to wait that everybody is comfortable, then you pick up your spot, if you get a spot.
I remember wandering into a dressing room and somebody, it probably wasn't you, was sitting in where I normally change. I said, listen,
Yeah.
I've been changing
I think
now
it
for
was
15
me.
years.
I think it was
Yeah,
me.
well, I would let you off.
But that's a good culture, though.
Yeah, I suppose it is in a way, although it might be a bit outmoded now.
Yeah, no, probably.
Now then, your rise and appearance in cricket was quite extraordinary because you played very little first-class cricket, if any, in Pakistan.
None.
And you turned up and bowled at the nets.
Yeah, it was a camp
of a Pakistan camp.
It was a camp for 100 kids, young kids, and I did, well for my club, Ludhiana Gymkhana in Pakistan. So they, said this guy is good. So my name was in that in particular camp, and I remember first 4 days there were 100 kids, and including Ramiz Raja, who played a Test cricket by then, one Test, and Mohsin Kamal, another Test cricketer, and top first-class performers were there as well. So nobody gave me the cricket ball to bowl, so I got a bit down, depressed. So I went back to my captain in the club, Sadiq Khan. I said, look, there's no point in me going. I've been standing there for 4 days. He said, no, you go tomorrow. I'll have a word with the camp commander, and he'll give you the ball. So the next day, 3-4 batters to go, he gave me the old ball. I impressed him for some odd reason. Agha Saadat Ali, another late Test cricketer. And then the next day, he gave me the new cherry. And you see, I used to bowl big in-swingers then. And I troubled almost everyone.
To the right-hander?
To the right-hander.
Good ball from a left arm quick. Good ball.
Yeah, so, I impressed everyone there. And then Javed Miandad was the captain of Pakistan squad. So he came to practice. So Gaddafi Stadium is a huge ground.
Yeah.
So one side was our camp and his net was the other side. So he wanted some bowlers. So the camp commander said, you want to bowl at Javed Miandad? I said, what? Javed Miandad? I had a poster of him in my room. I would love to.
Well, one of the best Pakistan batsmen ever.
Ever.
And one of the best in the world.
So I went to bowl at him for a couple of days and he got impressed by me, and then New Zealand was touring Pakistan, and suddenly my name came in to play against New Zealand team, first 3-day game, President 11 versus the New Zealand side in Rawalpindi. I was over the moon, so was my family. Javed Miandad, Sarfaraz Nawaz, Tahir Nakash, all these Test, Ramiz Raja, Salim Malik, all these guys were in the squad. And Javed dropped, I think, Tahir Nakash or Sarfaraz to have me in playing 11. That was my first-class game.
How on earth did you feel playing international cricket from straight out of club cricket? How on earth? Because that would it would cause issues for an awful lot of guys when you were 17, 18?
I was 17.
17.
Yeah, 18.
So how did you feel?
I think
probably too young to
I
even
was
bother
too
about
young
it.
to even bother about. Absolutely spot on. It was blessing in disguise. I didn't know probably half the team of New Zealand. I knew Martin Crowe, Jeff Crowe, Jeff Harwood, John Reed, Jeremy Coney, the big names there, cricketing.
And they were a good team.
Great team at the time.
Yeah.
So I got 7 for 50 in first innings. I don't know how. And second inning, 2 for 50. I was just running in and ball, and I didn't know at the reverse swing at the time, but it was just happening.
I know how.
How?
Because you're a good bowler. But I mean, were you quick? And presumably you were raw then, as you say.
Raw.
You say I don't know how, but you did swing the ball. You swung the new ball, and you had this. You had this very quick arm.
Pindi wicket was like a road. You know how Pakistani flat,
no bounce,
no grass, no bounce. But I've got. I think before lunch I got John Wright caught in second slip, and then from there onwards, just everybody walked in. I would just start bowling full, and everybody was getting leg before bowled. So yeah, I think I was too young and naive. It was blessing in disguise that I didn't know who the players were.
And you didn't have time to worry about it,
no.
Presumably. So what about your development then? Because you're set into the world stage straight away.
Yeah.
And you've got this natural raw talent. Were you allowed just to carry on doing that, or was there some pressure on you to change what you were doing?
Oh, there was no pressure. I had very good mentors in Javed Miandad, and then Mudassar Nazar, who still lives in Manchester.
He does, yeah.
Well-travelled person in India.
Yeah,
well-travelled, who also helped me off the field. And then That was on New Zealand tour. And then Imran was joining us. He was playing for New South Wales. So he was joining us. We were meant to tour to go to tour to Australia for Mini World Cup in 1985, where India, I think, won eventually. India, Pakistan went the finals. So I played, I think my first game was against Windies or against Australia. And I got 5 for 21, first top 5 wickets. Again, just bowling full, no control of the swing. That I learned eventually. But in the beginning, just come and bowl and hit the right areas, and that's what I did. And Imran was standing at mid-on, telling me on every delivery what to do. So that, as a young kid, was a huge confidence. My hero was telling me what to do, and I listened to everything he wanted me to do. And I think that's how I sort of got into the groove of Test cricket.
Was Imran a good teacher, a good mentor? Did he allow you to develop naturally?
Yes.
Or was he dictatorial?
No, he was very easy, whatever I'm comfortable with. But he always wanted me to work hard when I was 17, 18. Those were the trades I've learned from him, Miadat, Mudassar, that, talent can stay for 2-3 years, and the hard work can prolong that talent for another, say, 20 years, 15 years. And I think that's where I have to come back to Lancashire. When I played in 88, I remember getting my first 100 here, first class 100. And in 89, I became the #1 player in the world. That 6 months of county cricket, playing with you guys day in, day out, travelling. And you guys were very helpful. You were helpful as a bowler, our captain, Yoza.
I don't know. It's probably the best compliment that anybody's ever paid me, for you to say that I helped you with your bowling. But I'm flattered. I do remember giving you a real kick up the backside once when you came off because you said your nose was running and you didn't feel very well.
Yeah, I
Tunbridge
remember.
Wells, do you remember?
Yes, I remember. I remember that game as well, Tunbridge Wales. Don't want to play there anymore.
No.
I never liked it there.
So I said, come on, this is hard work. Bowling is hard work.
Yeah, I remember.
So you have to bowl even though you might not be feeling great, you might not be bowling great. So that might have been a lesson.
Probably. I think tough love sometimes works.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm glad you did that. It helped me. And you see, the whole team was behind me, the captain, the club.
Yeah.
I remember they would put me in this hotel. It's still there or not? Trafford Hotel?
Down the road. Yeah.
Down the road.
Well, Bob Bennett the chairman used to stay there.
Yeah,
didn't
so
he?
they gave me a room
No, I don't
there.
think it's still there now.
Nah.
But it was all right at the
It
time.
was okay. So I went. So we went to play away games. We were away for about 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. I came back. They checked me out. I couldn't find my clothes. I said, "Where are my clothes?" They said, "We checked you out. I thought you were not coming back." So we had some great stories. But again, when I bought my place here at the time, I remember I must give compliment to this Pakistani Sufi Sadiq. He's still around. Accountant. He says, "I'll help you with your accounts and all." I said, ask Lancashire. He said, "You buy a house." I said, "Buy a house? I'm 20 years old. I have no money." "What do you mean buy a house?" He said, "Get a mortgage." I said, "What's mortgage?" Then he explained, you have 6-year contract. So Lancashire gave me a 6-year contract. First time any overseas player got such a long contract.
Yeah.
So that shows the shrewdness of the skipper, Yoza, and of course Alan, that they realized this guy can actually...
Well, those were the golden days of county cricket being able to sign overseas players long term, because now, of course, there's so much cricket you
can
can't
sign somebody for 2 weeks.
But you were available for us virtually all the time, except when Pakistan were touring England.
Yeah, and because cricket was not all year round. It was only Pakistan season from September, October onwards till March.
That's right.
And then county started from April onwards till August, September.
Okay, so county cricket was essential in your formative years.
Yes.
Because you're such a pioneer and because you are one of the best bowlers there's ever been, with the record, you've got over 900 international wickets across one-day internationals and test matches, over 400 in test matches, over 500 in one-day internationals. It wasn't all about just running in and bowling fast. You pioneered the ability to reverse swing the ball, which is now.
And if you remember,
I wouldn't say it's commonplace, but it's a fundamental part of the modern game.
Yeah, it really is. Now it's called reverse swing. It used to be ball tampering then, if you remember.
Well, so they said. But you used to throw me the ball when you were bowling at the other end. I couldn't swing it.
Yeah. You used to bowl this outswing, and suddenly the ball is going towards the leg side.
A little bit.
And then eventually you got the hang of it. You said, okay, if it's going in, I'm going to just pitch outside off stump. And I remember the first year when there used to be rain, I used to take Gehan Mendes Yes. At nets. Yes. And you got me, Paul got me on the side, said, Vaz, listen, I know you're young. There's 6 months to go. Yeah. So just take it easy.
Because you used to roar in, didn't you? In the nets. Nobody wanted to face you in the nets because you were unplayable.
But I think nowadays, obviously, mindset has changed. The more you bowl, a lot of youngsters ask me, how should I increase my pace? What to do? It's a very simple answer. The more you bowl, the quicker you'll become, because your bowling muscle gets strong. And bowling muscle is not just one particular muscle, it's everything in your body. And I think nowadays you bowl 6 deliveries, 8 deliveries, and say 12 deliveries, say, okay, I'm done. Okay, thank you very much. So probably cricket is too much, but mindset has changed over the years, sure.
But reverse swing didn't just happen.
No,
you must have developed this in line with Waqar probably.
Waqar came a little later.
Imran was the one.
Mudassar and Imran.
Yeah.
They were the one who actually taught me how to reverse swing.
And I remember you being absolutely paranoid about keeping the ball dry when we were out there.
The rough side.
Just keep it dry.
Keep it dry.
Don't spit on it. Don't put sweat on it.
Especially the rough side.
Yeah.
And I remember our spinner, very good spinner, Gary Yates.
Yes.
He used to bowl like this.
Yes, he did.
And I had to go at him 3-4 times. I said, you better change your habit, buddy. Because the rough side, if it gets soft, then it won't reverse. The rough side has to be rough and shiny side has to be shiny.
And we had at Lancashire, we had a wonderful 10 years when you were 88 to 98. We won all those one-day games. And you were actually constant in that team, but there were actually 2 teams because the old guard, like myself, Graham Fowler, Guillaume Mendes, moved on in about 91, 92.
Yes.
And then you had another crop of lads with the Athertons and the Fairbrother was there as well. Crawley.
Peter Marin came in. Peter Martin came in. Chappie came in a little later. Then Bumble, Junior Bumble, Ian Austin, the great man.
Yeah.
What a performer he had been for Lancashire in shorter format.
Who was the guys that stuck out most for you in Lancashire? Who were the guys that you really either admired or got on with or whatever?
I mean, you guys were seniors. I had always admired you as a senior players. But of course, Harvey, Neil Fairbrother is a very good friend of mine. Still, we are in touch. Ian Austin I was very close to. Yeah. I believe he's got a bar now in wherever he's living. Beautiful wine bar.
I think he has.
Yeah, and he's a granddad.
He is, and he sells beer as well.
Oh,
on top
brilliant.
Of that, which he was always destined to do.
Destined to do, absolutely. No, but everyone, I mean, it's difficult to name any, but everyone was so helpful. Yeah. And it was fun for me to coming to Lancashire. It was like coming back home, no political thing, no politics in cricket. You come, you play, you go home, you have a good laugh, and the next day you start again.
You said earlier on, right at the start of this was your happiest time.
Yeah.
When you were here, when you were playing here, you probably felt the pressure was off a little bit and you enjoyed playing in county cricket. But surely winning the World Cup in '92 must have been the pinnacle.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think for every sportsman is basically idea is to represent your country's team in a World Cup and then winning it. And then, of course, being man of the match. And that, too, against the mighty England side at the time. They were the most experienced team in the world as far as one-day cricket concerned. But, yeah, that was one of the best moments. In fact, the best moment of my life.
What did it feel like? Because there was this aura about you. I remember standing next to Warren Hegg at slip. Warren was
his name.
Warren keeping wicket to you, and he must have been one of the best keepers you ever bowled.
Absolutely.
I can't remember him dropping a catch off you.
No,
and
very rare.
You bowled 90 miles an hour and swung it and hooped it round.
He was
corners.
one of the best keepers, I think, who kept on my bowling. He was phenomenal and a great guy as well off the field.
Yeah,
still is very helpful, very easygoing, hard worker.
But getting back to you, you had this aura about you, and I know, standing at slip 20 yards back, watching you run in, there was a fear and a trepidation in the batsman facing you because they didn't know whether you were going to hit them on the toe or on the nose.
On the nose. I think that's what I've learned in county cricket. That's why the experience matters. Playing under different condition matters, and every ground is different in England. Weather is always nice. It's not, I mean, if it's 26 degrees in England, you say it's a heat wave. No, it's not. Heat wave is in Pakistan. Right now it's 41 degrees. Yeah. So that also helped. And remember, we used to have a playing deck as well. And the next pitch, each side used to be dry as well without the grass. that boys can throw one bounce as well
Yeah.
because the reverse swing. So that helped a lot as well. I think even in a book is coming out in November, the Lancashire stories are quite funny and memorable and happy times.
Brian Lara, Ricky Ponting, and Viv Richards have all gone on record to say that you were the best bowler they ever faced.
Wow.
That's pretty serious.
That's huge, coming from the greats of the game.
Yeah.
And I think it was because of my quick arm action, maybe. And
you were very difficult to pick up.
Yeah.
You had this scampering run.
And I learned,
quick run.
And I learned things as well. I was the only left-hander who went around the wicket, if you remember.
Well, you started this.
Yeah, I started this trend.
You did.
And I used to run. From behind the umpire. I said, why not?
And then leap out.
Yeah, nowadays I see bowlers, even T20 format, they're getting hammered every ball. They don't change anything.
No.
So as a bowler, what's my job is to create a doubt in batsman's mind. If things are not going well, just have your run of diagonal. Just bowl the same delivery you want to, but do something different.
But you were capable of bowling round the wicket and swinging the ball away from the right hand.
Yeah.
Very difficult thing to do as a left-arm bowler.
I think both of these guys. Yeah, I mean nowadays Shaheen Afridi.
Yes.
And then Mitchell Starc.
Yes.
Trent Bolt.
Yes, yes.
These
But
guys
you were the
are very
pioneer.
good. Yeah, I started bowling around the wicket, different angle altogether. And as a right-hander batsman, if I'm bowling around the wicket, if you're batting, you have to, with the angle, you think ball's going to come in.
Yeah.
And if it just goes across a bit, every chance to take an edge.
Waz, we could talk for hours, and hopefully you'll come back and we'll do part 2 of this at some point. But just before we go, I talked about the batters who said you were the best. Who was the hardest batsman to bowl at?
You see, I played against great Viv Richards, Brian Lara, Sachin Tendulkar, Alan Border, Graham Gooch, Mike Gatting, Alex Stewart. These are the big names. But I think one of the best was who played against me and Bakar against reverse swing was Martin Crowe. He always played us on a front foot. At 93 series, he got 200 out of 3 test matches. Pakistan won 3-0. I got 16 wickets in 2 games. I got injured. Bakar got 30 wickets in 3 test matches. And he got 200s. And I think in England, who really played both of us well with the new ball was Alex Stewart. Because he realized I have to attack. I can't just block and wait for the semi-new ball. By the time it'll be too late. So yeah, he was also quite difficult, especially. And in one-day cricket, I suppose Brian Lara and all these guys were there, but Gilchrist was the most difficult, especially when there were no bounces.
Waz, it's been fantastic to talk to you. And I hope that you'll come back and talk to us again. You're going to keep coming back to Emirates Old Trafford? And
Absolutely, any time. I mean, I'm 20 minutes away. Every summer I'm here for a month and a half with my family. My boys are 23 and 21, 24 and 21. They were born here in Wythenshawe Hospital. So they love coming here. They have a lot of memories of their mother as well. So yeah, love coming back, enjoying the weather, enjoying my little town, little Altrincham town. Just walk around, Dunham Massey. Just love it.
Beautiful. Well, we love having you back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for everything that you've done for Lancashire and keep coming back.
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the Red Rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the Red rolls together.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford for coverage of the opening day of this Vitality County Championship fixture between Lancashire and Hampshire, the two not-out batters. And the Lancashire fielders are heading out because the afternoon session about to get back underway. And Hampshire 80 for 1 at lunch, with Fletcher Middleton on 22 and Nick Gubbins on 42. And just that one wicket to fall, which came pretty early on actually. Hampshire was 7 for 1 at the fall of the wicket of Toby Albert. Edge behind to Bell at first slip off the bowling of Tom Aspinwall. And since then, this partnership between Middleton and Gubbins has got Hampshire to a pretty good position at lunch on the first day. Scott Reed and Kevin James with you through the course of this opening day's play. And I think the Hampshire boys, Kevin, would have been pretty happy with that morning session.
Yeah, I think overall Hampshire will be the happier side, but I don't think Lancashire did a lot wrong, really. You know, they put a lot of balls in the right places. You know, maybe we play that again, and you know, they could be 2 or 3 down quite easy. But you know, they played well. The two batters out there in the middle have played very well. They played very straight. I think they've left well. You know, 1 or 2 moments, a couple of edge drives from Nick Gubbins, but you would have expected that. I think it's more to do with the fact that we're playing with the Kookaburra ball, and I think with the Duke's ball, we might have seen a few more balls nip around than we did. But we've seen a bit of movement, we've seen some good bowling, but we've seen some very good batting.
Tom Aspinwall's the only wicket so far, and he's going to set off after lunch and get us going again. And bowling to Gubbins, that's just nudged away out towards Luke Wells at mid-wicket, and there's no run. I think Lancashire captain Keaton Jennings would have been largely pleased with how his bowlers went about it this morning.
I think the man we're watching now bowled a really good spell early on, deserved that wicket. It was a good ball to Toby Albert. Just played the line and just caught the edge. Catch from George Bell as well, but yeah, like I say, they've put the balls in the good place. We haven't seen too many half volleys, have we?
And balls again, that's driven away down the ground by Gubbins, bouncing up towards Josh Bannon, who's at mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, the bowlers used for Lancashire. Let's take a look at some of these bowling figures, shall we? Tom Bailey, George Balderson and Tom Hartley with Tom Aspinwall, the bowlers used by Lancashire in the morning session. This is Aspinwall's 10th over, 1 for 35. Sets off again with 3 slips waiting. Defended by Gubbins, and there's no run. Bailey's bowled 10 overs, 5 maidens for 12. And George Balderson, 8 overs, 2 maidens for 23. And then 3 overs of the left-arm spin of Tom Hartley just prior to the lunch break. The 4 bowlers so far used by Lancashire. James Vince, Ben Brown, Liam Dawson, Tom Prest, all waiting to come in next, but Middleton and Gubbins put together a good partnership. Here's Aspinwall in and bowls Angles that across Gubbins, it's left, and it's through to Mighty Hurst, and there's no run.
Yeah, Aspinall, it's the first time I've really had a good look at him, really. And he's definitely a skiddy bowler who's strong. He's quite short in stature. But he has this ability, doesn't he, to sort of push it across the left-hander. But every now and then that ball just does hold its line. He could be, he's going to be a good bowler as he develops, only 20 years of age.
Into Gubbins again, content to leave. As that nestles into the gloves of Hurst. And there's no run. Yes, his debut in first-class cricket came in the first match of this season. Tom Aspinall, having played in a rain-affected match here against Surrey, and has since gone on to play in well, this is now his 5th first-class game. To complete the over, and Gubbins off the front foot in defence, just pushes up towards Bolson at cover, and there's no run. So Tom Aspinall starts with a maiden over. His first of the day, actually. 10 overs, 1 maiden now, 1 for 35. Hampshire 80 for 1 as we get into the afternoon session. Here on the BBC Sport website and app, and on Lancs TV as well, the opening day of this round of county championship fixtures as we head towards the back end of the season, with plenty still at stake at both the top and bottom of each of the 2 divisions. And there's been some pretty busy games around. I mean, it's looked like a rather sedate affair here at Old Trafford if you look at the scorecard, but around the country there's been plenty of wickets falling.
I'll have a look at those then, as Bailey starts from our commentary end. Forward is Middleton. I think it was all bat. There might have been a fraction bit of pad, but it seemed to be all bat as it goes out on the offside.
In particular, the bottom, or were the bottom 2 last week, Kent and Worcestershire.
Just watching that ball again, and that's just come back a fraction, but that's a lot of bat on that. I know 1 or 2 people got excited behind the bat.
Well, Kent are 124 for 7. They're at Warwickshire this week.
Yeah, that's not an ideal situation for them. They're cut adrift a bit, aren't they? Middleton again forward. It goes out into the covers.
And that's with Ben Compton 49 not out at the top. And Kent are 124 for 7. And Worcestershire have tried to recover here. They were 50 for 5. They're now 105 for 5. So Brett D'Oliveira and Ethan Brooks managed to try and steady things a little for Worcestershire, but 105 for 5 batting first at Essex.
Yeah, lots of talk that the bottom of the table is more interesting than the top of the table in Division 1. With Surrey seemingly running away with it. Here's Bailey again, bowls. Again, it's a good length ball to Middleton, who can do no more than punch that up to mid-on.
4 wickets in that match for Jamie Porter for Essex. Somerset against Durham. Somerset 129 for 3. Batting first in Taunton. So Tom Abel's 42 not out and Tom Banton's 32 not out. So 131 for 3 Somerset against Durham. And there's one other game in Division 1, which is the leaders.
Bailey to Middleton. Middleton off the back foot, punches that into the gap just wider mid-off, and he'll pick up a single, moves on to 28, 81 for 1.
And Surrey are 95 for 1 at Trent Bridge. Rory Burns 49 not out and Ryan Patel 34 not out. Nottinghamshire have used 6 bowlers in the morning session, including 20 overs of spin.
Ooh. Nottinghamshire need a result, don't they? Only just above Lancashire in the table.
Yeah, they've had a pretty dicey season, haven't they, as well? Notts
have all round, haven't they?
Yeah, they've struggled in white ball cricket, didn't they?
Yeah,
struggled in the blast.
It's unusual for them.
It is, yeah.
Now, there's going to be a fielder moved from the offside. We're going back to a leg slip area, leg gully maybe this time. Finally goes a little squarer. Keeps threatening to bowl a short one, hasn't done as yet. It's turned by Nick Gubbins to mid-wicket, no run.
Division 2 games. Everyone's playing today. So Glamorgan against Leicestershire is back underway after lunch. Leicestershire 100 for 3. Yorkshire are up against Middlesex. That's second versus third. And Yorkshire are 123 for 2. Good start for the leaders Sussex, who are 168 without loss against Derbyshire.
There's Bailey again, round the wicket to Gubbins, and Gubbins is forward. Nice tight bowling again from Tom Bailey, who's completed 11 overs, none for 13.
And Daniel Hughes is 94 not out, and Tom Haynes on 65. So 170 without loss now, Sussex.
What a signing Hughes has been for them, the Australian. I think he's back next year, isn't he?
Is he? Okay.
I'm sure I saw that. Had a good season in the Blast.
Yes. They look like a very good T20 side. They've had a great campaign, haven't they, Sussex? Seem to have kind of smashed teams away, haven't they, with the bat? And they've got Archer available for the quarter-final against Lancashire as well.
Yeah, Daniel Hughes re-signed for Sussex for the 2025 season. He'll be available for all of the Championship and T20 Blast fixtures.
Aspinwall to start a fresh over. Middleton driving away to the left of mid-off. Venkatesh Iyer loses his sunglasses in pursuit of the ball, but does catch up with it. Nice looking shot by Middleton for a couple. 91 for 3.
Steady but sure progress, isn't it, really? Been really impressed with these two out there. Played nice and straight. They've not tried to go at anything they probably shouldn't do in the effort to try and increase the scoring rate. They've just played every ball on merit, hence why the scoring rate hasn't been that quick.
It has been crept up towards the back end of the morning. Middleton plays solidly off the front foot in defence, and there's no run. Gloucestershire 118 for 7 in their game against Northamptonshire, the other Division 2 score. Live coverage, commentary, live text feed across the BBC Sport website and app of these county championship games, and the test match at Lords. Aspinwall to Middleton, that clipped up towards mid-on. There's no run. England are 105 for 3. So Ben Duckett, Dan Lawrence and Ollie Pope, 3 batters out. Duckett out for 40. Lawrence and Pope out early on. So Joe Root and Harry Brook.
2 Yorkshire people again.
Yes. They're batting together at Lords on the opening day of that second test match. And driven by Middleton. It's underneath the fingertips of Aspinwall on his follow-through, and Venkatesh Iyer comes round from mid-off to field. No run.
Do you know what? I was just watching, I have watched Aspinwall sort of run into bowl a few times now, and I'm just trying to think, who does he remind me of? Now, you need to be a certain age. Rodney Hogg, the Australian quick bowler, which is way before your time. Okay. But people at a certain age will remember Rodney Hogg bowling for Australia. If you watch him in his first part of his run-up, he's low, head forward, he's low down. That's what Rodney Hogg exactly used to do.
In balls, Middleton driven away through the offside. And this time it's Wells that will catch up with the ball. Middleton comes back for 2. Takes him to 32 not out, 85 for 1.
Now, as I say, you've looked at me quizzically there, and most people will at a certain age. But he was he's 73 years old now, so I'll give you an example of how long ago it was. But he played 38 tests, 123 wickets at 28, which actually surprises me, because whenever he played against England, or I can certainly remember a series against England, I mean, he absolutely, serious.
That's been more balls to Middleton. He just took that away to mid-on. That just came back in a fraction towards Middleton. Playing it with a slightly close face of the bat. Steers it up towards mid-on. Probing away, Tom Aspinwall. 33 overs gone of the Hampshire first innings. 85 for 1.
Yeah, he used to sort of run in low down, And then all of a sudden sort of not jump up at the crease, but sort of get higher, then skidded the ball. Like, this ball absolutely flew off the surface. And there was one series where England really struggled against him, seriously struggled against him. But he used to run in low, you know, really low down, a bit like Aspinwall does. Certainly the first half of the way he runs, and then sort of go. That was his forte. But yeah, some people remember that. Others, obviously, if you're a certain age, you won't remember that. Here's Bailey, slightly full, allowing Gubbins to drive up to mid-off, but he can't find the gap. Aya Fields. I've got that wrong again, haven't I? Aya. Must remember. Aya.
I think he's got Venkatesh on the back of his shirt.
.85 for 1 in the 34th here. Hampshire having been put into bat. Bohannon's having a word with. It's interesting, every time I've seen Tom Bailey have a word with somebody, it's always been Bohannon, yet it's Keaton Jennings as the captain.
Yeah, Jennings has been at slip, isn't he? So I think Josh Bohannon is the vice captain of the team, so I think kind of helps his skipper out, because he's always either at mid, well, he's normally at mid-on, he's Bohannon, with Jennings being at slip.
Yeah.
It's a long way to...
shout.
Yes. Yeah. They've gone for this leg side field, haven't they?
They have, yeah, doing it again.
Don't recall anything particularly short.
I agree. Bailey again, bowls, and Gubbins defends. So if you're watching the live picture feed and you say, do you know what, Kev, you're right, he does look a bit like Rodney Hogg running in, then you can email sunandcricket@gmail.com, or even if you disagree and say, no, Kev, you're talking absolute rubbish. I'm fine with it either way. Honest. Ralph Brooker has emailed, though, sunandcricket@gmail.com, about a different subject. He says, hi, Kevin Scott. He's talking about David Gower here. Bailey with that leg slip and the man on the drive on the leg side. Bowls to Gubbins. Gubbins drives up to Aya. Fields cleanly. My last visit to Northlands Road, that was the old ground. Again, you'd have to be a certain age. Southampton. My last visit to Northlands Road was on leave. I think it was 1990. David Gower had just come down from Leicestershire. That sounds about right. That caused a stir, as I recall. Yes, it did. The day I saw him, I think he was run out for naught without facing. That would have disappointed a few. But I cannot confirm that. He averaged just under 40 for his first-class Hampshire career. His form dipped in 1991. Is it possible to confirm that he was run out for naught, not facing? Wow, that's going to take a little while to sort out. Nice drive, and Aya is in behind that one at mid-off. So David Gower was run out without facing. He thinks in about 1990. We can look that up.
Doesn't know who against.
No, but it was obviously at home.
Yeah.
So that sort of helps with half the fixtures.
I'm not very good at doing this. It takes me forever to find these things.
Yeah. Should we do it together and see which one gets there first? Yeah. It will take us a little while. So if you miss a couple of deliveries, well, hopefully we don't. It's a bit in doubt, Ralph, actually, for day one. That's pushed down square on the leg side. When this game's going nowhere on day 4, we're more than happy to do it.
1990, did he say?
Well, I think it's. He doesn't. Yeah, he says he thinks it was 1990, which I think was his first year for Hampshire. I can't quite remember.
And what was the ground again?
Northlands Road, so that was Southampton. So any home game.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I might do it a different way to you, and hopefully one of us might get there a bit. One of us get there quicker. 1990. Here's Bailey. Into Gubbins again. It's straight. Keeps a fraction low. Gubbins pushes that out to the man on the short area at the mid-wicket. That's Tom Hartley. And that is the end of the over. 85 for 1 then. Gubbins is 42. I mean, not added to his lunchtime total as we approach about 20 minutes of the afternoon session. And Middleton's on 32. He's added 5.
All right, I'll leave it to you then.
Is it? Yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just went to find that one.
I certainly remember him. I think it was one game I wasn't batting in, and he didn't get many. And people, I remember being in the crowd. I can't remember why I wasn't playing. Probably dropped again. And I remember him walking back, and he was cursing and what have you. And so were the crowd, because they'd come to see him. That might be that game.
In comes Aspinwall balls. It's driven to Venkateshaya, who is at mid-off, and there's no run.
What's the county championship called in 1990?
The Britannic Insurance County Championship.
Oh, right. Other insurance companies available, of course.
Yeah.
Or assurance companies, or whatever they are. Right.
Aspinwall in, bowls. Run down to third man by Middleton. Just jogs through for a single. The score ticks along to 87 for 1.
Right, well, we'll look at this. Have a look at Aspinwall. For his first part of his run-up, first half, certainly, gets very low.
He does. He's not tallest, is he? And he just kind of crouches down a little bit here, hunched over a little, and then in and comes and balls. Steered away to mid-on where Bohannon fields. No run. Middleton on to 34, having come back for 2 from that previous delivery. 87 for 1. And as we get ourselves back settled into the rhythms of the 4-day fixture here, back after the lunch break. Twelfth over of the day for Aspinwall. Bustles in again, flicked away to the leg side by Middleton. There is a short mid-wicket, which is Tom Hartley. He's gone low down to his left to try and stop that. He's got underneath his body. But there is no addition to the score as Bohannon came round from mid-on to field.
In 1990, Gow was run out for 48 against Derbyshire. That obviously wasn't the game, and it was obviously not the same ground, but he was run out there.
Over the wicket, Aspinwall balls. It's short and pulled by Middleton. And up towards the temporary stand again. 4 runs for Fletcher Middleton. Ball disappeared underneath the stand again.
Kept that down well, didn't he?
He did, yeah. There is that man catching at mid-wicket, but he's rolled his wrists on that and steers the ball safely out towards the leg side. I think George Balderson's managed to retrieve the ball. Middleton moves to 38. 91 for 1. Aspinwall over the wicket, balls, and Middleton gets right in behind it this time and defends to mid-off where Venkatesh fields. And there's no run. Just dropped a little bit short in the penultimate ball of the over, Aspinwall, and it was a well-controlled pull shot, bringing Middleton 4 more runs. And it completes the 35th over of the Hampshire first innings. 91 for 1. Middleton on 38 and Gubbins on 42.
Well, Ralph, I've looked through Hampshire's home games in 1990 at the old Northlands Road ground, because of course they played other home games at the United Services ground in Portsmouth, also Dean Park in Bournemouth. I can't see a game where he was run out at the old ground, so I don't think it was 1990. It might be 91. Well, maybe I'll look at that later. It's a bit in depth, isn't it, to look through. Tom Bailey to start his next over here, staying round the wicket. Still got that leg gully in. Gubbins flicks that away to mid-wicket, which is Luke Wells, and there is no run.
I'm pretty hopeless at remembering dates and
yeah, it is hard, isn't it?
Like that. Yeah, I can't remember what happened last week at the Oval, let alone what happened. What happened years and years gone by.
I know, I agree with you.
I mean, I suppose there's some memories that really do stick out, but some people have got this amazing ability to recall moments in games and particular fixtures from decades ago.
It's flicked away by Gubbins off the line of leg stump, goes down towards fine leg. Just a single, though. And he moves on to 43, and Hampshire on to 92 for 1. I'm just trying to remember how many years David Gower played at Hampshire. He was at Hampshire 90 to 93, so 90, 91, 92, 93. He had 4 seasons. I must admit, if somebody had to ask me to guess, I'd have said 3, so he did longer than I thought. Interesting email from Paul Dowling here, silentcricket@gmail.com. Come back to that after Bohannon again has a chat with Bailey. 2 slips in a gully for Middleton. As Bailey comes in and bowls, Middleton works that to Iyer at mid-on. And there is no run. So 92 for 1 Hampshire, having been put into bat here. Hampshire unchanged from the side that had that rain-affected draw at the Utilita last week against second-place Essex. So Paul Dowling writes, I agree with your description of Aspinwall.
Yay.
Oh, that's why I wanted to read it out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. He is very... yes. I won't read the others that say no.
Yeah.
He is very similar to Rodney Hogg in his bowling action. Yeah, that's good. That's interesting. Here's Bailey. Bowls and Middleton off the back foot, punches that out to extra cover, no run. I seem to remember a series in 78-79 played in Australia, which England won 5-1. Australia had a reserve team playing, as all the Packer contracted players were not allowed to play, hence why Hogg got his opportunity. Do you know what? That's right, Paul. I remember now. It's all coming back to me a little bit. I seem to remember Mike Brearley having a very torrid time against him, as did most batsmen. But with the lack of quality backup bowling, he seemed to be taking on England single-handedly. Thank you, Paul. Yeah, that's interesting, sort of a bit of flesh around the bone there, that one. Of course, that was the end. That was Packer stuff around there. Now, the field scatters a bit for Middleton, and again we've got an interesting situation where there is a man on the straight drive, Tom Hartley, on the leg side, and still the fielder out at deep square leg. Hartley comes in, there's the short ball, and it's very high, and Middleton easily ducks underneath.
Now watching highlights of Rodney Hogg bowling against Pakistan in the Test match in 1984 to see.
So he gets low, doesn't he?
Yeah, yeah. That little...
Aspinwall-esque.
He's a bit bustly as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
As he comes into bowl.
Yeah.
Hogg.
Is that fair?
Yeah. I mean, that, yeah.
Yeah. It's fun, you know what? That's the first time I've seen him bowl, you know, on anything for quite a while. Yeah, he was. Very skiddy. There's another backstory to that, actually. Here comes... Oh, it's a slow ball from Hartley. Played on the onside straight to Iyer, but both batters ran straight away, and Iyer, in an effort to try and get the ball in quickly, didn't pick up the ball cleanly. Now, interestingly enough, and I looked it up when I was looking at Rodney Hogg, a certain website has him down for playing a game at Nottingham. Where are we? In 19... And he was about, God knows what age then, in Nottingham in 2001. And I played in that game. And he bowled at me. And it brought back all those memories of him, you know, getting low, as you've just seen on the videos there. And I do remember him sort of skidding the ball on. And even at the age of whatever he was, and he was in his late 60s, I think, even then. Well, no, that's not quite true, but you know what I mean. He was, yeah. And it did. The ball hit the surface and it skidded on. I thought, wow. You know, this guy must have been a nightmare in his heyday. You know, because you know, some bowlers just have this knack of getting the ball almost seemingly to come off the pitch quicker than they're bowling it.
Aspinwall into Middleton. That's pushed into the offside for a single, 94 for 1.
There's very few bowlers that can do that. And you probably aren't, because obviously the law of physics or the law of whatever it is means that if the ball's hitting a surface, it's naturally slowing it up. But I don't know.
But it felt like it was.
It just felt like it was, and it was, and even at his age, and he was, you know, and he got low, and I thought, oh wow, this is just like I used to see him on the TV. and then the ball, I remember the first time I faced him, and literally the ball did. He just skidded the surface, and even at no pace which he let it go, it still seemed to come off quicker. And I thought, wow, you know, this is really something.
Here comes Aspinwall in his own style, in and bowling to Gubbins. It's driven away. It's a full-length ball. It's a good stop by Bohannon.
Wow.
And it's got a nice little ripple of applause around the ground. And Venkatesh Iyer coming round from mid-on to say well fielded to Josh Bohannon, the Lancashire vice-captain. So 94 for 1 it remains. Good work by Bohannon, who picked himself up a bit of a finger problem, didn't he, earlier on this morning, doing something similar, but thankfully he seems to have recovered from that. Landed awkwardly, or landed pretty hard. Played away back towards Aspinwall by Gubbins. And stopped on his follow through. The ball deflects away to the leg side, and slowly Luke Wells creeps up from mid-wicket to field, and there's no run.
Hampshire slowly but surely here giving themselves a bit of a platform. It's always difficult sometimes when you say, oh, OK, we'll bowl first.
Aspinwall to Gubbins. It's played up towards mid-on. Venkatesh higher fields, and there's no run.
But with these Kookaburra balls, you really do need to get stuck in early. Otherwise, these balls, as we were saying earlier, go soft very quickly. They might not go out of shape, but they go soft very quickly.
Which is what we've seen, isn't it? Certainly in the early part of the summer when we use these balls for a couple of rounds. Flicked away behind square on the leg side by Gubbins, and he comes back for 2. Throw comes in on the bounce towards Tom Aspinwall. Gubbins moves on to 45. Not out. Hampshire 96 for 1 with 1 ball left of the 37th over, and I suppose that's reflected also in, with the exception of the Kent and the Worcestershire match, the exception to the rule. There's been it's been runs really, hasn't it? That's been dominating at a pretty slow pace, it must be said. Aspinwall's in. That's fiddled away down towards the third man boundary. Bell chasing after it. I mentioned the pace of the outfield again. Bell's able to catch up with it. It's a really good effort by George Bell. Flicks the ball back. They've run 3, so we've saved an extra run for his side there. He completes the 37th over. Just managed to slide in and flick it back. Tumbling over the rope, George Bell, but saving the run for his team. 99 for 1 then. Gubbins 48 and Middleton unbeaten on 40.
Yeah, I think it's going to start to get tough here for Lancashire unless they start to take a wicket or two. 2 batters in. They don't look like they're going to give their wickets up that easy either. So a good start made by Hampshire here, having been put into bat. Again, they're just mucking about a little bit. I say mucking about in the loosest sense, but just trying to tinker with this leg side field. They've now got a leg gully, very square, and the fine leg is literally deep backward square leg, as that's wide of off stump. Not sure too many balls are going to get in that area on that line.
Yeah, we're at that point, aren't we? 38th over, where it's now down to 1 slip and plenty of fielders in front of the batter, catches in front of the batter. And you've seen already Tom Bailey in the last over with his variations, his slower balls, and we're at that point where you're having to try and be a little bit kind of creative and try different things.
And that's what you have to do with this ball. You can't just rely on letting it hit the seam and doing something. There's Bailey driving his Gubbins. He's found the gap. He's threaded it between extra cover and mid-off. Ayer will pick it up. That ball does slow up, especially this end of the ground, where it's probably its most dampest, the outfield. And that is the 100 up for Hampshire in the 38th over. 101 for 1. There the Hampshire players are on the balcony, if you're watching the picture feed, applauding this partnership, which is now well into its 90s.
It is, yeah. Getting together with a score at 7 for 1. Good work.
Yeah. But this is, again, going back to the conversation we alluded to at the start of the season with Rob Key. You know, he wants bowlers, and you're not going to get them overnight, but he wants bowlers to be able to make something happen with the ball that doesn't do a lot, i.e. the Kookaburra. Try and produce a new generation of bowlers. As forward is Gubbins there to Bailey.
Top of the conversation last week when we were in Surrey for the game at the Oval about the running, and looking at the final 4 games, and 2 of them are being played with Kookaburra balls, and you're looking at, you know, who might be able to force wins in these 2 rounds, and will draws actually be a feature of September? Certainly this round and next round potentially, because of the weather's happens, either weather or because of the ball. It might be a case where a good draw.
Cummins flicks it away to short mid-wicket.
Kind of high-scoring draw might actually not be the worst result in September. Certainly, you know, when it's such a narrow margins, thinking particularly at the bottom end when there's 10 points or so between four sides, of which 2 at the minute are well behind Kent and Worcestershire. Kind of a high-scoring draw. I know it's only day 1 of this fixture, but I'm just talking through the course of this week and next week. Might be good results with this cooker of a ball. It's what we saw in April, wasn't it? Teams struggling to win matches.
Bailey again, slightly slower ball. Gubbins pushes that up to mid-on. Do you think draws will suit Lancashire at this stage?
I don't know. I'm just kind of wondering, with the way that Worcestershire have performed so far at Essex and Kent struggling at Warwickshire. I mean, Lancashire and Nottinghamshire. I mean, Nottinghamshire look like they've produced an absolute road. Trent Bridge for their game, and I know it's difficult to look at the scorecard, isn't it? But you think maybe a draw, a high-scoring draw, might not be the worst result for both Lancashire and Nottinghamshire this week.
Yeah.
With Durham and then Somerset and Worcestershire to come for the final couple of games, might not be the worst outcome if Kent and Worcestershire find they're going to lose.
Bailey, that's wide of off stump. Gubbins hasn't really looked to do anything with those for quite a while now. End of the over, 101 for 1. Yeah, but at the other end, Surrey. I mean, draws would suit them now between now and the end of the season.
It would. Yeah.
If Somerset draw and Essex draw, then they're not really going to catch Surrey. So, yeah, maybe that might take all the excitement out of what maybe little excitement there might be at the top end of the table.
Yeah, true.
Might be, I think all the interest is near the bottom, that's for sure.
I think it looks that way, doesn't it, in a minute?
Email here from Brian Budd, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, hi, Kevin Scott. I remember Hogg taking well over 30 wickets in an Ashes series. I think that's the one I'm probably thinking of. Hogg commented admiringly on Mike Brearley, who would have been the England captain at that point, all right, saying that guy has a degree in people. Very intelligent guy was Mike Brearley.
Bowling change from the Anderson and Venkatesh Iyer for the first time today. Replacing Tom Aspinwall, a 4-over spell after lunch. And Iyer in, bowls down the leg side to Middleton. He's bowled a little bit in his short spell with Lancashire. This is just his second championship match. He played through the one-day cup campaign. He's bowled a little bit as well in the championship, but not much. It's a few overs into Middleton. That's flicked away off the hip down towards fine leg. Just helped on its way, steered away down to the boundary. 4 for Middleton. 105 4-1. Nice shot tucked away to fine leg.
He hasn't played a lot of first-class cricket, has he? Obviously a lot more white ball.
Yep.
And his 22nd first-class match.
He's played, I think all his international cricket's been white ball, hasn't it? I think one-day internationals and T20s.
Yeah.
And balls to Middleton. That's pushed out towards the offside. Rocky Flintoff comes up from backward point to field.
Rocky. Yeah, 2 one-day internationals, 9 T20 internationals. He's played in the IPL.
He won it this year, the IPL, actually. He got a 50, I think, in the final. And a 50 in the... It's not the semi-final, is it? It's whatever the game before that is, the eliminator, whatever it's called.
Okay.
I think that's the same team that Phil Salt played for.
Kolkata.
Yeah, yeah. Single here for Middleton. Towards Balderson on the square leg boundary. Middleton moves on to 45 not out. 106 for 1.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at that side. Andre Russell played in it. Mitchell Stark. It's not a bad side. Sunil Narayan. Sherias Iyer. So is it Sherias Iyer and he's Iyer? Is it? Or is it Sherias?
No, they're brothers.
Are they brothers? Yep. Oh, they're both Iyers. Right.
Yep, they're brothers.
Both got 50s. in that eliminator.
In balls, that's wide of off stump, playing a miss by Gubbins, through to the keeper, no run. Shreyas Iyer was due to sign for Lancashire a couple of summers ago. He was due to come in the one-day cup and he got a shoulder injury or something like that.
Okay.
So that ruled out that move to Lancashire. So a couple of years later they got his brother instead.
Shreyas would be a good signing, wouldn't he? God, that's an exciting one.
Yep, yep. 106 for one. Final ball of Venkatesh Iyer's opening over of the day, and left alone by Nick Gubbins. Into the gloves of Matthew Hurst. And that is the end of the over. So 5 coming off that first Venkatesh over. What have we had now? 39 overs today, right on cue for viewers on Lancs TV. Your chance to win a Venkatesh Iyer signed shirt by following the QR code on screen if you're watching via Lancs TV.
I'll try and do that, see if it works. Not that I'm going to get the shirt, I'm just going to make sure that the
QR code works.
Sure it does.
Oh.
Not on mine. Oh, it does, yeah.
Oh,
there we are, let's go straight through. I've just tried it.
Happy
It's
days.
that easy.
Enter the competition. Go on,
Enter below. Competition ends midnight on Monday the 2nd of September.
Okay, so over there.
So there it all is. I think I should have a go just for a
I
laugh.
think you should, yeah. Well, no, you've gone this far. You might as well go for it now.
My only worry with that is that I will be then on the Lancashire emailing list.
Oh, you already are. They know all about you. They've got all your details, don't you worry.
And I'm still got in?
Just about. I told Dave not to let you in.
Oh, no. Balderson bowls, and that's a nice drive through mid-wicket. Lovely shot there, Fletcher Middleton. And even though it's a slow outfield, the ball's slowing up, it's just about going to make it. That's a lovely shot. Hasn't had too many scoring opportunities, not just Fletcher Middleton, all the 3 Hampshire batters so far, but that's nicely timed, wasn't it? Middleton moves on to, well, it's the 100 partnership first of all, 103 partnership, 215 balls. Middleton moves on to 49. Here's Balderson. Middleton gets a length ball. She pushes up to mid-on. So there it is. Win a signed county championship shirt by Lancashire all-rounder Venkatesh Iyer. To submit your details below to be in with a chance of winning, but be quick. This competition ends on midnight, Monday the 2nd of October. Well, I am going to do that.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh no, hang on. There is a box here saying consent for storing submitted data, which obviously I won't. Which I won't put in. So I'm going to put my name in. Oh, Middleton's very close face to the bat there as it goes out to mid-wicket. Right, here we go. I'm doing it as I'm commentating. I'll tell you what I'll do. If I win it, I'll pass it on to you. How's that? Would you like that?
We'll raffle it off or something.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I will, yeah. Raffle it off for some funds.
Beer for tokens.
Hopefully I can get in the hotel. Might be enough money. Still love to stay in that hotel there. Let's play back to the bowler. There's no run. bbc.co.uk. I'll put my BBC address in there. Consent for storing submitted data. No. Submit. Oh. I think it's one of those where unless you tick that, you don't. Let's see if I tick that. Submit. Oh, look at that. Yeah, look. See, so if
they've got you now.
So if you don't want Lancashire to have your data, it won't let you enter. Forward is Middleton. Plays it back to the stumps. The bells come on. But if you actually tick, yes, I do want Lancashire to have my data, then amazingly enough, your entry goes through.
You're in.
But all you can do then, of course, and Lancashire won't thank me for this, is that when you get your first email from Lancashire, you just look to the bottom of it where it says unsubscribe.
I'm doing that all the time now. Yeah, I am. I'm always doing that.
Sorry, everybody at Lancashire. Going to be a security guard come to the door in a minute.
Yeah, with Dave, I told you.
Yeah, Dave will.
Told him to not let you in.
Oh, he couldn't be nicer. Lovely shot off the back foot. Ayers extra cover. Straight at him. Lovely timing from Middleton there. But no run. 40 overs gone. 110 for 1.
Ground staff's jogging out here. A few running repairs. There's that partnership, Middleton and Gubbins. Great response from losing the early wicket. 103 runs between these two. And going strong. Just that one Hampshire batter out so far. Early on, thanks to the safe hands of George Bell and the bowling of Tom Aspinwall. Toby Albert back in the pavilion. If in doubt, plonk a huge pile of sawdust.
Wicket looked pretty dry when I was out there in the middle. You were out there in the middle as well. It looked all fairly dry around there.
Here comes Venkatesh Iyer from around the wicket, in and bowled. It's short and it's carved away out towards the offside. And the member of the ground staff just about leaped over the boundary in the nick of time as the ball was hurtling into his direction.
That's brilliant. Never seen him move so quick.
It's just gently jogging off, and oh, hang on, it's coming my way. Hopped over the rope.
So, thinking about signed shirts or sport shirts, have you got any? Have you got any at home?
I don't think I've got any signed shirts. No, I don't think I've got anything. Actually, I've got one thing signed. There's Venkatesh Iyer's in and bowling to Middleton. That's flicked away to square leg for a single, and that brings up a very good 50. Very calm 50, and quite stylish 50 as well. He's hit 5 fours in there, some good-looking shots, and his teammates appreciate the work being done by Middleton and indeed Gubbins. So they both reach half centuries. 112 for one.
5th time Fletcher Middleton has passed the half-century mark this season, including that 116 against Warwickshire, 3rd game of the season at the Utilita.
Comes over the wicket, Venkatesh to Gubbins. Steered out towards backward point. And there is no run. He's averaging just under 35 this season. Pushing up towards 500 runs.
Yeah, it's just slightly more, because it was his first season last year. Overall, he averages 29, so he's improving on that.
Yeah, okay.
So what memorabilia have you got? Did you say?
Yeah, it was... a game at Southport, I think this is the only thing I've got signed. It was a game at Southport a few years ago. Venkatesh comes in and bowls, and Gubbins clips the ball out towards deep backward square leg. Oh, he wants 2 here, and he's happy to take Flintoff on as the throw comes in towards the keeper's end. He'd come back for 2, 114 for 1. And Jack Russell had a book of his artwork of different cricket grounds.
Oh.
And that was on display. And he was sat just to the... Actually, it may have been the game against Hampshire.
I was going to say, I remember him being there one game.
Yeah, I think it was the Hampshire match.
Yeah.
And I got him on with us, or with you, or with me, or something like that. Anyway, he at the end, gave me a book. As Venkatesh is in and bowls, that's nudged out towards the leg side, no run, of all the artwork that he's done of all the different grounds. And he signed it.
Oh.
Yeah.
He obviously enjoyed commentating with you and not me. So I didn't get it.
Well, I didn't want to say, but that's the only conclusion you can make from this outcome, really, isn't it? He said, it's signed, it says, "Dear Scott, thank goodness you weren't Kevin. Really enjoyed my spell on commentary with you. Look forward to working with you again. Not that boy James. Regards, Jack Russell." Venkatesh in, balls to Gubbins. And that's worked down towards fine leg for a single. Takes him to 54 now.
That's nice, though.
Yeah, it's lovely. Yeah,
it's
it's a lovely book of his different drawings of all so many different, not just the main grounds, a lot of outgrounds in there as well. I think Southport maybe would be in his latest edition of that book, because he was there drawing it, painting it. So yeah, it was lovely. Just watching some of the highlights here of Middleton's half-century for the viewers on Lancs TV. He's done a very fine job. In fact, both batters have, haven't they?
Yeah, chanceless, which is even better. It's about almost 100 balls, not quite, that he's faced. 96 balls in total, but it's been a really good knock, really mature knock. As I say, only his 2nd full season in the Championship. And Hampshire looking to him to sort of kick on from what he did last year. Hampshire have always sort of had, I wouldn't say makeshift openers, but you know, openers that you always felt they weren't going to be there for the foreseeable in terms of their careers. But they gave Fletcher Middleton the chance last year, and he's beginning to show that full promise. Cut by Gubbins out into the covers. New over from Balderson.
It's weird how that happens, isn't it? You kind of searching for a formula at the top, and normally it happens after you've had an established partnership. I remember when Lancashire had Stephen Moore and Paul Horton as their two openers, and for a long time won the title with those two as their opening batters, and they seemed to take an age to find another pair. They chopped and changed for felt like season after season, trying to find something that would work for them at the top. Eventually, I guess you come across something that suits.
Gubbins drives up to mid-on, but Hannon's there. Yeah, it's so often said, and it's true. It is a difficult position. You know, a lot of grounds, a lot of wickets you play on. The hard new ball is the toughest time to bat. You speak to a lot of batters, and they'll tell you that. The first 20 overs or so, and then after that, it's a different game. So, you know, they're putting themselves out there, opening batters. So if you can sort of get into the 30s as an opening batter, that's where you want to be as a starters. It's pushed to mid-on Gubbins, and there's no run. If you can get in a career average of 30 as an opener, then you're almost there. And for any opener that's beyond that, well then, you know, that's terrific. But that should be your first port of call. I mean, I'm looking at Keaton Jennings, for example, been a steady opener for years. He's averaging nearly 50. So I mean, that's top end. That's very top end. And if any club has got an opener that consistently averages around there, then that really is a bonus. Here's Balderson again. Forward is Gubbins. But I think, you know, over a long period of time, any club that has any aspirations about winning the championship, they're not going to stick around with openers that average in the 20s. You know, mid to maybe fraction a bit more. You know, 25, 26, maybe even 27s. You're not. I don't think you're going to be doing a job there for the majority of your career. So Fletcher Middleton is starting to get up there. Here's Balderson again. Gubbins on the back foot. Quite time it as it goes down to short extra cover. As I was saying earlier about Toby Albert, you know, he's just starting out on his career as an opener. It's only 7 knocks if you include today, but he's high in 30s already. It's maybe a bit too early to start judging exactly where he'll be, but that's a terrific start. I've always looked at, you know, we always do our stats, don't we? You know, our own team and teams that you're coming up against. Here's Balderson again. Straight, it's asking questions again. End of the over. Balderson's bowled 10 overs, done for 27. Hampshire 115 for 1. And, you know, Hampshire went through this period for a while where they had 2 openers averaging in the 20s, and they were always up against an opposition that had either both openers in their, you know, averaging over 30, or, you know, one a bit higher than that. And you think, over a period of time, you can't consistently expect to outplay the opposition, you know, when the starts suggest that you know, you're always going to have a worse start than the side you're playing against. So you know, it takes a while, you know, to actually find out about players. You can't just give a player half a dozen games; they need more than that. And you know, one might work, one won't, both might not work. So it takes time, doesn't it? And then of course, you know, that's one season gone, and then maybe another season gone. That's where, you know, you had 2 good ones, as you've just mentioned there. Hampshire had most recently Michael Carberry and Jimmy Adams. And when you've got 2 good ones, it'll make a difference, doesn't it?
It's tricky, isn't it, time, and having in any professional sport to have that kind of patience, isn't it? Because you say it, you're quickly through a season. I said to Keaton Jennings at the toss today, like, is it quite nice that you've got a month ahead where you know every game is right on it, isn't it? Now you're at the point where your season's going to be shaped. You either stay up and maybe get to finals day and win it, and it's not the end of the world, is it? If that doesn't happen, then it's a pretty bad season for him. And he's like, well, yeah, it is exciting that, but that should be the case all the way through. And the season does quickly kind of progress, doesn't it? You're at this point where you've got 5 games left. We're going to see some Luke Wells and some leg spin from the Anderson end. A bit of bounce there for him early on. Tries to whip the ball away. Middleton out towards the leg side. So we've got Bell, who's still strapping on the pads at short leg. Middleton on 50. 115 for 5, and Luke Wells having a go for the first time today. Slipping place as well. Keaton Jennings there. Punched into the offside by Middleton. Bohannon Fields at cover, and there's no run.
He's pushing it through at the moment, Wells, isn't he?
.115 for 1. And again, and balling. Forward goes Middleton, rocking onto that front foot, defending.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's only three trophies a year.
Yeah.
You know, there's 18 counties. You know, you do well to be in contention for one of them come the end of the season.
Wells bowls, a little bit of width this time, cut away, just gets beyond the grasp of Bailey at backward point, but Flintoff's round to mop up the fielding. And they get a single, 116 for 1. Middleton moves on to 51. And when that opportunity's there to try and win one of those three, I guess it's even more frustrating when you get as close as both these sides have done. I know that Hampshire have won the Blast more recently than Lancashire in a final that we won't refer to. But they've both been obviously close to winning the title and not been able to go on and win it. Leg slip and a slip in place with Gubbins on strike. That's clipped away towards backward square leg by Gubbins for 1, so he moves on to 55, and Hampshire now 117 for 1.
Yeah, only needs one side to be more organised or more advanced in their preparations, you know, or how they put the team together. Only needs one, isn't it? You're not going to win the title then.
Yeah.
And of course Surrey are there, aren't they?
Yeah, good. Yeah.
And they look like they're for this foreseeable.
Wells in, and Middleton cracks it up towards wide mid-off, where Aspinwall spins away to his left-hand side to field. And the single. That done. It is. That's a quick over, wasn't it? Again by Wells. He's rattled through that. I think, yeah, 3 dot balls to start, and then 3 singles to complete the over. There's 3 coming off it from Luke Wells. Captain Keaton Jennings marshalling his troops. He's got his helmet on. He's fielding close in. Was anyway, at least for Luke Wells, and he's got Balderson to continue from the Brian Statham end. 118 for 1.
Is there quite a lot of pressure to get at least into finals day here? I
think yes is the answer to that question, but it depends what you put your priority, isn't it? Would Lancashire take a T20 finals win if it meant a relegation?
Probably not.
Exactly.
Keeper standing up to Balderson. Again, who's on the money there as Middleton pushes that out on the offside.
But if Lancashire stay up this season and get beat at Sussex next week, is it a disappointing season? I don't know. Is winning something better than just staying in the division? I don't know.
Maybe different people will give you different answers.
I think that's probably absolutely spot on.
Yeah. Balderson again runs away from us right on medium pace. Middleton is pushing that out again on the offside. He's skiddy as well, isn't he, Balderson? Very much medium pace, but you just get the feeling that that ball just skids on a little bit. Maybe a bit quicker than you think when he's running in at you. Mentioned earlier, he was Lancashire's equal highest wicket taker in the championship this year, which is quite a good effort because he plays very much as an all-rounder, doesn't he?
Yep.
Comes in again and bowls. Middleton drives, goes into the covers, won't quite go all the way. It's quite a short boundary away to our left. But George Bell picking that up just inside the rope, and Middleton will help himself to 2 more. Moves on to 52.
You say he's level with Lyon?
36, I think it is. Let me double check. 26, what am I saying?
26.
26, yeah. Both averaging 30.
And that's the 10th. This is the 11th, isn't it? 11th game.
This is his 11th.
Yeah.
Lyon had 8. Yeah. Balderson in again. Nice looking drive for Middleton, but only as far as Bailey at mid-on.
But in an ideal season, in a season got previous seasons, at this point of a campaign, you're expecting a little bit more, aren't you, from the other bowlers? Really, it's just not quite been the case.
No, I'm looking.
26 as your leading wicket taker from your all-rounder.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't have that down, would you, as a normal scenario?
No, you wouldn't, no.
It's pushed up to mid. I mean, you'd probably have Bailey down at 30 odd by now, wouldn't you, or close to 30.
With Williams not far behind. And
well, Williams is 14 from 9 matches. I mean, it's not a bad average. Well, 36 not great, I guess, but it's hasn't gone sort of haywire. But yeah, I guess he's way down, isn't he? Bailey with 15.
Yeah, it's just unusual numbers, aren't they, for both those bowlers?
It is, isn't it? That's a good length ball, which is pushed up towards mid-off. I was saying earlier about bowling to their fields, which they're doing. But there doesn't seem a lot of penetration there at the moment, with this ball getting softer all the time. I suppose the real plus is Aspinwall, wasn't he, with his 11 wickets now.
Yep.
Playing in his 5th. But yeah, it's I guess it's one of those seasons for a few counties this year that, especially with those early rounds of Kookaburra balls, the seamers just aren't getting the bag of wickets that they would have expected to by now. 122 for 1 at the end of that over. Balderson's bowled 11 overs, none for 31. I'm just having a look at the Hampshire attack, and you've got, well, you've got Kyle Abbott back in the wickets now, but he had a very slow start to the season. He's got 30, but Liam Dawson leading wicket taker with 32. So, you know, you probably wouldn't expect that, although Dawson had a very good season last year.
It's a conversation we're having this morning when we just looked at those numbers of Lancashire's bowlers, and you complement that with the batters. Keaton Jennings has almost got double the amount of runs than anybody else. So you can point your fingers at whatever, but that's the issues that the team have had this year. There's Wells to Gubbins. That's nudged away towards the onside, no run.
That's what I was saying. With the way Surrey are now, every side that thinks about trying to get ahead of Surrey, everything has to be right. You can't afford to have any deficiencies anywhere.
You've got to be an absolutely exceptional team, haven't you? And hope that Surrey have some off games. Worked up towards mid-on and there's no run. I was saying this on the sports programme, it's a horrible analogy to compare it to football, but it is almost like what Man City have been in the Premier League. For you to overtake City, that you have got to be exceptional and hope that at some point they mess up.
Yeah.
And I think that's the case at the minute with the Championship. Wells in looking to ball to Gubbins, who looks to try and sweep but doesn't make any contact. Who's up dancing about at point? It's Tom Hartley, I think, so maybe some spin from both ends, potentially not too far away. Hartley on the point boundary, warming up. Luke Wells for Lancashire, in from the Anderson end to Gubbins. Here is Hartley. And that boundary, because that's cut away towards him. For a single to Gubbins, he moves on to 56. 123 for 1.
Well, I have to say, it doesn't look as though there's anybody out there that's going to run through Hampshire here at the moment. It looks a good pitch. The ball doing very little. It's not even turning. Hampshire should be able to cash in here.
Wells to Middleton. Oh, he's gone for a big booming drive. Ball's gone through Hurst. Jennings, you can see Lancashire skipper's got his hands on his top of his head here. Threw it out wide, Luke Wells.
It's almost come back a fraction off the pitch, isn't it? You see a leg spinner, but it looks like he's bowling more googlies and toppies than leg spin.
In to complete the over. Pushed away by Middleton. And there's no run, so 123 for 1, 45 overs gone. Well, it's worth a little go, isn't it, with Wells here, because there's not much happening for the seamers now. And see whether a twin spin can work, because we're going to see Tom Hartley coming into the attack from the Brian Statham ends. Left arm spin of the Lancashire bowler, who's played last week at Surrey. Obviously, he's been away for a while. His international commitments in the World Cup, and then his 100 commitments as well. But straight back into Lancashire's 4-day side. And could have quite a lengthy ball this afternoon.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? Only his 5th championship match this season. Because he was one that was highlighted, wasn't he, after that India series? Highlighted by Brendan McCullum, I think, him and Bashir.
Yep.
that they had to bowl, didn't they? They had to play and they had to bowl, and of course it was difficult with Nathan Lyon here. I mean, did they both play together?
They did, yeah. In fact, they actually played the first game of the season here, but it was so badly rain affected it didn't really count.
Left arm spin over the wicket, driven. It's wide of off stump. It's gone ricocheted off extra cover, and they'll come through for a single. 124 for 1.
But then, and then they bowled together here against Kent as well, in a game actually that Lancashire lost. Both were named in that side.
Round the wicket to Middleton. Middleton defends.
And then I think Hartley then played one more match before having to join up with England ahead of the World Cup starting.
Right.
So didn't actually see too much of Tom Hartley for the first chunk of the season, really.
Oh, it's Middleton pushing it back a little stronger to the bowler this time.
But what would have been interesting had the original plan gone ahead and Lyon plays for the entire season at this point of the season, certainly here to get both into your side.
Oh, again, Middleton sweeps. It doesn't get hold of that at all. Ball flies in the air over short leg. What's that come off? Was there a little bit of bat onto that? Yes, there was. Fired in by Hartley. Middleton moves on to 55.
You know, back in this final month of the season on tired, used pitches, you're then thinking, what could Lyon in conjunction with Hartley try and do for Lancashire?
Well, comes down the wicket there. Gubbins lofts it high over mid-on. It's the second time he's done this to Hartley. Did it early on in his first spell, and that's gone for 6 this time. Previously it was 4. Much cleaner hit this time from Gubbins, who clearly doesn't want to allow Hartley to settle. Hartley bowled 3 overs before lunch, and Gubbins did that in his first over, and he's done it again. Good shot. Now mid-on goes back, I think. Yeah, it is. Just craning my neck around.
It was a good shot, wasn't he? He used his feet well, hasn't he? From down the pitch.
Well, there's just no spin, is there? There's no spin at all, so it's a very risk-free shot.
It is.
131 for 1. Hartley's in again. Bowl slightly shorter this time. Gubbins worked it into the gap between mid-wicket and bowler.
I mean, that game at the utility ball, I was thinking about, that's the end, sorry, Kevin, that's the end of the over as well, 132 for 1. That game at the utility ball, which was with the Cookeraborough ball, and it was a pretty dull match, it finished in a draw, but one of the aspects of that fixture, I remember we were chatting about quite at length, was about Lyon, about how he was turning to all his tricks, wasn't he, to try and get something out of a pretty flat surface. Tom Press batted beautifully against Nathan Lyon in that match for Hampshire, got 80 at 5, faced a lot of Lyon in that innings, and actually Lyon picked up 5 wickets in the match, and there was nothing for him, was there, in that surface, but all his kind of skill and his tricks came to the fore.
That was a good return on that wicket.
Luke Wells, so this is over number 3. Gubbins just flicks the ball out to the leg side, Aspinwall fields, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think if you had both spinners in this game, maybe a slightly different wicket produced. This looks a good one.
Wells into Gubbins, that's off the back foot. Right up towards mid-on, where Bohannon stops it, just about.
Looked like he was expecting that ball to spit at him off the outfield.
132 for 1. Saw the slip and the leg slip under the helmet, crouching down, in and bowls. Just paddled away around the corner by Gubbins for a single. 65 to Nick Gubbins, 133 for 1.
Was it 127? These two have put on 120.
It is 126.
6.
Leg slip goes to forward short leg when Middleton's on strike. Here's Wells in and bowls. Flashed out towards the leg side. Bell under the helmet at short leg. Crouches down as small as you can get. And the ball rattles its way out towards the temporary stand. Watch Bell here under the helmet. Make yourself as small as you can.
So we get in the way of that.
No.
I've noticed actually on that temporary stand they put a little plastic pipe, haven't they, along the ground there to stop the ball going under the stand. It hit that.
Here comes Wells, balls again. So off the back foot, just dropped into the offside by Middleton. There's no run.
Quite a useful bit of plastic pipe in there.
It's an executive plastic piping, is that? Make sure it's open to try and stop the ball disappearing under this. We had a game. There's a game here in the One Day Cup. Again, that's to the leg side, muscled away by Middleton out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Onto that in a flash, Middleton. As Wells completes his fourth over. Made the most of that, 141 for 1. There's a game here in the One Day Cup where the ball was underneath the stand, and it was an absolute comedy of errors. We had about 4 or 5 people on their bellies trying to crawl underneath it. We had the photographer with his, with his tripod thing trying to hook the ball back. And,
Something's obviously worked out. Hey, look, we've got a load of plastic pipe in here. Put that there. That's perfect, isn't it?
That'll do the job, yeah.
Poor George Bell. I don't think he'll want to go in at short leg again if Wells gets another over. Here's Hartley. Balls to Gubbins. Gubbins on the back foot again. So he's found that opening now at mid-on. Fielder's push back now. It's a run every time. Just what Gubbins wants, really. He doesn't want to keep coming down the wicket and pumping Hartley over the top. I'm sure he doesn't mind, but that's a much safer shot. That's the percentage shot. And he's got the opening. 65 he moves on to. 141 for 1. Good start here for Hampshire, having been put into bat. Using the Kookaburra balls, remember, so probably not surprising the ball's not doing as much as we might have expected. Forward is Middleton. He's got the short leg in. No short leg for Gubbins. Hartley's got that angle coming into the right-hander. I think he's hoping for Middleton to push forward, get their little inside edge onto the pad, and it just loop up like that. But Middleton's in behind that one. He's got this sort of natural sort of ball coming in on an angle, isn't he, from quite wide of the stumps. Just hoping he cramps Middleton up and he doesn't quite play, or he plays a bit outside the line, but he's in behind that one. Certainly no turn for him. He's just relying on the line and the angle of the delivery. He's not really getting anything out of this pitch. And again, pause and a little too short. Middleton on the back foot there. He's got to get Middleton coming forward. Probably knows that he's a couple of inches short with that delivery. Middleton can play off the back foot all day on this pitch, that's for sure. Hartley again. That's on the line of leg stump. Flicked away, fine. There'll be runs here. There'll be 2 up towards the pavilion here at Old Trafford. And 2 runs to end that over, which means Hampshire move on to 144 for 1. 65 now to Middleton. That's off 121 balls, and Gubbins has 66 from 151.
England are 155 for 4 in the Test match against Sri Lanka. Harry Brook out for 33. Joe Root's on 57. So 155 for 4 England. Kent have been bowled out for 156. They're at Warwickshire this week. So all out for 156 inside 40 overs. 3 wickets for Hannon Dolby, 3 for Rushworth as well. And Warwickshire have just started their reply, 8 without loss. Worcestershire have rallied a bit. They were 50 for 5, but up to 162 for 7 now in their match at Chelmsford. Brett D'Oliveira is still going, 55 not out. Worcestershire at Essex this week. Here's Wells to Gubbins. Takes a single. Away to backward square leg.
It's interesting that Kent one, because there's been some flat pitches at Warwickshire this year. The Warwickshire-Durham game, millions scored there, wasn't there? The pitch we played on, it did a little bit initially early on. Maybe they've got that sort of pitch, but it flattened out. My word, it flattened out.
See how Warwickshire fare in there. Reply to that Kent 156. All out. Driven. So beats cover, where Aspinwall dives low to his left on the test pitch. And it's a shot from Middleton, which brings him 4 more. It's kind of caressed it, didn't he? He didn't really force it. It wasn't hammered away.
Good shot, though, isn't it? The ball's travelling a lot over the square, so that would have helped its speed for most of its journey. But yeah, nice shot.
149 for 1. Middleton to 69, not out. Luke Wells twirls in and bowls. Forward goes Middleton in defence, and there's no run. At Somerset, 209 for 3. They're batting first against Durham in Taunton. Captain Tom Abel is 97 not out. And Tom Banton is 55 not out. For Somerset against Durham. And there's one other game, which is the leader, Surrey. It's pushed away by Middleton for no run. And Surrey are building a sizable looking platform themselves. 157 for 1. Rory Burns is 80 not out. Ryan Patel is 59 not out. 157 for 1, Surrey at Trent Bridge. Wells to Middleton. We want a little single here. He's sent back by Gubbins. It's been the only real kind of moments of concern or indecision or even slight opportunity really since lunch. And Gubbins quick to tell Middleton to get back.
It was Gubbins' call.
In comes Wells to complete the over. That's punched to mid-off for no run, so 5 coming off it. With that lovely shot through the covers by Middleton for 4. And he's still going strong, 69 to him. Gubbins on 67, 149 for 1.
It looks about the only way these two can be parted at the moment. Just having a chat there, just making sure they get their calling right. Went behind square, so it's definitely Gubbins' call. Doesn't look like Fletcher Middleton expected a run there. 142 now they've put on unbroken for the second wicket. Just, yeah, look, Wells, just look, he bowls predominantly googlies, doesn't he, really? It just looks, if anything, it's coming into the right-hander, but there's not a lot there. Hartley doesn't seem to have got much at all at the moment. Gubbins is on the back foot, steers it back to the bowler.
No, there's not a lot. But I mean, you wouldn't expect much, would you, really, for the on the first day?
No. Not at all. But then Lancashire, having put Hampshire in, will be batting last themselves, so maybe they're not expecting too much. Almost York to their Gubbins. Off the bottom of the bat. Gets the bat down in time. Yeah, if you're expecting the wicket to turn, then you wouldn't actually be winning the toss and putting the opposition in. Here's Hartley. Gubbins drives wide of the man at mid-off. And I think even with the ball slowing up, it's going to go over the rope. It does. That's a nice piece of timing as well. Gubbins moves on to 71. Nice looking shot. 153 for 1 Hampshire. Good start. Very good start. We're in the 50th over here. Just that 1 wicket this morning. Toby Albert for 6. As Hartley bowls. Gubbins drives. Not quite the same timing as the one before. King Jennings is extra cover there. What sort of crowd today? Is that about normal for a championship crowd?
Probably, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, sweep shot there by Gubbins goes fine, but I think that's Iyer down there. Just a single to Gubbins, takes him on to 72.
Yeah, it's probably about right, isn't it? So I think most tend to be sitting underneath the point or below the pavilion.
Yeah.
Below the hotel. I think every stand's open apart from the
temporary one.
The temporary one, yeah.
What was the crowds like for the 100?
It's interesting, though. I'll come back to that.
Yeah. Hartley bowls, Middleton pushing that towards mid-wicket. End of the over, 154 for 1.
Because I didn't think they were that good, but I think the game here against the Superchargers which I guess is like the if there is a rivalry, that is it. Manchester Originals against the Superchargers, and Leeds, Manchester, all that. I think that was sold out, or pretty much sold out. And the rest of the games here, I did quite a lot of the Manchester Originals matches here, and they were, I mean, the women's crowds were brilliant, exceptional. There was a record women's crowd for one of the matches here.
Wow.
So, you know, you're getting crowds of 11, 12,000 for women's cricket, which is brilliant. The men's matches, I think they were good crowds, but they weren't sold out or anything like that, you know, which I thought was a little surprising. Wells in, that's whipped away towards the leg side by Gubbins for a single, moves to 74. And I don't know whether that was replicated. I think that was replicated in a few of the other grounds. I think the London grounds had near full capacities, but I suppose there's quite a lot going on, wasn't there, with other sports? Olympics were going on as well, yeah. People pick and choose the games a little bit, aren't they, you know? Worked out to the leg side by Middleton. Takes him to 70. 156 for one. So if you're going to bring your family, it's a 51-50 partnership as well, according to the board, I think. It says 149 partnership. But if you're going to bring your family, you know, and you've got, is it four or five home 100 games, you can't really come to them all, can you? It's expensive day out with everything that's around it, so maybe it's a bit of that. Play that late, Gubbins. Just steering the ball out towards the offside for no runs. Maybe a bit of the cost of living at the minute, and families picking and choosing, maybe go for one game or go for a Sunday match. There's a few midweek games here again, which I didn't think were brilliant crowds. What was it like at Southampton?
Yeah, they weren't sellouts this time.
No.
They were okay.
Okay.
But yeah, probably a similar story.
Wells to Gubbins. He gets forward, and that's worked out towards the leg side. There's no run. I know the viewers were down, weren't they? The people watching it were down again, yeah.
Well, I know you were involved in the 100. I mean, I don't get involved, so that's quite interesting. Which is, yeah, that's a shame.
Maybe it's just because of competition this year, because of what was lots of other things going on. I don't know. Wells in. Gubbins off the front foot. Able to work the ball away behind square on the offside. The biggest thing that stood out for me when I was doing the 100, one of the stats that was given, is that since the competition started, they'd gone past 1 million supporters watching women's cricket.
Wow. Well,
which is quite a special achievement, that really, isn't it? Cut away by Gubbins out towards the offside for one. 70-40 Gubbins, end of the over. I think somewhere along the line there we must have gone past the 150 partnership.
That's 150 now.
That is it. That single takes that partnership to 150. It's 157 for one.
287 balls. They've been together out there in the middle. And I would say chanceless as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't recall too much. No, it's looking pretty tough out there, isn't it, for the Lancashire fielders and the bowlers and the captain here to try and find ways to, well, at the minute, probably just try and do what they can, trying to just keep it slow and quiet as long as possible, really. They have managed to push it up above 3 and over. It was about 2.5 for most of the morning session. So you'd expect that probably just to keep going in one direction, with the ball being old and bowlers getting a little bit more tired and getting into their third and fourth spells. But
just an interesting decision to put Hampshire in. I mean, I think they batted exceptionally well. I really do. As I say, I don't think Lancashire have done a lot wrong, but interesting one. Oh, that has turned. My word, that has turned. That's the first one. Gubbins was shaping to play that out in the offside, and that's turned and bounced sharply. Now, was that out of the rough, or was that part of the pitch?
Try and catch that back on the replay maybe at the end of this next delivery, but yeah.
Wow. Oh, maybe that's the reason. Here's Hartley again. Bowl slightly slow this time. That doesn't turn. On Gubbins. Well, that was an interesting one. Here we go. If you're watching on the picture feed, there's Hartley, and I'm not sure it did. I think it was just short of the bowler's footmarks. Yeah, a bit of bounce and a bit of turn. Well, if it's not out of the footmarks, that is definitely a bit of encouragement. There won't be that many footmarks out there at the moment anyway. That doesn't turn. It could be one of those where just every now and then you get one that turns, and And you think, oh, there's going to be a few more, and then you don't see one for quite a while. That often happens. We'll keep an eye at it, of course. Hartley over the wicket. Balls to Gubbins. Gubbins just angles that to behind square on the offside. And he moves on to 75, 158 for 1 now, Hampshire. Plenty of blue sky above us at the moment, which is good news. The clouds do blow over fairly quickly, so what looks now isn't necessarily what it will look like in about half an hour's time. We have had quite a bit more cloud today, but it's really good today. Now there's a half shout because I think the keeper, Matthew Hurst, maybe 1 or 2 others behind the wicket, thought that may have hit pad first before bat. But there's an example of that angle I'm talking about, where Hartley's trying to cramp Middleton up, but he hasn't got the short leg in there now. Middleton works that to mid-wicket where Jennings fields. End of the over. Hartley has 7 overs, none for 27. And Hampshire 158 for 1. These two are now put on 151 unbroken for the second wicket. Yeah, where's this opening coming for Lancashire then? Where is... Hartley's just doing a bit of running repairs on his studs, just tightening them up. It's difficult to, I mean, that is encouragement. That one ball that's turned in that over, but how often do we see one ball turn and then you think, oh yeah, there's another one shortly, and you wait ages for another one. Wells is getting the ball maybe to grip a fraction. He's lost a stud there at the top of his boot there, Hartley. There it is, it's going back in now. I wonder who's got the spare studs. Does the umpire carry the studs? Players don't carry the studs in your pocket because you don't want to be diving across the outfield and find a stud sticking in your leg. So that must have come from the umpire. Maybe the 12th man has been out there. If he was, I didn't see it. Little keyring. What's on the end of that keyring?
There's a little red action figure on the end of that keyring. Not quite sure what that is. Here it goes, straight into the umpire's pocket. That.
Ben Debenham.
They've got all sorts, haven't they, in the pockets?
Oh. Never have any money when you need it. Couldn't lend us a £20, could you, Ben? I'll pay you back next time I see you. And then find out they don't umpire another game this season.
One 5-8 for 1. So Wells 5 overs for 21. He's dropped a little short a couple of times to Middleton, and he cashed in. Sling the ball out to the boundary on the leg side, but he's got Gubbins on strike here. So Bell at leg slip and Jennings at slip. Wells spins the ball from one hand to the other. Sets off, Anderson end, in and balls. And Gubbins off the front foot defends. And there's no run.
I think what I've really liked about this partnership is they've just not let Lancashire in. Not at all, have they? There's been not a lot for Lancashire to get excited about. It's a little bit about the wicket and the ball, but these two, for me, have just played this situation perfectly.
Bell's gone from leg slip to short leg. Wells balls again. Gubbins goes back. Will Williams coming up from cover to field. I'm not sure who Williams is out there for. See if we can work it out. Wells in. Oh, has he edged it? He has! Well, that's the breakthrough that Lancashire have been desperately searching for since about the first 20 minutes of the morning, really. Good grab by Hurst, the keeper. Wells it is that finds the edge of Gubbins' bat. And Lancashire with some smiles there. It's been a tough day so far for them. Through it went to Hurst. Fist punt from Jennings at slip. As the Lancashire captain celebrates, finding a way to break this partnership. Gubbins is gone. He's batted very, very nicely for 75. Hampshire 158 for 2.
Yeah, he's not in a great position there, Nick Gubbins. He's playing with the bat at a 45-degree angle. He knows it, and he's walking back. Could have been a slightly better position to execute that shot, but nevertheless, Lancashire have toiled away and finally got a bit of reward. Now, the new man coming in is the Hampshire captain, James Vince. Now, I mentioned earlier there was a little bit of a doubt at the end of the last game against Essex whether he would be fit for this game. James Vince is never injured. He just plays, and he plays an awful lot of cricket. And during the Essex game in the field, he pulled a groin muscle and came in at number 9 at the back end of the fixture, which was ruined by rain. When I say coming at the back end of the game, he really was the back end. And he looked really uncomfortable batting and played an ugly shot and got out for 0, I think it was. And there was a little bit of a doubt at the time whether he would be fit for this fixture, but he looks fine. I'm told he's fine. So he's made a good recovery. And he walks out to the crease. Now, James Vince's season's been an interesting one in a championship sense, because he's got 200s, including a double 100. He averages 54. He's got just over 700 runs, but for me, you know, he hasn't been tip-top this year. I've seen him play better over longer periods, but it's still a reasonable return.
On strike now as Wells, halfway through the over, comes in and bowls to the Hampshire captain, who drives for 4. Well, there's nothing wrong with his injury here, is there? He's off the mark straight away. Thumping cover drive.
Sure. It's always the way he comes in. All of a sudden, it just looks like the bowler's worse. That's a trademark shot straight away, isn't it? Yeah. If you've come in looking for a James Vince extra cover drive, you've got it first up.
162 for 2. Wells back into to Vince. Just dabbed away back down the pitch. Gathered by Vince off his own bowling. It's amazing when you read out his stats for this season, and you're saying that, and you know they're still pretty good numbers, aren't they? But shows the standard he's been at when we're talking about players just dropping off with such good high standards. Fizzed outside the off stump by Wells and left. You know, anything that just drops below what is exceptional standards for so long, is so noticeable, isn't it? 162 for 2 at the end of the over.
Well, it was only 3 games ago when he got his first 100 of the season, 166 not out in the second innings against Warwickshire, and he followed that up immediately with 200 against Kent in the first innings of the next game. But as I say, you strip that out, and yeah, it's been steady. But James Vince isn't just steady. He doesn't do steady. You know, he does flair. And we hadn't quite seen that. And it's been the same in the T20 competition as well. You know, he sort of threatens to get going and then he gets out. But it's just those 2 innings which stand out for him this year. No big innings this year in the T20. Not the only reason why Hampshire weren't good enough to qualify, but it was one of them. So Hartley, to continue from our commentary end, bowls to Middleton, who's on the back foot. Steers that out to deepish cover. And he moves on to 71, 163 for 2.
So no finals day then for you. That'll make a change.
I know. Well, yeah. I'd like to say I'm disappointed I'm not going.
Really? You surprised me.
Well, you've been there a lot.
Yeah.
I know you have. You've been, is it 8 times you've been
I think it's 9. And is it Hampshire 10?
We're 1 more than you.
You're 1 more
whichever
than
it is,
yeah.
And to be honest, a lot of those appearances have been semi-finals lost to Hampshire, lost to Lancashire. That's turned away on the leg side. So it's probably just as well we're not there and meet you guys in the semi-finals. Oh, that's an amazing throw from Keaton Jennings. That square leg. He went to throw and somehow the ball went to the floor and then bounced to Tom Hartley that way. That's amazing. He's having a little smile. So he got stuck in the fingers there somewhere. So from that point of view, I'm quite relieved. But yeah, I know it is a bit of a standing joke. I sort of turn up there and say, oh God, not another finals now. That's driven off the back foot to extra cover. So I wish you well if you're there. You haven't got a guaranteed semi-final win if we're not there. Is it about 5 times you've beaten us at Edgbaston semi-finals? It's ridiculous. Middleton drives powerfully up to mid-on. Will Williams, a sub-fielder, on fielding on that one.
Yeah, and then losing the final. They've only won it once, Lancashire. And I think it's 9 visits, I think, and 1 win.
I think the feature of that, was it 2022? The last ball incident. Yeah. I mean, it was lovely the way you guys took that defeat. That's what makes that. That's what made that final win even better. How Lancashire was so graceful in defeat.
You'd expect nothing less. That's what we do. We, win well and lose well.
If only you'd taken that defeat badly, it would have been even better. Oh, he comes down the wicket, James Vince. He's hoiked that up in the air. This is going to be called at extra cover. And that's a simple catch, Josh Bohannon. And Vince tried to hoik that over mid-on. In fact, that was very similar to the way he got out when he was injured in his own innings against Essex last week. He's just decided to hit that down the ground, come what may. And he's got horribly underneath it. He's got horribly across it. And it's just looped up in the air. And he trudges off, having faced just 5 deliveries for his 5. 163, it's 165 for 3 now.
What a bonus that is for Lancashire, goodness me. What an absolute bonus that is to get rid of Vince.
Look at that, that's a horrible shot.
Bohannon makes the most, says no problem at all. And Lancashire, well, they've enjoyed a good few minutes here. It's been a bit of a toil. They're plugged away on a flat pitch with a ball that's doing not a great deal. They worked hard to get rid of the gubbins, and then Vince has handed one on the plate to them. Ben Brown, the new batter, heading out. So a wicket each for the 2 spinners, 1 for Wells, and then in the very next over, Hartley gets his first of the day as well. 165 for 3, but an absolute bonus that for Lancashire. Handed to them on a plate by the Hampshire captain, James Vince.
Yeah, that is a gimme. My word, that's a... You can't, as a spinner, you pray for a batter, especially a new batter, to play a shot like that. Oh dear.
Well, that's just livened up a little bit, hasn't it?
Yes,
it was,
yes, yeah.
Getting a little bit
predictable.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow.
So Ben Brown joins Fletcher Middleton. Middleton's still going along very nicely on 72. Wells to continue from the Jimmy Anderson end. He's played that late as Middleton's gone back, punches the ball out towards the pigeons at backward point. Out towards the pigeons, now towards Rocky Flintoff. And he gets a single. 73 now to Middleton. 166 for 3. So that brings Ben Brown on strike. What type of season's Ben Brown had so far with the bat? Going into this fixture, averaging dead on 50.
Yep. Which is pretty good, because career-wise, when he joined Hampshire, he was averaging 40. So it's having a decent season.
550 runs, top score of 165, couple of centuries and 2 50s. Brown waiting for the first delivery as well, sends it down, and he just very delicately and calmly, cautiously dabs the ball away. It goes bobbling its way over the used pitches and out towards Venkatesh Iyer, and there's no run.
Yeah, 165 not out in that incredible win over Surrey at the Utilita 4 games ago in the Championship, and 110 in the first innings against Kent a couple of games ago.
Yeah, just talk us through that win against Surrey. We were chatting about it a little bit last week from a Surrey point of view. As Wells is in, and that's turned away to the onside by Brown, and there's no run, because that was some win, that, wasn't it?
Well, it was incredible, and they were bowling out for 127. Hampshire 608 for 6 declared. And they were then bowled out for 203.
Wow.
So, you know, you can't say that the pitch was this or that, because Hampshire got 600 on it. So it was just one of those games. It was incredible. I don't think we could believe what we were seeing.
Wells to Brown, gets right forward, bat in front of the pad, good stride towards the bowler, defends. Back to Luke Wells, no run.
They were so incensed with the way they played. After day 1, they didn't even offer up anybody to their own media, let alone anybody else. No. They were that incensed.
Well, you still come out and speak, can't you?
I think so.
And balls left alone by Brown, and that has Jennings and Wells hopping around as that one comes back in and goes past the off stump.
Smile from Ben Brown.
It was, yeah. There we go. Watch this back on the replay as well. He's in and bowling. Don't leave that. It's going to come right back in and almost. clipped the top of off stump, but he survives. 1 ball left of the over. Wells in, bowls. Brown defends, just dabs the ball away to mid-wicket. And there's no run. Good stuff, that, from Wells. It's buoyed by the wicket. He's been probing away there, and a really tricky over for Ben Brown, who faced 5 of the 6 deliveries to negotiate. 166 for 3 now, Hampshire.
And just signs of a little bit more turn, isn't there? You know, maybe the frequency is a little bit more now. And that was certainly turned from Luke Wells. We saw one earlier from Hartley to Gubbins. Well, Tris Tregoning has emailed, soloncricket@gmail.com. Says, good afternoon. Loving the commentary and fair play to you both for this kind of stint behind the mic. Not sure what he means. Perhaps he means a long stint. I hope the food is as good as what you get at the Utility Bowl, as it's often a favourite discussion point after lunch. It was all right, wasn't it? It's pretty good.
Yeah, lovely.
It's all good here. I've said it before, and I'm not just saying it because I'm here at this particular moment, because I want to be looked after while I'm here for 4 days. But I think facilities-wise and everything, for me, this media centre, this building that we're housed in, and everything that it provides for us, is probably the best than anywhere else around the country. It is quite superb, I have to say. Now, that turn from Hartley, says Chris, would have got Liam Dawson very interested. Yeah, I certainly will. I think got everybody interested. And how fitting would it be to get us the win in his 200th game? That's right. Well, we'll have to wait and see what Dawson gets out of this wicket. I say it's not every ball. It does feel like there's a few more balls that are starting to grip. But there's still not a lot really out there for the spinners, and probably the return of Tom Bailey probably tells you that, because he's going to take over from Tom Hartley, who has 8 overs, 1 for 30. It's interesting. I mean, just got James Vince out. It's now Bailey in, and that's flicked away on the leg side. I think he's off the pad of Fletcher Middleton. Ben Debenham going to signal, yeah, leg bias. That's interesting, isn't it? I mean, just got Vince out, and he's whisked out the attack. Will from Kendal has emailed again. He emailed this morning, soloncricket@gmail.com. He says, good afternoon. He says, there are now 4 counties vying not to be 9th. They are Worcestershire, Warwickshire, Nottinghamshire and Lancashire. In the final round of fixtures, there are these 2 matches, Nottinghamshire against Warwickshire, Worcestershire against Lancashire. I think you pointed that out earlier, actually, yes, Scott. I think it's going to be a great final round.
Yeah.
Good. Right, here's Tom Bailey. Thank you. That's very incisive. It's a real in-depth analysis there from Scott. So it's pushed out square on the offside, and there is no...
I think Lancashire are kind of hoping it's not a very exciting final round, and that they can go to New Road with 1 foot on the beach and not worry about it too much.
It's a good job we didn't have an hour radio programme to discuss that, wasn't it? It would have been all over by 2 minutes into it.
Wasn't even 2 minutes, was it?
Well, once we played a trail.
Yeah.
So, Scott, your thoughts?
But yes, you're quite right. It could be a fascinating final round.
But you know that, I mean, whilst you don't want your own side to be in trouble, of course we don't, because we follow our sides all over the country every year, and you get a bit too attached. Here's Bailey. That's down the leg side to Brown. Half shout, not really convincing for an edge. But you don't really. But would you rather have a more mundane season, where you're not really in contention or anything, but actually you get to the final round of fixtures where there is that jeopardy of going down, and in a peculiar way, it actually, as a commentator, keeps you going and keeps you on top of it, doesn't it? If you could guarantee your side staying up on the last afternoon of the last fixture, you know, what a way to finish off.
Yeah, it's like saying when you want to win promotion via the playoffs. Well, get to Wembley and win.
Yeah, rather than cream the season. Yeah. Let's push to mid-wicket. And it's crazy, but it's. I remember, you might have had it at some point. I can remember Hampshire went to Warwickshire, 2019, 2018, somewhere around there, and they had to draw the game to stay up, and they batted on the last day. And they did make it in the end, and they were helped by an hour of rain in the morning or something, so we didn't play the first hour, so that was like, wow, that's good. But there was still a lot of the day to play. Here's Bailey, that's whipped away by Brown, back on a square leg, now that's racing along the outfield. It's just pulled up, no, not quite. Ooh, I thought that was going to be pulled up inside, but Unfortunately, Rocky Flintoff couldn't quite keep it from going over the rope. I think he ran out of outfield there a little bit as he ran around. 4 runs to Ben Brown, takes him on to 4. And I remember, and I have mentioned this before, we had George Bailey as captain, and he came out after lunch and he reverse swept. Actually, the first ball after lunch, we got LBW. And just thought, what on earth is going on here? Anyway, Hampshire managed to save the day, and it was so exciting, but nerve-wracking as well, as Brown pushes that out to point. And I remember the very next day there was an international at the ground at the Utilita, England West Indies, and I was going round the ground, round the boxes with Gordon Greenwich as a part of a, like they do, just to introduce him and what have you. And more people wanted to talk to me about the day before, where Hampshire had saved their status as Division 1. They wanted to talk to me about the West Indies. It was quite bad. I said, this is Gordon Greenwich. This is a, brilliant opening bat. I'll just drop my phone there. And whatever. And they said, well, yeah, but what about Hampshire saving that day? Staying Division 1. It was brilliant. It was quite good fun.
I know what you mean. It's good to have a bit of jeopardy, I suppose, isn't it? I guess. I mean, you ideally want it to be at the other end when you're trying to win the title or something like that. But Wells into Middleton. It's a thickish edge as he tries to drive down towards Hartley, and there's no run. But I guess if you are in that position and it's successful and you achieve what you want and you stay up, then that's brilliant, isn't it? There's loads of smiles around, everyone's happy. But if it goes the other way, which it happened to Lancashire in 2018, they got relegated. It's a bit miserable. This is punched into the offside by Middleton. There's a tumbling stop at cover by Aspinwall, and there's no run. I think Lancashire lost in a very tight game. Actually, I think Glen Chappell may be playing it. What year would that have been? And they were battling with Middlesex to stay up, and that went down to a thrilling finish here. It's fine if you're on the right end of it, isn't it? But Wells in. A little bit quicker to Middleton. Off the back foot, and that's punched into the offside for no run.
Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal, of course it isn't, because it got to that stage in the season, lots of things have gone wrong, and the inquests are in October, aren't they, and that sort of thing. You just have to make the most of the moment, which actually can be very, very exciting.
Wells bowls, forward goes Middleton, pushed away into the offside, no run. Was it last year or the year before where there was that game involving I can't remember which game it was now. I can't remember which game it was now.
What, us and you?
Yeah, that was the one, wasn't it? Egbert. The Egbert game. Yeah. That was a brilliant finish, wasn't it? Wells in bowls, cut out toward deep backward point for a single. I mean, that was a great finish, wasn't it? That goes down to the final. And actually, that was a point where Hampshire could have won the title that day.
2021.
2021, that was it, yeah. That was a great end to the game. Great end to the season, wasn't it?
198 for 9, Lancashire to win that game. Dane Villas.
It was Villas, yeah. Forward goes Brown. That's worked out towards square leg for a single. Moves on to 5. End of the over. 173 for 3. Brown 5. Middleton on 74 with 57 overs gone. But then the game that you referred back to just a few moments ago as well, which is at the other end of the division, was a absolutely brilliant finish, wasn't it? Fantastic. Kind of late drama at the end of the season.
Yeah, well, it was, yeah. And Hampshire were effectively 1 wicket away, because obviously you were 9 down. 1 wicket, and they had 2 balls at Callum Parkinson.
That's right.
Matt Parkinson, sorry. And Mason Crane, the first ball went past the outside edge. So that, another day that might have caught the edge. And then I think he defended the next one. And then the next over, Dane Villas
hit it for 4.
And that was it, game over. And then, so you guys went top briefly.
Until the following day. Somerset and Warwickshire, wasn't it? Warwickshire won it in the end, didn't they? That season. Somerset collapsed or something in the final day.
Here's Bailey to Brown, down the leg side, flick to pad, past the diving Hurst, up towards the top end of the ground. That should be 4 leg byes. What's met? Oh, it's 4. I did Ben Brown a disservice there. It's come off the bat. He moves on to 9. 177 for 7. Yes, if we the peculiarities of that table was that if we'd have won that game, so we'd have got that 1 extra wicket. Doesn't matter what the other teams did after us, we would have won the championship.
Yeah,
no problem. But the way it worked out, that's right. You went top, and then I think Somerset and Warwickshire overtook, and Warwickshire won it in the end. Didn't they? So you finished third or something?
We finished second.
Oh, you finished second?
Yep.
Oh, of course, because you played.
You were third.
You finished in the Bob Willis.
Yeah.
You finished the season with that 5-day game at Lords.
Yeah, we did.
That
Yeah.
looked fun. Yeah. That's.
I had a great
next
week.
ball to Ben Brown. Yeah, well, it looked fun. I kept looking.
From the beach somewhere.
something like that. I thought, oh, how I wish to have done 5 days at Lords in the rain and damp in October.
We went to the full 5th day.
Yeah, I know, because it wasn't very good weather, was it? Was it?
No, I think we played quite a bit.
Was it all right?
Yeah, Lancashire were like, oh. I mean, the match was over in the first 2 hours. Lancashire had lost like 6 wickets early on or something.
Yeah. That's October for you.
Yeah.
It's Hartley. Outside the stump, looks like a bit of shape on that one, left alone by Ben Brown. Yeah, I did. I think, oh, how I wished I was there.
I think it was televised, that game as well. I think it was on Sky, I think.
That was the only year that was played, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, that was. I don't know. Where is the Bob Willis Trophy now? Who's in possession of the Bob Willis Trophy?
Was it played the following year?
I don't think it was.
So whoever won that game at Lords had
well,
it.
that'd be Warwickshire, then,
Oh,
maybe it was played the following.
Forward is Brown. Because they were going to do something, weren't they? They were going to somehow manufacture a competition or something after that. Because obviously COVID year was the right year to do something like that. But then 2021, was there?
It could. I mean, it's such a blur, that little period, isn't it? It feels like a lifetime ago, does all that.
Fortunately. So 2021.
Maybe it just lasted that 1 year. I thought they kept it the following year. I thought we had 3 divisions or something the following year, because it was still under kind of restricted crowds and things, wasn't it? There was still kind of
That's right.
COVID measures in place. I think it was regionalised, like 3 conferences the following year, I think, as well.
That's right, there was, yes. And then depending on your... Brown pushes that out on the onside. Depending on where you finished after so many games, you then went into 3 different divisions. Because Kent won Division 3, didn't they? I remember.
What's a thing to say?
Well, that's what I thought. I saw the photo of them holding up their Division 3 pennant.
Did they really have a Division?
Yeah, there was a. I'll show you. Where are
I don't know they had a Division 3, but did they actually have something to acknowledge it?
Yeah, there was. I definitely saw a photo.
Wow. Right.
And I thought, wow, well done, lads. Because Surrey weren't in the top division, were they? 2021. Brown angles the bat, opens the face into the gap on the offside. Will pick up a single, moves on to 10, 178 for 3. I'm just looking at what was it called that year? I can never remember what the championship's called from year to year.
Oh, you mean the sponsors that year?
Well, whoever they were. What was the competition called?
Well, it was
LV Insurance.
Oh, LV, was it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So look, if you look at, so it was 3 tables, you see. So so. Oh gosh, I've got to try and remember what's going on half the time. So this was the final table. So if you see, Surrey were in Division 2.
Oh, yeah.
You guys with us were in Division 1. Warwickshire finished first, Lancashire second, Nottinghamshire third, and we ended up 4th that year, 2021, after losing to you guys in that last game. Essex won Division 2 and Kent won Division 3.
But there wasn't a grand final at Lords that year, was there, in 2020?
I don't know, I'm going to check. I don't think you're right.
I think that only happened once, didn't it? Wells in bowls to Brown. Towards Lancashire, who's at mid-on, and there's no run. 178 for 3.
No, there wasn't, no. The last round of games started on the 21st of September. Wow, that's early. Because the last round of games this year...
November, isn't it? Finals day just before Christmas. Wells in, balls. Forward goes Brown. Pushes away into the offside, no run.
Starts on the 26th this year. Final round of fixtures.
As long as the weather's all right like this, we won't complain too much, I suppose.
It's just the light, isn't it? The light goes quick.
True. You got your 10:30 starts. 178 for 3. Wells to Brown. Played out towards the leg side, picked up by Lancashire at mid-on, and there's no run. I think 2021 was a finals day behind closed doors. I think that was that year. Oh, that was miserable. That was in about October. In fact, I think it may have been the 1st of October. At Wells in bowls, forward goes Brown. And there's no run. And the Saturday was rained off, and it went to the reserve day. There was definitely no crowds in. So I thought that was 2021.
No, that was 20.
That was 20, was it? Right.
Because the...
Oh, that was depressing.
The final in 2021 was 18th of September.
All right, so 2020 then.
Yeah, so look.
Wells to Brown. He wants a single there, just nudges out towards square leg for a single. Moves to 11, 179 for 3. And remember at Edgbaston, they were piping in fake crowd noises inside the ground. So the stadium's empty, but they had this background track of crowd noises to try and, well, I don't know what to do, try and generate an atmosphere, I suppose. But Wells to Middleton. That just hurries him up a little bit. He's playing it late as that ball comes back in towards him, turns it out towards the leg side. No run. Good stuff this by Wells. He's bowled really nicely. I think buoyed by the wicket that he's got. And he's backed that up with 2 very, very good overs from the Jimmy Anderson end as Luke Wells. 179 for 3. Hampshire, Middleton 74 and Brown on 11.
Yeah, just those 2 wickets have just interrupted the rhythm a little bit, haven't they? Yeah, 2020, the finals day was on the 4th of October. You guys played Nottinghamshire in the semi-final.
Yeah, that was the reserve day. It rained all day Saturday.
Right.
We came back on the Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
And Lancashire lost to Nottinghamshire. And, yeah, I don't know who won the final. But I think Notts went on to win the final, I think.
Yeah. Won with 6 wickets against Surrey.
But it was a completely... Oh, no, with nobody there. You know, completely empty ground. But, I mean, I understand you're trying to get things going, aren't you, and try and...
Kind of did that, but just because they had to. Really. It wasn't much fun. Yeah.
No.
The whole tournament wasn't much fun, was it? Behind closed doors, as that's pushed on. Brown up to mid-on. Start of a new over from Tom Bailey, who's bowled 16 overs, none for 26. Got a couple of edges off the Nick Gubbins bat early on, but he's got a couple of good net backers. But I think he's probably not got quite as much out of this wicket as he would have liked, as he would have expected. Kookaburra ball, I'm sure, has played its part. This Kookaburra ball now is into his 60th over. Brown plays that back to the bowler. Email here from Ralph Brooker, who's in France. southerncricket@gmail.com. He's clearly in France and listening to us all day. The decision to insert both here and at Lord's raised eyebrows. So obviously, did Sri Lanka put England in?
Okay.
Whilst Gubbo and Fletch were making Lancashire pay, England, who would have batted first, are making life difficult for themselves. Suddenly, with the loss of Zach Crawley through injury, England are wobbling. Can't keep relying on Jamie Smith. And as you mentioned this morning, the absence of Jordan Cox is baffling. Yeah, I think he'll be in the England side, surely. Sure he will. That's outside the off stump, but it's no ball. Signalled by the umpire. I think that's only the second no ball of the game, I think. I'd have consulted with Smith to see if he fancied opening and keeping to the end of the season. Smith could have had a chat with the maestro Alex Stewart. One option. Alex Stewart was exceptional without doing that.
Yeah, Smith's out for 21. England are 197 for 5. Root's still going, 80 not out.
How many did Brooke make in the end?
33.
33. Bailey again to Brown. Brown gets a length ball. Defended. This one's from Jim Baldwin, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, good afternoon, Kevin and Scott. Enjoying the commentary. The Lancashire versus Hampshire fixture holds special memories for me. I travelled from the Isle of Wight for the August Bank Holiday match in 1979. I ended up as Hampshire's scorer for the final session of the day. Wow. And to be sat in the historic scoreboard, sat alongside Lancashire and England scorer Mac Taylor, who was one of my highlights. Brown cuts that away, gets it off the bottom of the bat, goes low, past the diving keeper, Matty Hurst, and that's going for 4. I think there was much to do with the lack of bounce as much as anything, but he's got 4 for it. And at the time, I was regularly at Hampshire home games as scorer for the press corps, working closely with the late Pat Symes. says Jim Baldwin. So the Isle of Wight in 1979. Might look that one up actually. See what the result of that one was. That'd have been one of the last games in the Isle of Wight, I think. Check if it's a championship match.
Played one-day cricket there recently, haven't you, Hampshire?
Yeah, not this year because it would have clashed with the Cows Week, so no game this year. But the last couple of years, yeah. Brown pushes that out into the covers. And we were due to pay you guys in a 50-over game a little while ago, but something happened. I'm not quite sure.
No.
And it was reverted back to the utilita. I'll have a look for that. 1979 on the Isle of Wight. Yeah, it'd been good actually. The last couple of one day. It's like at most grounds. When it's hot, it's beautiful. But they played a championship game there against Notts in 2019. Stuart Broad played in that one. That was a good 4 days. That was nice. That was hot all 4 days. Here's Bailey. Oh, it's a low full toss down the leg side. Good diving stop there from Hurst. Terrific stop. Not sure that would have been 4 wides or... Actually, it wouldn't be 4 wides because it would have been called a wide anyway, but that would certainly saved 4 byes. End of the over, 185 for 3, and we've had 60 overs.
Have a quick look around the grounds while you find that scorecard. A couple of Centurions. Tom Abel for Somerset has reached 100. Somerset 214 for 3. Abel unbeaten on 3 figures, and Rory Burns has got to a century as well. So he got a double century. I think he got his career best score against for Surrey last week against Lancashire. 227 his career best last week, and he's got to 3 figures this week, Burns. As Wells comes in and bowls, and that's pushed away into the offside, and there is no run, but they have lost a second wicket. Sorry, they've lost Ryan Patel, so they're 201 for 2. Wells into Middleton, plays forward and defends. No run.
I think I've got that wrong, actually, the email. He travelled from the Isle of Wight for the August Bank Holiday match in 1979. Apologies.
Wells for Lancashire, with Middleton on 74. Takes a quick single out towards mid-wicket. Venkatesh Iyer comes up from mid-on to field, so Middleton takes his total to 75 not out, 186 for 3 now. Gets Ben Brown back on strike. Wells 1 for 30, halfway through his 10th over of the day. Dropped a little short, and that gets Brown looking to try and pull the ball out towards the leg side. Brown remains on 15. Wells over the wicket. And that's just fiddled away down towards the fine leg boundary. There's a couple chasing after it, including the captain Keaton Jennings, but he slows up as he realises that ball is heading down towards the boundary. What's he given there? Anything on that? Or byes? I think it's 4 byes. Yes, it is. 190 for 3 now, so Brown remains on 15. 1 ball left of the over. And 3 overs until the tea break, actually, so we've had quite a bit of spin on the first day, so got through the overs pretty quickly here. Short pulled is Balderson on the mid-wicket boundary to field. And Brown gets a single. He moves on to 16, and that is the end of the over. 191 for 3, with 3 overs remaining of the afternoon session. Ben Brown's on 16, and Fletcher Middleton is 75 not out.
Oh, well, the only games I can see is Sussex, both Championship and Sunday League over the, presumably, end of August, bank holiday. Those are the only games I can see. As he says, Vic Isaacs was the scorer at the time, but he just took over for a little while. So there we go, Jim. Hopefully that's the right game. 1979. Gosh, at that point with only that many overs to go.
Yep.
They've got through a bunch. There's been a few overs to spin, hasn't there?
Yeah, we've had Luke Wells has just completed his 10th, and we've had 8 from Tom Hartley as well. So yeah, 18 overs of spin.
So we're going to have a bit more of Tom Aspinwall. Rodney Hogg running look-alike. 1 for 31 from 10. Got that early wicket of Toby Albert caught in the slips. So 191 for 3. Hampshire were 158 for 1 at one stage. Lost Gubbins and then James Vince quickly. Aspinwall bowls to Brown. Clips that up towards mid-on, and there is no run. John Skews has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, first of all, thanks for all your commentaries throughout the season. They help to keep me alive, says John. On the subject of James Vince, I've just watched his innings, and the way it ended left me horrified. Middleton and Gubbins had batted responsibly after Albert's dismissal. From what an excellent delivery. Brown's forward. Not sure what he was trying to do there. Was he trying to find an angle initially? Albert's dismissal from an excellent delivery, but oh dear, what has got into James? My view, for what it's worth, is that he has been playing so much cricket recently, and in brackets, who can blame him, that he must wonder which type of match he's actually playing. 4-day cricket for me is the very best, but it does require a set of skills unrelated to the bash of the T20 and the dreadful 100, says John. Worked away on the leg side by Brown, moves on to 17, 192 for 3. I would suggest that James Vince be rested from the captaincy for the remainder of the season for his own good. I first watched him play in a second-11 game at Bishop Stortford and marked him out as an England player about 20 years ago and admired his play ever since. But oh, that cover drive, one of the many shots I was capable of playing, says John. Well, I have to say, it did look a tired sort of shot, didn't it? One that, I don't know, from a distance it looked like you didn't really want to hang around for too long. I don't know, it's easy to say, isn't it, when you're up here. It's pushed to mid-wicket and there is no run, but I think even he would say that wasn't one of his best. .192 for 3. Middleton working hard, 75 from 146. Very much eyeing a second 100 of the season, I'm sure. Aspinwall comes in again, gone for the Yorker. It's a low full toss, driven up to mid-on, fielded by Tom Bailey once more. You got something else to promote?
I have, yeah.
Actually, you didn't. You haven't mentioned those tickets, the international tickets.
Oh,
again.
That's okay. I can do that right. I can do that right for you now.
Please do.
That's not a problem.
That would take us up till tea.
That's all right.
In fact, it might take us up to the close of play. The amount of times you read it out this morning.
Hang on.
Aspinwall bowls, drive again up to Bailey.
This is the international ticket ballot. And it's cricket but bigger. It's big matchups, big atmospheres and big moments. But if you want to watch some international cricket here next year, there's a women's international match, a T20 game, England against India. And in the men's games, England against India test match, and then England against South Africa in a T20 game. You can, there's a lot going on here. If you're watching on screen, you can also win a shirt, a Venkatesh Iyer signed shirt. And the ballot is open for the tickets for those games. So they're in July and September of next year. The T20 games, both England's men and women's, and the test match. As Wells comes in and bowls to Brown, and that's defended into the offside. There is no run. So if you head to lancashirecricket.co.uk, you will see right there all the information to enter the ballot, which is open now and closes at some point in September. And that's pushed into the offside. There's no run. 17th of September is when the ballot closes, if you want to try and get some international tickets. And you can beat the ballot as well by accessing membership as well for 2025 to get some priority tickets. So there you go. LancashireCricket.co.uk for more details. Wells in, forward goes Brown in defence, and there's no run. I've got something else to plug, but I could save that until the evening session.
Your choice.
This is from the Lancashire Cricket Foundation, who've wandered in to give me some information about an event taking place in October. Wells in. Quick single here by Brown, just touches it out towards the onside. Venkatesh Iyer coming up from mid-on to field. Throw at the stumps at the bowler's end, but they've managed to scramble through for one. Brown moves to 18 not out, 193 for 3. With 2 balls left of the over, and then we've got 1 over until the tea break. Wells bowls. Middleton turns it away towards the leg side, where it's fielded by Iyer, and there is no run. So the final ball for Luke Wells, 1 for 32. He'll be heading off for tea at the minute with those figures. Final ball of his over. He'll take a single, just drilled away through the offside. Well, I think they're looking for the leg spinner, and I think Middleton picked it and drives it out through the offside. And he keeps the strike, 194 for 3. So the Lancashire Cricket Foundation have popped in to give me a lovely little brochure to tell me that the Team of the 90s dinner is taking place. In fact, can you see that? Team of the 90s. Rocky's dad is among is on the promotion leaflet. So Monday the 21st of October at the Point at Old Trafford. 7:30 or 7 a.m. start, 3-course dinner. The Team of the 90s. There you go.
Where's the Point?
The big red.
Oh, the big. Oh, that's the Point. Of course, it is.
The big red building there.
Now, the interesting thing is, there's a lovely picture there. And you said an interesting thing there as well before I come to my main point. So that's work to mid-on, Aspinwall bowling to Middleton. Is that I wonder, moving forward, that Andrew Flintoff will actually become known as Rocky's dad, isn't it? I mean, that actually would be interesting, wouldn't it? That in 4 or 5 years' time, people are referring to him as Rocky's dad.
Because from Rocky being Andrew's son to... Hey, this Rocky, you know who his dad was? Yeah, I like that idea. Yeah.
Then you know he's made it, that's for sure. There's a lovely shot off the back foot. Fletcher Middleton, my word. He was almost off the floor playing that one. Certainly on his toes. Made sure that he stayed on top of that. Smacked it away. Look at that, he's off the floor playing that. Fantastic shot. He's played a couple of lovely shots. That's up there for me. That probably his best one.
Yeah, that right this morning, that back foot kind of square drive which he hit out to deep backward point, I thought was a lovely shot as well by Middleton.
Yeah. That's a terrific shot. When you're off the toes like that, you're off the floor in an effort to get on top of the bounce. That's terrific stuff. Moves on to 80, 198 for 3. Right, that picture you showed to the screen there, and the one we've got in front of us, how many of those can you name?
There's a few in there I can spot, yeah.
Here's Aspinwall, bowls. Middleton's on the back foot. Pushes it up to mid-off. He'll get a single this time.
How many can you name on there?
Let's have a look then.
I reckon I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe.
How many are there in total? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 12 there. And you reckon you've got half of them?
Maybe, yeah.
I'll be honest with you, there's a couple there I would never get. Aspinwall bowls, length ball to Brown. He pushes that to mid-wicket. So a team of the 90s. So I should have played against virtually all those, shouldn't I? There's one there, looks like Brian Robson. He wouldn't have played. Does that look like Brian Robson, the footballer? He never played for Lancashire. I'll be honest with you. Well, one's pretty much hidden, which is a bit difficult. I'm probably about the same, probably 6 at most. Here comes Aspinwall again, wide of off stump. Brown lets that one go, so we're 1 ball away from the tea break.
We are, yeah. And a couple of wickets, couple of quick wickets really. One gifted to the Vince with a poor shot. Wells breaking the partnership between Middleton and Gubbins, the first to fall in the afternoon. Just gave Lancashire a little bit of something to smile about in the middle of the afternoon.
That's for sure. Jim Baldwin's emailed me back to say he got the date wrong in 1979, coming over from the Isle of Wight. Brown plays that late. It's gone past a diving Keaton Jennings at around about third or fourth slip. It's gone for 4. It's along the ground. Wasn't catchable, but that ends the session with a boundary. And Hampshire move on to... That's the 200 up for Hampshire at the same time as they walk off. 203 for 3. Just very quickly, Jim Baldwin says he checked the date in the Hampshire handbook and the match actually was at Old Trafford on the 18th, 20th and 21st of August. Got the bank holiday. Merry playing tricks, says Jim.
As it tends to do with most of us, really. It's a Ben Brown heading off. Fletcher Middleton unbeaten on 81. He'll resume after tea, eyeing up potentially 3 figures here. To follow in the footsteps of his dad, who got a century here way back in the early 1990s. So Hampshire losing the wickets of Albert, Gubbins and Vince for 6.75 and for 5. The bowlers used by Lancashire were 1 wicket for Aspinwall, 1 for Hartley and 1 for Wells. Bailey 17 overs for 32. Balderson 11 overs for 31. And we've got ourselves to the tea break here on this opening day with Hampshire 203 for 3. And we'll be back with you in around about 20 minutes.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's
How's that?
call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip. Over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton, and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Astoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me, making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Astoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of and taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
So mixing it up, but the heritage of the club is actually everywhere you look. So there will be a new heritage of being that was developed over the last year. So many people say they're both.
Hi Noah. Nice to meet you.
Can you believe it? No. I can't stop smiling. I'm trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All are welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here.
All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
Tap, ball,
catch,
throw.
Try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here.
Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagan's Fairbrother. Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On come the crowd.
That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. It's shot by Sol. It's into...
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip. Over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plumb, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton, and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Astoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me, making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours will be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Astoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of and taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
There's certain bits in it, but the heritage of the club is actually everywhere you look. So there will be a new heritage of being that was developed over the last year. So many people say they're both.
Hi Noah. Nice to meet you.
Can you believe it? No. I can't stop smiling. I'm trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action, all the time. Fully welcome, all invited, even mums and dads.
Skills,
Friendships, smiles, dreams.
it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
That, ball,
Catch, throw, try it all.
it's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. indeed he has. Indications. What a moment. Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagan's Fairbrother. Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On come the crowd.
So, the players are heading back out after the tea interval with Hampshire on 203 for 3. Fletcher Middleton on 81 and Ben Brown on 22. The two not out batsmen. A couple of wickets for Lancashire in the afternoon session, Kevin, but Hampshire having been put into bat here, heading into the final session of the first day in a pretty good position. Yeah, they are. It's not done a lot, has it really? The Kookaburra ball. Maybe Lancashire thought that it was going to do a little bit more. Probably not quite as much than we've actually seen. I think they've bowled quite well, but I think Hampshire have just batted particularly well. Maybe James Vince, apart from that, not a great shot when he was out for 5. But I think the sessions tell their own story. 80 for 1 at lunch. Certainly a tight session for both sides, but 123 for 2 in the session of play between lunch and tea. And when you look at it just like that, that certainly suggests that you'd rather be a batter out there than a bowler. Yes, yeah. Let's see if the evening session continues in that same vein. Certainly, this lad on strike here, Fletcher Middleton's enjoyed a pretty good day so far, and he's waiting as Balderson sets off to start the evening session up. It's left alone and through to Hurst, and there's no run. Well, there's 16 overs until the new ball, so we're certainly going to see a second, I say cherry. It's a Kookaburra. I presume they're still called cherries. But even so, yeah. Listen, they're not such a big seam. They get softer quicker. Hence why you probably. That's left by Middleton through to Hurst. No run. Hence why I think if this game was being played by Dukes, I think we'd see 5 or 6 wickets being taken by now. There's been plenty of runs around the country. I mean, there's been some wickets falling in the games involving Worcestershire and Kent, but either side of that, there's been plenty of runs scored and some Centurions along the way as well. Middleton able to guide that away down towards the third man boundary, picked up by Tom Hartley. Middleton gets a single, so he moves to 82, not out, 204 for 3. He's not given a chance at all. No. And he's played some lovely shots along the way, hasn't he? Yeah, that shot off the back foot square just before tea when he's off the floor to get on top of the bounce. Absolutely brilliant. I could watch that shot quite a few times. Ben Brown waits as Balderson comes in. Pushed away into the offside. And there's no run. Luke Wells is there to field. 204 for 3. Gubbins was going along very nicely alongside him. And they'd put on 151 runs before Gubbins was caught behind off the bowling of Luke Wells for 75. Brown defends. And there's no run. Yeah, Gubbins played really well, but just in the way he got dismissed, just wasn't in a great position to execute the shot. He was trying to work it down backward a point. The bat came down at an angle. He wasn't really in behind it and wasn't far enough away from the ball either. He was kind of stuck in no man's land. A little faint edge through to the behind. Balderson to Brown. That's an inside edge back onto his pad. Ball ricochets up towards Josh Barnett. End of the first over after tea. Just a single coming off it. 204 for 3.
But it was a terrific partnership for the second wicket, and even though James Vince fell pretty soon afterwards, within, what, 7 runs, when you look at the board now, at 204 for 3, they're still in a fantastic position. Yes. So that's how important that partnership was.
Yeah, they played really well, didn't they? So it's helped lay down an excellent kind of base here, hasn't it, for Hampshire to go on and you know, build a pretty strong-looking first innings total.
Yeah, they should do, really. From here, it's a good batting track. The odd one's turned, but only the odd one.
Yeah, got maybe one from Hartley, maybe the odd one from Wells as well.
Yeah.
This lad's bowled well, hasn't he, Tom Aspinwall?
Yeah, he has. Just 20 years of age. This is about his 3rd or 4th spell, isn't it? Is it me? I can't remember. It's wide of off stump. That's a bit of a loosener. To Fletcher Middleton. Yeah, he's bowled 15 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 61. Picked up that early wicket of Toby Albert. That was a good ball. Toby Albert didn't do a lot wrong there, just pushing forward, bat and pad close together, but he still found the edge. Good catch by George Bell in the slips. A skiddy bowler, Tom Aspinwall, and just the way he bowls, it always looks as though the ball's going to go into the right-hander, so you're always thinking about that. And every now and then he just gets one just to hold. Bowls. Oh, that's bounced as well, that side the off stump. So you expect the ball to come in all the time and perhaps come in at you more than it does. It's an interesting angle that he bowls from. I think it will always cause problems. That's a good delivery with a ball that's basically 66 overs old. And a Kookaburra one at that. Still running in like Rodney Hogg for about the first half of his run-up, which there he is. That's just so Rodney Hogg. Here we go. Bowls again. That's very wide. That's very wide of off stump. Not sure whether he thinks Fletcher Middleton at this stage of his innings is tempted. Shouldn't be. But he's got a bit of pace, which is the main thing. He's not the tallest, so he's always going to rely on skidding the ball through rather than bang it in. If he does bang it in, it's always going to be quite short. But he's got enough pace. A lovely bit of sunshine. Late evening sunshine. That's fullish, and that's a lovely drive down the ground. He's going to get 4 for that. Full value from Fletcher Middleton. One of the few half volleys we've seen today. When you think since 11 o'clock, there haven't been too many of those around. That's a lovely shot.
It is, isn't it? Looks great square on, doesn't it?
Just play the ball as late as possible. Let the ball come to you and then hit it back. Bang. 86 he moves on to. 208 for 3, Hampshire. That's been Wally again. There's another half volley. Maybe a little fuller, actually. That's driven out to extra cover. Almost 2-4, perhaps. Closer to a Yorker than a half volley. Middleton in his 2nd full season for Hampshire. Very much the backbone of this innings now, with Gubbins having come and gone for 75. Here he is, Aspinwall again. Length ball to Middleton. Pushes that out to extra cover. Tom Bailey fields. And after 66 overs, which means we've got 30 overs left in the day, Hampshire 208 for 3 with Middleton 86 and Brown on 22.
Yeah, just looking around the First Division scores as teams are either just getting to or just about to resume after the tea break. So Warwickshire have lost a couple of wickets, actually. They bowled Kent out for 156. Warwickshire have lost 2 wickets. Alex Davis and Rob Yates, and two men out. So Warwickshire 115 for 2, replying to that Kent score of 156 all out. It's Balderson is in to Brown, who defends. Somerset 277 for 5. Tom Abel making 124. Tom Banton out for 73. So 277 for 5. Archie Vaughan is batting for Somerset. Son of Michael Vaughan. Alongside James Root. Oh, he's having a little prod at that, is Ben Brown. Outside the off stump. Somerset 278 for 5. Worcestershire, having been 50 for 5, and now 265 for 9. So they really have managed to rally a bit here, with Brett D'Oliveira making 68, Ethan Brooks making 46, and Tom Taylor, who's 62 not out. Run down towards backward point and think about taking a single and decide against it. And Amar Verdi.
He's gone on loan.
He's on loan, yeah. He's 41 not out. So Worcestershire, to their credit, having been 50 for 5, at 265 for 9. Great effort.
Doesn't help you guys so much.
It's not the score that no. You're looking for. And Surrey against Nottinghamshire. Brown. Was a no ball call by the umpire. Brown looks to try and defend. Surrey 227 for 2. Rory Burns 116 not out, and Will Jackson 16. So 227 for 2. Surrey batting first at Trent Bridge. .210 for 3. Hampshire here. Balderson over the wicket. Forward goes Brown. Dropped into the offside. And Wells comes up from cover to field. There's no run. In Division 2, again, the game's getting back underway for the evening sessions. Leicestershire 231 for 8 at Glamorgan. Yorkshire 254 for 5. They're taking on Middlesex. It's left by Brown, just shapes away into the gloves of Hurst. No run. Johnny Best does 46 not out, playing for Yorkshire this week against Middlesex. Sussex are 317 for 3. Daniel Hughes making 144 off 142 deliveries. Tom Haynes making 72. Sussex 316 for 3. And Brown just turns this away off his hip behind square on the leg side for a single. Keeps the strike as well. 211 for 3 here. Gloucestershire 125 all out, and Northamptonshire in reply 99 for 2.
Is it Sussex you're playing next week in the T20?
Yes. Yep.
They give it a real whack up top.
I believe so, yeah. Yeah.
They don't hold back. Is it him and is it Hardings, the other guy? The other opener? Daniel Hughes and I think it's, can't remember. Right. They absolutely go at it hard early on. And it's generally come off. Email here from, sorry, did you finish the scores?
Yeah, I'm all through them now. Yep.
Email here from Martin Hills, solentcricket@gmail.com. As Aspinwall starts a new over, runs away from us, right arm over, and bowls, and he's chased that one, Ben Brown. Flicked that away, square on the offside. The ball really is holding up on that outfield, not quite over the rope, even though he didn't particularly time it. Oh, that's very funny. From keeper Matty Hurst. That ball was thrown back in the sun and Hurst was backpedaling, not keeping his eye on the ball at all. 2 runs it is to Brown, moves on to 23, 211 for 3. Martin says, we were talking earlier about final games of the season, wasn't we, really? We was talking about the one at Egbert, 2021. You were talking about another one that Lancashire were involved with. Here's Espinal. It's pushed away, square on the offside. Martin recalls one back in 2022 regarding your conversation with Scott on the last day of Championship cricket. The last day for Hampshire on 2022 provided a remarkable relegation avoiding performance which I will never forget in a match involving Hampshire. It was Warwickshire who needed to win to avoid demotion, and Hampshire needing only 138 to win the game and condemn Warwickshire to relegation, as that's pushed back by Brown to the bowler. Who can ever forget the performance by a barely half-fit Liam Norwell, who returned figures of 9 for 62, including the last 3 wickets, having left the pitch exhausted and unfit, having already taken 6 wickets in a marathon bowling spell. I find Warwickshire one of the dullest, least interesting counties. Good luck with that membership application, by the way, Martin.
Goodness.
Oh dear. Brown drives. It's wide, but he hasn't really got hold of that. He goes out into the covers. It was a remarkable game, though, I have to say, because we had all the Yorkshire people listening and watching as well, because, of course, if Warwickshire had gone down, then Yorkshire stayed up, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, Interesting comments about Warwickshire. Talking about Liam Norwell, of course. I think that was his last competitive performance.
Yeah. He's barely played, has he, since?
No, and
if at all.
He's been released now, hasn't he? And that's a length ball, which Brown is forward to. I have severe reservations regarding team selection for this Old Trafford match, given the nature of the Manchester wickets and Kookaburra ball. It seems very unwise to omit Felix Organ, who has had a good season when he has been selected with wickets and a few runs. We do not need 4 pace bowlers at Old Trafford, and John Turner has yet to take a championship wicket this season. I know Turner offers real pace, but horses for courses. As Aspinwall comes in again, bowls, Brown flicks it away like he does. That short arm pull jab out on the leg side will pick up 2. Hampshire move on to 215 for 3. Thank you as always for the fine commentary, analysis and anecdotes. Martin Hills from Chichester, enjoying the stream with some nice Provençal rosé wine. Yeah, I agree, and really, when you look at the selections, you really do find Felix Organ play when Keith Barker plays, because Keith Barker scuffs up the wicket, not illegally, but there is an area for off spinners to bowl into, and Felix Organ definitely benefits from that, and he's a dangerous bowler because of that. But when one doesn't play, i.e. Keith Barker at the moment, then I suppose it's difficult to justify playing Felix Organ. But I know they thought about it.
Here comes Balderson, sets off again. Middleton defends into the offside, no run.
They very much thought about it today, because they feel that maybe this pitch will turn at some point. So. But it's difficult, because what is there for him to bowl into? There's no left armers playing in this game.
Yeah, Lancashire's left arm seamer Josh Boyden, who played last week, not picked today. Balderson to Middleton. He played that as if that kept a little bit low on him.
Keaton Jennings holding something up. Oh no. Had his hands up a long time there, didn't he? Got excited by that one, Keaton.
.215 for 3. Balderson to Middleton. Sure. Carve that away through the offside. Pigeons are fluttering to safety. And out towards the boundary for 4. Lovely looking shot. Takes him into the 90s, that. Just watching this back there. Nice square drive out towards the boundary. Beautiful timing through the course of this innings by Fletcher Middleton.
Again, he's playing it late, isn't it? Which allows you to hit down and through the shot, giving you that pace.
It's a 90 to Middleton, 219 for 3. Balderson in, and Middleton defends. Rocky Flintoff fields, and there's no run. I guess you've got the one slip in place, which is the captain Keaton Jennings, the short straight mid on, which is George Bell. There's a mid on, mid wicket. There's a long leg, deep third as well. It's nudged away by Middleton, away towards deep backward square leg for a single. Middleton to 91 now, 220 for 3. There's one ball left of the over, and then well, it's only 11 away from a new ball, so they're gonna have quite a decent chunk, aren't they, with that new ball before play's done today.
Yeah, I would have thought Aspinwall would be whisked out of the attack soon, wouldn't he? Take the new ball.
Balderson to Brown. Just defending that back towards George Balderson, who completes another over. 5 coming off that. He's bowled 14 overs for 40. 220 for 3 here live from Emirates Old Trafford. Middleton 91, Brown on 27. 220 for 3. We've got 11 overs to go before the second new ball is available for the Lancashire captain. I think we missed a half-century partnership, or at least I did with that. I think did we miss that 50 partnership, or did you mention it? You may have mentioned it if you didn't.
I didn't, no.
Okay.
No.
That's Ben Brown and Fletcher Middleton have brought up a 50 partnership during the course of that last over, I think it was.
Here's Aspinwall. Again, it's a length ball to Middleton. Plays up to mid-off and there is no run. Vernon's been on the emails, sonatcricket@gmail.com. Vernon's in Carnforth in Lancashire, who you said is near Preston or
Well,
something?
it's probably Lancaster way to be more accurate.
Well, this is Vernon's assessment of the pitch. All right, Vernon Cope, this is.
Right.
Such is the docile nature of the Old Trafford pitch that if Lily, Thompson and Warne were in their prime now and bowling on it, they would be powerless to stop Jeff Boycott's mother getting a century using a stick of rhubarb.
I think it's you.
Oh, it is me, sorry. It's a lovely shot. I was just thinking that I think he's suggesting this pitch is flat. That's a lovely shot. He's played some lovely shots through the covers off the back foot, Fletcher Middleton. Watch this again if you're on the picture feed. It's great square on. Actually, that camera angle's perfect, isn't it? Just shows you how late he's playing the ball. Again, allowing him to get that power and the timing through little effort. Here's Aspinwall again, bowls straighter this time. There's that man back on the short drive on the leg side. George Bell, very straight.
He put together a little show reel of the Middleton when he got to 50, and there were some fine shots. And you mentioned those ones that we're seeing from square on. They are great examples, aren't they? The way he plays it and the way he plays it late as well at times.
Yep.
He's been terrific square the wicket off the back foot.
Yeah,
It's really good.
I think there'll be a few in there, that second 50. Aspinwall again, straight to Middleton again. Giving him no room there, that's better. I think he's proved that anything just outside the stump with a little bit of width, he's more than equal to it, hitting it through the covers. Just try and bowl a little straighter.
He's got a great chance here, hasn't he?
It is, I mean, there's no doubt about it. It is a very good wicket. The way things are at the moment.
Don't want to miss out on it either, do you? You don't want to squander that opportunity on 95 as Aspinwall. He's in. Oh, it's a gorgeous shot. It should be 4, even with a slow outfield. Bohannon, oh, brilliant effort to try and haul it back. Let's hope he's not injured himself, Josh Bohannon. That's a fabulous effort to try and catch up with the ball. It was a beautiful shot. But Bohannon's been in the wars a few times today. And the concern are, again, that he's landed awkwardly. And still he's just picking himself up here. And he signalled a forward as Josh Bohannon, which is very sporting of Josh Bohannon. It's just a beautiful shot. And then the chase from Bohannon to try and get to it and flick it back. Brilliant effort. Just couldn't quite get fingers behind it. Takes Fletcher Middleton to 99. Not out. And he's a run away from his second century of the season. Lancashire bringing some fielders inside. Now a little bit closer to him, try and deny that chance of this run. Aspinwall to Middleton. And there it is, worked away off his hip, out towards the fine leg boundary for a single. And it's a century for Fletcher Middleton. He's 100 not out. From 173 deliveries, 13 fours, a fabulous innings. Real stylish knock by Middleton. His second century of the season. And emulating his dad, who got a century here back in 1992, the last time that Hampshire won a championship match at Emirates Old Trafford. Well battered. Fletcher Middleton, exactly 100 not out, 229 for 3 at the end of the over. Yes, a real stylish knock. And what is certainly a good, well, it would appear from up here to be a very good batting pitch, but Middleton certainly has made the very most of it. Here comes Balderson. And that's defended back towards the Lancashire bowler. And there is no runs. 229 for 3. Little flick off his hip to bring up 3 figures. As Balderson's in and goes right forward and defends. Middleton, and there is no run.
Yeah, terrific 100. It's yeah, you're right. I heard you say second 100 of the season, and it's only his second 100. Didn't played all season last year. Didn't quite make it into three figures. Threatened it a few times, but this year a different story. Showing his maturity now. Only 22 years of age, and what an innings that's been. Chanceless. And what some of those shots off the back foot.
Tapped away by Middleton now into the offside, and there's no run. I think at the end of the over we might be having a little look at some of the highlights of Middleton's century. You'll see some of those shots off the back foot.
I think, I mean, not only have they been well executed, but I think it also shows the good nature of this pitch.
Yeah. He's put a lot late, hasn't he? And forward his next delivery and just smothering the ball away into the offside. There's Bohannon. It's a great effort by Bohannon trying to catch up with the ball. He put the dive in. It was a really heavy fall. And he was unable to claw it back a few moments ago. And then dragged himself up onto his feet and then gently signalled it was a 4. Balderson to Middleton. Slightly awkward looking, that shot, but pushed away back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, just every now and then he gets turned around a little bit, doesn't he? I think sometimes he just gets a little bit, his balance just goes a little bit too offside-ish at times, and so he's playing around the ball rather than playing down the line, but it only happens every so often.
Into completely over balls, and he's driven Middleton up towards wide mid-off, where Bohannon, who's been outstanding really in the field today, is he's there to stop it. He gets a single, it keeps the strike as well. It's 230 for 3, and some of the shots here, Kevin, Fletcher Middleton's 3 figures.
Nice pull shot we're seeing there. Kept over the top of that nicely. Nice flick off his legs as well, and that one there, where he's off the back foot, and he's both his feet are off the ground. That is an absolutely terrific shot. That's the shot of the day, and I don't think we're going to see too many better shots than that in the game. That is an absolutely wonderful shot. To jump up, get on top of the bounce, hit it as hard as he does through the offside. That is a fantastic shot. Tom Hartley.
Yeah, well, you mentioned maybe Aspinwall just being rested a little bit before a new ball becomes available. And yeah, his spell, little burst after tea. 3 overs for 17 for Tom Aspinwall. He's replaced by the left-arm spinner Tom Hartley.
8 overs, 1 for 30. Picked up the wicket of James Vince. Probably as surprised as anybody. Mode of dismissal. Vince having an absolute mow at a good length ball. And just skied a top edge to Bohannon at extra cover. It was just a regulation delivery, but anything but a regulation shot. It's fall down the leg side. Oh, it's almost hit the helmet. Now, what's that come off? Has it flicked the pad of the keeper as it goes to the top end of the ground? I'm not sure there was too much from the batter, or maybe there was. Attempted sweep shot there from Fletcher Middleton, and it's buys. No, it's deflected off the pad. Difficult one for the keeper, that one, full outside leg stump. Never quite sure where that's coming through. Bit of a loosener perhaps for Hartley. 233 for 3. Real good platform here for Hampshire to really kick on and get a large first inning score. Hartley again round the wicket. Brown off the back foot, steers that into the gap in front of square on the offside. There is an insurance in the form of a fielder on the boundary. Brown moves on to 28, 234 for 3. It's a nice breeze, isn't it? Left to right, the flags at the pavilion have been blowing consistently throughout the day. It's played back to the bowler by Brown, by Middleton. Hartley with just the slip to the Centurion. Brown's Middleton's forward. Again, see just that angle that in trying to tuck Middleton up, but he's got no short leg in there now, so even an inside edge onto the pad doesn't really matter if it pops up on the leg side. There's nobody there. Again, there's a sweep shot there. There's 2 leg-side-ish from Hartley. Nice little sweep down to fine leg. Middleton moves on to 102. 2:35.43. His other 100, I think did you mention it? If you did, apologies.
I didn't, no.
His other 100 this season came against Warwickshire. That was 116, so that is currently his highest first-class score. Brown works that into the gap on the leg side. Keaton Jennings comes around from the mid-wicket, and Brown will keep the strike. 236 for 3. We've had 72 overs, which means the second new ball is due in 8 overs' time.
Yep, it's like back to spin from both ends here, isn't it, for Lancashire captain Keaton Jennings. A little 4-over burst from Balderson after tea coming towards an end as well. So back with Luke Wells and Tom Hartley in tandem. He'll be taking us up to that 80-over mark when the new ball becomes available for Keaton Jennings. Wells, who managed to find the breakthrough this afternoon, he managed to get that big partnership between Gubbins and Middleton came to an end. And he's in and bowling. And that's Brown, who pulls that out towards the square leg boundary.
I think he's done a good job, hasn't he, Luke Wells? I mean, would he be a front? He wouldn't be a front-line spinner, really, would he? Or
No,
would he?
No, I mean Tom Hartley's your kind of your front-line spinner, isn't he? But he's more than just part-time. You know what I mean? He's a big part of Lancashire's T20 bowling attack.
Yeah.
For example, hit back over his head by Middleton, got all the way through that. 1 bounce and 4 up towards the pavilion. 241 for 3. It's a big hit, big follow through. And 4 more for Middleton.
That was in the slot, that one. It's a perfectly safe shot.
He's bowled quite a lot now in red ball cricket in the last couple of years.
13 wickets this season.
Into Middleton. It's carved away out towards the offside. As Rocky Flintoff comes bouncing up from the point boundary to field. Middleton moves to 107 not out.
I mean, he's 12. We're costing 27 before today. I mean, you know, as a backup, that's, you know, to other more established bowlers, that's a, you know, that's a good return.
Yeah.
And of course, he's opened the batting as well.
Yeah. Here comes Wells. Run away through the offside by Brown this time for a single. 31 to Ben Brown. 243 for 3. Yeah, he's bowled a lot. He's worked on his bowling a lot in the last couple of winters. Probably his spinning option in the last couple of years or so has actually probably reduced the options in the team for Matt Parkinson to play. Probably one of the reasons why he couldn't get in the side. Oh, that one has Wells hopping round and half appealing towards the umpire. It's just a half appeal, wasn't it, really?
Looks like it was going down a bit, wasn't it? Didn't quite do enough.
243 for 3. Forward this time goes Middleton in defence. Tapped away back down the pitch. And there's no run, so 243 for 3. 73 overs gone. 107 to Middleton. Brown on 31.
It just looks like, when I see Wells bowl, it looks like the Googly is an easier ball for him to bowl rather than the out-and-out leg spinner. I don't know, I think today he looks like he's got the ball to come in a bit more than anything else, when it has done anything. But he's tall as well, so he gets a little bit of bounce. Here's Hartley then. Around the wicket still to Brown, very watchfully playing forward. Got the leg slip in and the slip. That leg slip comes out when Middleton's facing Hartley. Getting close to that second new ball, just under 7 overs until that new ball, low 4 toss. Turned around on the leg side in front of square by Brown. Should be at least 2. They'll settle for 2. Brown moves on to 33 now. The useful partnership building here for Hampshire for the 4th wicket. Still got plenty of batting to come. Tom Prest, a centurion in the last game. Liam Dawson. There's Brown again, forward.
Yeah, there's a bit to come, isn't there?
There's still a bit to come. Yes, you're right. And I mean, listen, Lancashire are going to score a handful on this as well. They should do. You know, unless this wicket starts breaking up. I think we're going to see 2 high-scoring first innings. Brown drives. Bahan's quickly in a deepish mid-off to make sure it's not Bahan, was it? It was Balderson quickly in to make sure they don't take a single. 2:45 for 3. Hartley in again. Bowles and Brown just guides that to point. I'll come through for a single. He does play. Opens the face of the bat there, Brown. That's one of the good areas that he hits in. Waits for it. Opens the face. To Middleton, cracks it away out to the fielder in the deep on the offside. 246 for 3. Hampshire closing in on their first bonus point of the game. 4 runs short. Lancashire have already picked up 1, having picked up 3 wickets, and that's 74 overs gone. Dave Allen, Hampshire's Orient Archivista's emailed solentcricket@gmail.com under the heading of In the Family. Tony and Fletcher, I mentioned Tony Middleton earlier. Father and son had already both scored championship hundreds, and I'm pretty sure they were the first father and son pair to do so, in brackets first class, for Hampshire. Now I'm wondering, has it ever happened before by any father and son away from home and at Old Trafford? Anyone up there know? Well, we did find Tony Middleton's 100, didn't we?
We did, yeah. Well, you should remember it.
Well, yeah. Well, I remember more my runs.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Here comes Wells in and bowls to Middleton. That's drilled out towards the offside for a single. Moves to 109, 248 for 3.
I mean, I will hopefully. Well, I will speak to Fletcher after the game and that, and I know he doesn't mind it. But if I reference his old man, you know, saying, "Well, your old man did this, and you know, what about you and this and that," he's all right with it. But you know,
Wells in and bowls, and that's through to the keeper, no run.
But I will remind him that his old man got one here before he did. I will. Don't worry. I'll put that in.
Oh, it's nice, isn't it? The fact that, I mean, and that was in that's the last time Hampshire won here in the championship as well, which is a bit of
incredible.
Yeah.
It?
So it's quite a nice story, that, isn't it? That his son's got a century here as well. It's dropped into the onside by Ben Brown, and there's no run.
Just remember what year that was again?
1992.
92 was the last time Hampshire won a championship game here. But I mean, the last time a championship game was played here involving Hampshire, 2018.
Right.
So, how many games since?
10.
I think you looked at 10.
It's Wells to Brown. It'll be a quick single. He's just dropped it into the onside. And through he goes for 1. Moves to 35. 249 for 3.
He probably already knows that his dad scored 100 here. I don't know. I will ask him. I'll say, do you know how many your dad scored here? And then I wonder if he knows. I'll ask him. That'll be on the Hampshire Cricket website later, and a bit of that on the @Solent Sport Twitter feed.
Oh, he's dragged on Middleton. And Wells gets his second. And he looks back towards the skies in frustration, Fletcher Middleton. And as he sees that one dragged back in off an inside edge onto his stumps, he punches his batting frustration. He'll be a really frustrated. As his innings comes to an end. Big, thick bottom edge back onto the stumps. And Wells gets 1, and that's a real bonus for Lancashire for a couple of reasons. One, it's got rid of Middleton, but 2, they've managed to get rid of him before the new balls are due as well. So it's a real bonus wicket with 5 overs before a second new ball is there for Lancashire to use. But well battered Fletcher Middleton. He'll be, I'm sure, deeply frustrated to have got out in that manner, but played very nicely. 108, 249 for 4.
Yeah, terrific knock. When all said and done, 109. There wasn't too many mistakes in that innings, but some lovely shots, which we've already spoken about, especially off the back foot. Wonderful to watch. Very mature innings for the 22-year-old, but yeah, he'll be disappointed with that. Again, he's a long way away from the ball. A bit like Nick Gubbins when he was out caught behind. You know, you can leave yourself open to the edges and the deflections. You know, I'm sure when he watches that again, he's just sort of slashing that away, isn't he? Really flat batting that away, and probably really should have got a little closer to that. But nevertheless, it's still a wonderful innings. And Liam Dawson is the new batter out. So Tom Prest is batting at number 7. And actually was due to bat 7 last week when he got his 100, but with James Vince having picked up that injury, he actually got promoted to number 4. So he probably wouldn't have got his 100 last week had he batted at 7.
Final ball of the over, and it's Dawson to face it as Wells comes in and bowls, and that's defended. And there's no run. He's bowled well today, Luke Wells. 2 for 42. Collects his cap from the umpire. Hampshire 249 for 4. Quite a pleasant afternoon here now at Emirates Old Trafford. A little bit of cloud cover, but some blue sky around, bit of sunshine as well. 5 overs left until the new ball. 21 overs remaining in the day's play as well.
So well done, Luke Wells. And it will be Ben Brown to face the start of the next over from Tom Hartley. Cut away, Brown. Hit out to extra cover. Still only that one ball that really turned for him to Nick Gubbins. That's the only one that's really done anything for him at all today. Balls again, and forward is Brown. Nice and tall. Tom Hartley delivering the ball from a good height. In again and bowls, and Brown is forward. Yeah, very bright out there at the moment. Probably about the best part of the day. There's been a few sunny spells today. Cranes are still working. So coming up to 5 o'clock, I'm sure they'll just about be finishing. Away to our right. Hartley again. Brown's on the back foot. Cuts that away. Bit of extra bounce there. Brown couldn't quite get the timing he wanted. Couldn't quite get the placing he wanted as it goes out to backward a point. No run. Hartley pushing. Fielder back. George Balderson at mid-off. Tossing that one up. Expecting the drive. And he can't quite cut it off as it goes down to Balderson. Brown will move on to 36. So Liam Dawson, another one of the Hampshire batters who's averaging 50 this season, just over 600 runs, having another good year. PCA Player of the Year last year. Had a good all-round season with bat and ball. He's the same again this year. Terrific player at the moment, Liam Dawson all round.
And this is game number 200, isn't it? For
yes, it is. Yes, of course. How can I forget that? Thank you. Mentioned that at the start. Playing his 194th for Hampshire. It's on the back foot there. Steers that towards back of the point, end of the over. 250 for 4. 3 test matches. 2 on loan at Essex a few years back, and 1 in Zimbabwe. That makes a total of 200 today. So a nice milestone.
He's been an excellent player, hasn't he? So consistent for so long now.
Terrific. And everything's come together now, you know, batting and bowling. You know, some seasons you'll have a better season with the bat than ball, and vice versa. This last couple of years, all round. Terrific.
It's Ben Brown on strike. Wells is going to continue. 250 on the board for Hampshire, 4 wickets down. Short and pulled by Brown out towards the leg side boundary. Tom Bailey fields. Single to Brown, he moves on to 37, not out. 251 for 4. Bringing Liam Dawson on strike then. Wells has got 2 fielders on the leg side boundary, deep backward square, deep mid wicket. Rocky Flintoff on the deep point boundary. There's a slip and there's a forward short leg, mid on, mid off cover. Short third as well. Luke Wells over the wicket and bowls, and Dawson just taps it out into the offside where Aspinwall fields. And there is no run. Wells in again. He wants a single here, gets his first run. Dawson just pushed out towards the offside. Flintoff comes around to field. Dawson moves to 1, 2:52 for 4. Wells into Dawson this time. Let's come off the inner half of the bat and just slides away down the leg side, down towards fine leg for a single. Brown to 38, 2:53 for 4. It's Dawson on strike again. Wells with his collar turned up. Bowling over the wicket. He's thrown that outside the off stump, and Dawson looking to strike it away, which is what got Middleton into a bit of bother.
Exactly the same shot.
Middleton dragging it off an inside edge back onto his stumps. A ball to go with the 77th over. Wells to Dawson. That's left. Sim one before just pitched and turned back in and slide past the off stump. Maybe that wasn't too far away neither. But, judgment from Dawson was spot on.
Matty Hurst seemed to enjoy that last delivery.
Yeah, he did.
It's a good delivery as well. Yeah, when that bat comes down at a 45-degree angle and you're trying to sort of smash it away square on the offside, you do run the risk of inside edges, top edges. You saw that again. Tom Hartley to continue. Got a longish email here from Andy Wallace. He's forward. Here's Ben Brown once more. solentcricket@gmail.com. Enjoying the commentary from the hotel balcony.
Oh, which one? Red or grey?
We'll have to find out. Well, there's a few rooms facing here, isn't there, with the extra hotel now. It's a drive by Brown out towards mid-wicket.
We need some more details about which hotel they're on, which balcony they're on.
Yeah, grey hotel or red hotel.
Yeah, get back in touch.
Yeah, then we'll know. But there are, at the moment, there's a few people out there watching the cricket. Some of them are in the shade, actually. It's pushed out on the offside, but the ones to our right at square leg, they're right in the sun. That's a perfect late afternoon on the balcony. Be like you're on holiday, isn't it? Cut the bevies, watch the cricket with the sun shining. That's again just defended by Brown. Thought I would treat myself to a couple of nights as my first time at Old Trafford. Trying to get a few new grounds this year, and it's a great view. They are. They both give you good views, whether you're in that corner at fine leg or square. Fine leg as we look, of course. Again, it's a good length ball, which Brown just is happy to defend. Nice to see the Hampshire flag over the building. I presume that'd be over our building, wouldn't it? Yeah, it's above us, so we can't see it. I didn't see it at Leicester, even though there was an empty pole. That happens a few times, I'm afraid. It's outside the off stump, and Brown leaves those. Good over from Tom Hartley. That's a maiden. 12 overs, 1 for 38, 253 for 4. Even though there was an empty pole, he says, I could have missed it as my eyesight is rubbish, though, at the best of times. Do teams always take one, or do the host county have a selection of the ball? I think the team carries around with them, don't they?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
There's the red rose there on that balcony. Look at that in the sun. Yeah. Soaking up the sun. Oh dear. Well, he's enjoying it.
A snooze. Got a few snacks there, haven't there? A few supplies.
Perfect place to be watching cricket on the balcony. Look at that. Yeah, the teams take them around with them. Ah, he's waving. There's one. He's realised. Yeah, that's it. We got you. We got you waving. We've seen you. Yeah. Hello.
There's Luke Wells in and balls. Dawson tries to turn it to the leg side. No run.
Your teams do carry it around. I don't know about Lancashire, but I know Hampshire sometimes leave it in the previous at the previous ground from time to time.
It can be. It does. It's a bit inconsistent, really. Is the travelling flag. 2, 5, 3 for 4. Wells in, balls to Dawson. Deflects back down the pitch. No run.
can sometimes be left at your own ground.
Yeah.
It's just one person's usually designated to look after the flag, but if they forget, unfortunately,
then
that's that.
You're done for, aren't
There
you?
you are.
It seemed to go missing for a while, the Lancashire flag,
Really?
as well, a couple of years ago. Nobody seemed to know exactly where he was. Wells is in and bowls. Dawson paddles this from outside of stump down towards deep backwards square leg for a single. Dawson moves to 2-5-4 for 4.
There's a bit more to the email. I'll come to it at the end of the over from Andy.
Andy, we're not quite sure which hotel you're in, but enjoying it nonetheless as Wells is in to Brown. Plenty of bottom hand trying to force that ball away. Venkatesh Iyers at mid-on to field, no run. Maybe one over left, and then if Keaton Jennings wants to, then he can get himself a brand new ball and hand it to Bailey and co. Wells into Brown, nudged away off his hip. Takes a single. Brown to 39, 255 for 4. One ball remaining of the 79th over. Dawson back on strike. Slip in the short leg, waiting for any chance that might just pop up in their direction. Keeper crouches down behind the stumps. Here comes Wells over the wicket and bowls, and Dawson back cutting the ball away down towards wide third. Flintoff will try and get round to cut it off, and does. Puts a dive in, flicks the ball back, and Hartley sends it in towards the gloves of the keeper. And they've run 3 at the end of that over. It's 258 for 4.
The rest of the email from Andy, he says, do people think the bonus point system is okay? Not so much the batting points, although getting 450 in 110 overs is tight, but I was thinking of the Durham game where Hampshire had all 4 days washed out, so all we got was the draw points. I know bonus points, or I know bonus means bonus, but in another season we could have done with the extra 4 or 5 points. Should you get something extra for a complete washout, as you have no opportunity to get bonus points? Loving the commentary, really good banter, and very, very fair to both sides. Well, it's not. A few people have said that, haven't they, that we've been fair to both sides. It does beg the question that are others a little bit too one-sided? Discuss. Scott. I'll let you go first. I'll let you go first on that one. It's Hartley to bowl over number 80. It's pushed back to along the ground by Liam Dawson, who has a short leg to keep him company.
So the point about the bonus, he's saying that obviously if you have a rain-affected game,
you only get the 8, don't you?
Yeah, and if you have a draw, you can
plus,
get
plus the bonus.
Yeah.
Forward is Dawson. It's difficult, isn't it?
Quite
Whatever
sure what
you
do with that, really.
Whatever you do, you do. You just hope that somewhere along the line, over 14 games, it evens itself out. Andy Wallace, he says he's in the Red Hotel.
Oh.
Top floor, 5th or 6th from the right as you see it.
Oh, here we go.
All right.
We'll see if we can try and find him.
Pushed out on the mid wicket. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah, yeah. I think I've got him.
All right.
Good spot.
View that, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a good spot. It's pushed out quietly on the offside. I think he's probably right over Rocky Flintoff's head. That deep backward square leg. I think that's about right, isn't it?
So it's 5 to the right as we look.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's about right, isn't it? Somewhere around
Yeah,
there.
that's about right.
Dawson's on the back foot. Hits it into the ground. George Bell just gets hit a little bit as it goes past him. So 258 for 4, 1 ball left, and then the second new ball is due. And Tom Hartley again pushes George Balderson back at mid-off. So this one, I guess, will be tossed up a little bit. Maybe not quite so much. Dawson rocks on the back foot, steers that into the gap on the offside. 259 for 4 then, 80 overs completed.
Yeah, well, that man Tom Bailey, with utter disgust and disdain, lobs the ball out towards the boundary here and peels off his jumper and his cap because Lancashire clearly are going to take the opportunity straight away to have a go with a new ball. Which is not a huge surprise, really.
Gosh, yeah. Keep bowling with that old ball, unless it's turning loads.
Yeah, exactly. Which I don't think it was particularly, was it?
So the commentary in the hotel rooms? Is that just via?
I think you can get it on the TV. Yeah. Is that could we? It
might be.
If that's our emailer that's maybe got in touch with us.
Might be Andy.
Sure. Could be Andy. Give us a wave, Andy. So yeah, I think you can get it on the TVs in the room.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can watch the live stream inside your hotel room. In fact, I think Lancs TV is almost on a loop in the hotel rooms.
Right.
Rerunning all sorts of Beyond the Boundaries with Paul Allott and guests.
Can you switch it off if you have the option? I mean, it's not permanently on, and you can't. You pull it the wires to get it off.
It's part of the conditions of taking a hotel room. You have to watch it. You have no other option. Lancs TV or nothing at all. New ball taken. Tom Bailey's got it. 2:59 for 4. And it's Dawson on strike and a couple of slips in place. And that's left alone by Dawson. And through it goes to Matty Hurst.
Bit of shape on that. Just shaped away. Something for Bailey to work with.
Well, if it continues to trend, then it doesn't last for long, does it? Maybe 20 overs, 25 overs, something like that. That's what the bowlers are saying to us. Dawson's 6 not out. Bell and Jennings first and second slip. Here's Tom Bailey from the Jimmy Anderson end. Bowls again. With a little nibble at that, did Dawson. Again, a little bit of shape away. You can see the Hurst taking it a pace or two to his right.
Looks as though it's just shaping more than it did this morning. Don't think we quite saw that same shape. Nice and straight, and then just starts to move away from the batter. That was a really good last ball.
2-5-9 for 4. Burley turns again and sets off on the move this time. Is Dawson just a half step forward, then pushes it into the offside. Williams on his 12th man at Coverfields, but they've got through for a single. Dawson moves on to 8 with that. 260 for 4 now.
This looks as a little bit in the air for Bailey, which this morning was more off the pitch when he did get the odd one to go. This looks like it's just shaping a bit in the air, quite late as well.
Encouraging start with the second new ball. He's got Brown on strike, facing it for the first time. Here comes Bailey in again, bowls to Brown. Tumbling take by Hurst as it's speared away down the leg side by Bailey.
He's asking that to do too much. He said, well, there's a bit of shape there. I'll just shove that just outside leg stump. Not shaping that much, that's for sure.
260 for 4. Tom Aspinwall twirling around and limbering up at mid-off, so looks set as he did this morning to take the new ball from Brian Statham end. Bailey in. Brown off the back foot this time, just carefully taps it away into the offside. And there is no run. Just that single so far off the over. 260 for 4. 15 overs left in the day's play. We've rattled through quite a lot with plenty of spin.
Yeah, that's the one good thing about the Kookaburra ball. That those early games in the season, even though they were turgid to watch, weren't they? Not great. At least they finished each day a bit earlier than normal.
Yeah, you were done by about 6:20, weren't you?
Yeah.
There's Bailey in and balls to Brown. Angled away to the leg side. Venkatesh Ayers at mid-on. And he's able to go across and field. And Brown gets a single. So he's very quietly away. Moved up to 40, Ben Brown, with not too much fuss. 40 from 89 deliveries. Dawson's on 7. So they've got a little base of another partnership. And there's been a few partnerships through the course of this innings. And so far these two have put on 12 runs. 261 for 4 at the end of the over.
Now, Greg Thornett has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He sent me a picture here. It says Hampshire County Cricket, and it's the crest and Hampshire Cricket underneath. And it was hung on a railing. He says, thank you for the excellent commentary. As always, I was at the Leicester match. Now, that was when Hampshire played Leicester in the quarterfinals of the 50-over competition about 2 weeks ago, a week and a half. And there was a Hampshire flag hung on the railings where the players entered the field. I assumed this was the team's official flag. Well, it's not. The official flag has a sort of a blue background with the white rose, I think, presume. That's pulled away on the leg side by Brown. Not really timed. Goes out to square leg. I don't know what it's officially called. I should know, shouldn't I? But anyway, it's that's just like a club emblem, isn't it?
Mm.
It's not.
And you wouldn't have the club the official flag on the
railings.
On the railings, would you?
No, that's a bit village. Here comes that spin wall bowls. That's pulled away in the air, caught at square leg. And I think that's Luke Wells who's taken the catch. Brown trying to flick that away on the leg side. It was catchable high all the way through to Wells. And Brown goes for 40. 261 for 5. And the first breakthrough with this new ball.
Should Tom Aspinwall bowl better balls and not get wickets, but he'll take it nonetheless. Catch by Wells. He's looking actually into the sun there as well. But takes a good catch. Just dropped a bit short there in the Aspinwall. In truth, Ben Brown, if he pulls that a yard or so left or right, it's out towards the boundary for 4, isn't it? And you could tell the reaction from Tom Aspinwall actually to the delivery. It wasn't his greatest ball, but he picks up a wicket. His second of the day.
Yeah, a bit of a soft dismissal, that, really, I'm afraid. That's 2 soft dismissals, James Vince and Ben Brown. Yeah, it's one of those that when you hit it away, you either go aerial high or you go low. It's just gone catchable height. But you're right, yeah, he's picked out the one fielder in that area. Tom Prest walks out into the middle for Hampshire, and he's hit 200s this year. Tom Prest, 102 in the game against Durham at the Utilita, and in the last game 156, which is his top score in first-class cricket in their only innings against Essex. Good young player, this Tom Prest. I think actually him and Tom Aspinwall might have played in the same England under-19 side in the, I wouldn't say distant past, but recent past. Because I know Aspinwall played for England under-19s, what, a couple of years ago? Prest, I think, was just about coming to the end of his England under-19 time, around that time, so I'm sure their paths will have crossed. Is it me?
It is.
I can't remember. Prest plays that length ball out on the offside. So Prest this season, I mentioned about his couple of hundreds. He averages 69, just under 70. So he is actually has the top average of the Hampshire batters. Missed a few championship games with injury. This is his 7th first-class match. He's got 3 slips in. Aspinwall runs away from us and bowls. Prest is forward. Some nice, good delivery there from Aspinwall.
That knock he got against Lancashire at Hampshire early on this season was really impressive innings, wasn't he? He faced a lot of Nathan Lyon, didn't he, in that match? He was digging deep into his box of tricks, wasn't he, to try and find something from a pretty flat pitch.
Yeah, I think he played a few reverse sweeps early on against Lyon, didn't he? Or driving, and that very nearly caught the outside edge. Ball just shaping away, inviting the drive there from Tom Preston. He went for it. Front foot not too close to that. Just watching that again, and oh my word, his front foot's down the line of middle and off, and that's a 1.5 foot outside off stump, that delivery. Yes, 85 and 45 not out in the game against Lancashire at the Utilita. Aspinwall in bowls to Prest. He leaves that one alone. Similar line. End of the over. Aspinwall 2 for 78 from 19. 261 for 5.
Yeah, wicket maiden that for Tom Aspinwall. Lancashire need the second new ball to do a little bit, don't they? And so far, and signs are encouraging for both bowlers. Standout partnership of the innings, Middleton and Gubbins. 151. And then Middleton and Brown just starting to build something nicely just before the new ball was taken, and then Middleton dragging one on into his stumps from Luke Wells, ending that partnership. Brown and Dawson putting on 12 afterwards. That's where we are, 261 for 5. 22 overs gone. Here comes Bailey in and bowls and Dawson off the back foot. Punches that away to the offside. Flintoff stops it at point and there's no run. Remains on 7. Liam Dawson 261 for 5.
Another wicket here, and Lancashire are getting themselves back into this game, aren't they? 158 for 1. Hampshire were threatening to pile on a decent total, but yeah, another wicket now.
Bailey comes over the wicket and bowls, finds one in full towards Dawson, who digs it out. It's tucked out towards the leg side where Lancashire almost does the splits. He tries to stop the ball, and he just lost his footing a little bit. He's finding the funny side of it. It's a good job he's flexible. Does his yoga or whatever he needs to do.
Was it I read recently that's... Oh no, Pilates. Oh, Ollie Stone. Did you see that?
I did see that. I saw the headline. I didn't read the story on this.
He's credited Pilates with getting himself fit.
Right. Bailey to press. He just for half a second thought about having a little play at that and then whips the bat away. I never quite know what the difference is between them, yoga and Pilates, really.
I was going to ask you the same question.
Right, okay.
I don't even know what Pilates is at all.
There must be. I'm hearing that there's a big difference apparently.
Oh, is there?
I don't know what the difference is, but there's a big difference. When
that's helpful.
We need. I know. I don't know what the big difference is, but there's a big difference. Maybe you have to bend and stretch in a different way. Here comes Bailey, balls again to press. That's left. Through to Hurst. And there's no run. Well, obviously it's worked for Ollie Stone, isn't it?
Yeah.
Does he explain in this article what in particular about Pilates?
No, I didn't read it all really.
Right, no. Because he's had some real problems, hasn't he, with injuries?
Well, massive, yeah. I mean, I suppose anything for him that works is because he hasn't played for what, 3 years Test cricket or something.
Bailey in balls, flicked away by Prest out towards the square leg boundary. And gets his first run with that. 263 for 5.
There we are.
Okay.
I found something.
Go on then.
Despite their differences, most people, especially workout novices, usually group Pilates and yoga. That would be us, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it was definitely us, yeah.
We've done exactly that.
Yeah, we have.
While there are a few similarities...
As Bailey comes in and bowls to Dawson this time. Oh, he's appealing for an LBW. That looks not the worst shout in the world from Bailey. May have been a slower ball, that. Let's take a look back on the replay here from Bailey. Yes, just a little bit off it.
It's close.
It's not the worst shout, is it, from Bailey? End of the over, 263 for 5.
Yeah, that was my first thoughts were, oh dear. Right, so yeah, despite the differences, most people, especially workout novices, usually group Pilates and yoga. While there are a few similarities between these two types of workouts, like they are both low-impact workouts that can be performed on a mat, they are fundamentally very different.
Oh dear.
Oh, well, there you go. One is a universal practice. Here's Aspinwall bowls, flicked away by Prest to square leg, no run. One is a universal practice originating from ancient India, whilst a German scientist developed the other in the early 20th century. So which one is best for you? Both exercises benefit your health and will help you build a toned physique. Well, if you want to find out how they differ from each other in detail, I'll keep reading. I'm not sure we've got
time for this.
I was going to say, we've only got...
We just need like one sentence to sum up the difference, don't we?
Yeah, well, it probably isn't the best. Oh, it's hit straight to point, and that's out. Oh dear, that's a huge mistake there, Tom Prest. He's looking at the pitch there as if it's probably held in the turf, but nevertheless, it's a good catch from Iyer, and Prest goes for 1. And Hampshire are just having a little bit of a wobble here. 263 for 6.
They are, yeah, and Lancashire have had to find a way back into this a little bit, haven't they, having been on the receiving end of most of the day's play. Chipped out to Lancashire at point, pretty comfortable catch. And Well, they've benefited from a couple of soft dismissals here, Lancashire, but maybe when the wicket is as good as this, and it's tricky to try and take wickets on a consistent basis, then maybe just a odd little bit of help is what you need as a bowling side. And they've managed to capitalise upon that. And with this second newborn 6 down now, there's 15 overs left today, something like that. They're in a position to be able to really kind of muscle themselves back into the day's player here, I think.
That might help with the winning a signed shirt.
You've entered this, haven't you?
Yeah, might just have
Shall I enter this?
encouraged a few more entries. Yeah, see, you've been encouraged by that catch. You've been encouraged to it. Look on the screen.
I'm
you
going
can
to go for it. Hang on.
just.
Then what do you do?
You take a picture and then the little yellow thing comes up and you press that and you go straight into the page on the Lancashire website. Yeah, he just pushed out of that a little bit, Tom Prest. A bit of an airy waft, really, if I'm honest. Very quickly then, I found the main paragraph. The main difference between yoga and Pilates. The main difference is that yoga focuses more on flexibility and broad muscle groups, whilst Pilates focuses on muscle toning, body control and core strength.
Okay. So Ollie Stone's done his core strength and his body control.
Yeah, he's gone more for that than
the other thing, than flexibility.
Yeah. So there we are.
Right.
Worked for him.
Yeah, which was great. He's had a torrid time, hasn't he?
Horrible. James Fuller is the new man for Hampshire. Seam bowling all-rounder. So that's 2 wickets with the new ball now. 259 for 4 at 80 overs. Here we are, 263 for 6. Aspinwall bowls to Fuller. Fuller guides that down to fine leg. He's off the mark straight away. 264 for 6. So Hampshire were 158 for 1. They were 249 for 3. And here they are now, 6 down. Battling now to get, well, certainly should get 300, but they were looking at 400 at one stage.
Yeah.
You see, this game has changed complexion a little bit in the last couple of hours. Here's Aspinwall again, then bowls full, driven, and well stopped. Had extra cover by Tom Bailey. And they'll still get a single, but my word. Has he been hit somewhere? But he's laughing, so he's all right. It's not Bailey, is it?
Yeah,
yes, it is.
Yeah, it's the Bale dog.
Don't often see him laughing.
He's found that funny, hasn't he?
Yeah. Maybe he's just pleased that he stopped it because that was well hit. He's bowling to Fuller this time. Fuller tucks that away down to fine leg once more. 266 for 6. Aspinwall's done well in the last few overs. 3 for 80 now. With a couple of more balls left in this over. He's 20th. Yeah, so Hampshire haven't been able to, so far, take advantage of the very good position they were in at 158 for 1. 249 for 3. Dawson on the back foot. He's going to take a single up to mid-off. He moves into double figures. 266 for 6 at the end of that over. 265 for 6, is it? Oh no.
267
for 6. Ooh. There we are. It's caught up. Colin.
Not saying for a bit. Must have gone home. What's happening elsewhere? Well, we've been watching a couple of wickets fall here. Surrey have lost a couple of wickets themselves. They're 4 down now. 311 for 4, mind you. Burns eventually out for 161. Jacks is 53 not out. Folks out for a first ball duck. Dawson defends as Bailey comes in. And there's no run. I think Nottinghamshire have got a 16-year-old playing for them. Yeah, Farham Ahmed, who's was on a hat-trick. Taken 2 quick wickets for Notts. 267 for 6. There's Bailey. Sets off and bowls to Dawson. Cut away.
Shot.
4 runs for Dawson. 271 for 7. Just a little step down the pitch. Beats backward point. And he knew Dawson. No need to run there. Had 4 written all over it. Takes him to 14 not out. And Lancashire just adjusting the field there. They've just dropped Flintoff back towards the point boundary now. Still got 2 slips in place, plus cover, third man, mid-off. Mid-on, there's a deep mid-wicket and backward square leg. Flick of the wrist from Dawson to chip it up towards mid-on where Venkatesh Iyer fields. And there's no run. Two 7-1 for 6. Bailey in and balls. Lovely straight drive by Dawson. Bohannon scampering after it, does get to it. And oh, Dawson wants to come back for a third and settle for 2. Good work again by Josh Bohannon.
Got that in quick, didn't he? I
Yeah,
think he surprised Dawson actually how quick he got it in. Fortunately, Fuller wasn't having any of that.
Nice straight drive by Dawson. Actually, Bohannon's gone from mid-off. Shows how quick he is, because Venkatesh Iyer's at mid-on, who also went chasing after it, and Bohannon beat him to it.
Comfortably.
Yes. 273 for 6. Bailey to Dawson. Just pops a little bit on Dawson. He plays that really well. Picks his bottom hand off the bat and guides the ball down towards the third man region for a single. Takes him on to 17 not out. 274 for 6 now. It's done a bit, hasn't it, this new ball?
Yeah, it has. Yeah, and you know, equally, Lancashire bowled well this morning. You know, perhaps consider themselves only unlucky only to take 1 wicket. Probably feel now with the second new ball that it's probably a little bit more realistic as to where the wickets are. But you're right. I mean, Bailey's definitely got a bit more shape with this one.
Final ball of the over. Bailey in the sunshine comes back in and bowls. Eased out towards the leg side by Fuller. Just playing across that. Out towards mid-wicket for a single, and Fuller keeps the strike, so he moves on to 3. 275 for 6 at the end of the over. 85 overs gone here in Manchester, with 11 overs remaining on the first day. Dawson and Fuller batting together for Hampshire, who were put into bat by Lancashire this morning. So one big partnership in the innings. Centurion for Middleton, runs for Gubbins and for Brown, but just a rattle of wickets in the last couple of overs for Lancashire.
Here's Aspinwall then, start his 21st over. Bit of bounce there, Fuller's pushing that out on the offside. This is an important 11 overs between now and the end of the day, because if Lancashire can pick up another wicket or 2, it really does put the game in the balance, because Hampshire at one stage were looking at a really hefty first innings score. Lancashire have done well to get back in this. Here's Aspinwall again on the line of leg stump, tucked away by Fuller. He'll move on to 4, 276 for 6, and Hampshire have been, you know, having seemingly looked in a very good position to really put Lancashire under pressure. Really now are fighting hard now to still establish a decent first innings total.
There's been a couple of kind of gifted wickets along the way, though, hasn't there?
Yeah.
Which hasn't helped Hampshire's cause.
No.
So Lancashire fought pretty well. They're plugged away with the ball.
Certainly have. That's been one again. Short, pulled away by Dawson. There is a man out deep. Has got him very quickly, Luke Wells. I think he got surprised there. He was running round, and then all of a sudden, he realised he was almost going to overrun it.
I wonder if he just lost it for a moment too. It's tricky fielding out on that leg side boundary, isn't it? Because the sun.
Actually, he's just done some arm movements there, suggesting that ball was swerving along the ground. Well fielded. Very well done. Did seem to get to him very quick. Here's Aspinwall to Fuller. He's just bowling a little leg side-ish here. Sort of tucks that away down to fine leg. Decides he's going to run the second one. Not sure he was totally thinking about that when he ran his first. Late decision, but he's comfortably home. He moves on to 6. Just hesitating. Yeah, 279 for 6. Oh, Hampshire in the 86th. Ben Brown for 40. Tom Press for 1. The 2 wickets with the second new ball. Aspinwall took both. Looking for his third. Lovely drive on the up there footer and a really good stop by Bahanan mid-off, wide mid-off. Very good stop.
He's outstanding in the field, isn't he, Bahanan?
He is, isn't he?
He really is superb.
Not much gets past him as quick as we saw in the previous over up at the far end of the ground. Excellent fielder. Sort of fielder that would have been placed at cover in the old days, because would have patrolled that area. That's been more bowl short through to Hurst. It's no ball.
Ooh.
Signalled by the umpire. Ben Debenham.
Free hit.
You're getting into quarter-final mode, T20 next week. What day are you guys playing?
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Yep.
Down at Hove?
Yep. Yeah, Wednesday night. Some big names on show next Wednesday. The possibility of kind of some real star.
I heard you discussing it earlier. Who might be turning out for Sussex? I presume that's what you mean by the big names. That's a short delivery.
Yeah, well, Dale Benkinside said last week that he reckons that Butler might play. That might be his comeback match.
Really?
So I think Lancashire are hopeful that they'll have Butler and Salt and Livingston and Mahmood and Wood. Sussex have got Archer as well. I think they'll have Archer in that match. So yeah, it should be a good game, that. You say they've had an outstanding group competition, haven't they, Sussex? Blown plenty of sides away. Yeah, next Wednesday. 281 for 6. 10 to go today. Tom Bailey in and balls to Dawson. It's defended by Dawson. He's on 18. Fuller's on 6. Bailey, who's come back into the side this week following the birth of his child last week. Missed the match in South London. And balls to Dawson. It's pushed down into the offside. Runs up towards Josh Bohannon, who's at mid-off. No addition to the score.
Working hard, Dawson, isn't he, to repair a little bit of damage to the innings. Lovely evening it is, isn't it? It's a beautiful evening.
Nice. Fairly to Dawson, and run onto the front foot in defence. And there's no run.
Nice to get a chance to enjoy some of it. What are you going to do? Finish about 10 past 6, maybe?
Not too bad, is it?
6:15, settle for that one. Bring on the Kookaburra ball. Let's have more of it. None of this 7:15 lark.
281 for 6. Here comes Bailey into Dawson. Cuts it out towards Flintoff on the point boundary. Dawson moves to 19. 282 for 6. Oh, no ball is overstepped. So a few of those today, haven't we? No balls today.
We had 7.
Feels like it could be that many, yeah.
Quick scan of the scorecard. It looks like 7.
It is, yeah. That was the 14th extra from no balls. In comes Bailey. Balls edged beyond the reach of Hartley. Run it down towards the third man boundary. Bell catches up with it. They want 3. And they do hurry back for a third.
Done well there.
Yeah, haven't they?
That ball's a good 15 yards inside the rope.
Good running. 287 for 6. Fuller to 9. Third slip drops down towards the third man boundary. So third man, deep point, deep square leg, fine leg. 2 slips, mid on, mid off, and cover. Dawson's on 19. Bailey striding in, bowls to Dawson. Nudged up towards his off his hip up towards mid on. No addition to the score. 287 for 6. Yeah, no issues with any light tonight. No problem at all. Bright sunshine.
It's like this all week, isn't it?
It is. Forecast is good for tomorrow and across the weekend. Yep. Final ball of the over. Bailey to Dawson. Single just nudged out to mid-wicket. He moves on to 20. And that is the end of the over. 288 for 6. 9 overs remaining in the day. Dawson on 20. And Fuller is unbeaten on 9.
Scoring at what, just over 3 1/4 and over.
It's pushed up through the day, hasn't it? That?
Yeah, it has, slowly but surely. Yeah, the partnerships, of course, made a difference. But yeah, Hampshire through these two, just trying to re-establish the innings, which has taken a bit of a dent. 249 for 3 when Fletcher Middleton went. 249 for 4 when he went, actually. 109, and then Ben Brown and Tom Prest with the second new ball for 40 and 1 respectively. 261 for 5, 263 for 6. That's where Hampshire find themselves. 1 in the morning session, 2 wickets in the afternoon, and 3 this evening. So that's been what comes in again. Runs away from us and bowls to Dawson. There's big gaps on the leg side. There's another single. Dawson moves on to 21. 289 for 6 here at Old Trafford. It feels very quiet out there at the moment.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, just. Hampshire dressing room just to our right. Where's is the Lancashire dressing room just to our left?
Yeah, bottom to the left. Yeah.
We're quite high up here, so you can't really see too much below us. Here's Aspinwall again. Bowls. Low full toss to Fuller. Oh, it's almost a catch at mid-on. Oh, my word, what an effort that was.
Balderson.
Yeah. Gosh, he flung himself to his left and almost clinged on. It was a full toss, just punched down the ground. And Balderson, great athleticism, almost pulled off the catch of the day. There we go. Oh, my word, he almost had that. In fact, that's a big hand on that. Oof, my word, that would have been a stunning catch. 290 for 6. Dawson works that up to Balderson along the ground. 291 for 6. Dawson on to 22. What an effort that was.
It was, wasn't it? He got a good hand on it, didn't he? I mean, he's kind of going leaping away to his left, completely off the ground, almost horizontal to the ground. Got a good hand on that, just wouldn't stick.
Yeah. I think that's one of those that actually, having got so much hand on it, you're disappointed it didn't stick, but you're actually hoping they stick. It's bounced a bit on Fuller, just takes the bottom hand off the bat. You see a lot of those, don't you? Especially white ball cricket, you see a lot of those taken.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're hoping they stick more than anything else.
You do see some spectacular catches, aren't you, in the T20 cricket and stuff now?
Ridiculous, aren't they? They are ridiculous. Aspinwall again, 2 slips wait as he bowls to Fuller. Fuller drives up to mid-off. He's going to take a quick single to Bohannon. And that throw comes in to the keeper's end.
Made him work for it, but didn't it? From Bohannon to Matty Hurst.
I was going to say, I thought with Fuller initially it's a bit of a risky single because Bohannon, as we were just saying, he's so good in the field, but actually it was very well judged.
Running's been good by Hampshire today.
Yeah. Yeah, it has actually. They've been on it most of the time. Aspinwall bowls short, pulled away by Dawson along the ground, out to Luke Wells. Oh, he's missed it! Oh, my word. Well, you heard the groan from the crowd. That probably tells you everything you need to know. It's gone straight through his hands.
Didn't it? Yeah. Unfortunately for Luke, I can't revert. I can't say it was the sun on that occasion because he's behind the cloud at the minute. So
it's not that low in the in the horizon. Well, there it is. You'll see Luke Wells, and then oh my word, how has that got through? How on earth has that got through?
Oh dear.
All you can do is laugh about it.
Yeah, exactly. George Balderson's going to have a go. So he's replacing Tom Bailey. 4 overs for 19 with that second new ball by Bailey. Aspinwall 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 18 from this end.
Good spell.
3 for 96 in total for Tom Aspinwall today. Here comes Balderson then. Just nips back into Fuller. As he kind of rather tentatively leans onto the front foot. Doesn't really go one way or the other with that Fuller. Drops out into the onside, no run. So there is 2 slips in place for Balderson. He's got George Bell and Keaton Jennings at first and second slip. Into Fuller, down the leg side, taken by Matty Hurst, the keeper. And there's 3 fielders in front of square on the leg side. So Tom Bailey stood just by the square leg umpire. Luke Wells is at mid-wicket, and Venkatesh Iyer is at mid-on. And then there's a fine leg. Back will point, cover, and mid-off. Again, Fuller just drops it into the offside where Hartley comes forward to field, and there's no run. 296 for 6. 7 overs left after this one, so I guess you prize another one out tonight. Can Fuller and Dawson see it through?
I think if they do, they'll consider this to be a decent day, Lancashire.
296 for 6. Balderson in, and Fuller just rocks onto the front foot. It's pretty solid as he thumps that up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Tall man, Fuller, and dominating figure at the crease. He can hit it, can't he, when he gets going, Fuller?
Oof, it's a long ball.
Maybe not quite time for that just at the moment, perhaps. Balderson to Fuller. Actually, drives that very handsomely away for 4 to bring up the 300 for Hampshire. Fuller moves on to 15. And the addition of an extra batting bonus point.
That's a good shot. Head over the ball. Perfect.
300 for 6. So 250 and now 300 gives Hampshire an extra batting bonus point. Lancashire have picked up 2 bowling bonus points, and Hampshire have got 2 batting bonus points.
Yep. He only played 1 match for Birmingham Phoenix in the 100. James Fuller, I think he picked up a bit of a nick on it.
Okay. Balderson to Fuller. Steered away off his hip out towards square leg for a single. Moves on to 16 not out. Keeps the strike as well. 301 for 6. Fuller 16. Dawson on 26. 7 overs remaining tonight. There's lots of players that were getting drafted up to the 100. It's quite difficult to keep across.
Oh, it is, isn't it?
How many players were being called up and then released back to the to their counties for some one-day cricket? Been a bit more flexible, hasn't it, the last couple of years, though? At least if you're not involved in the 100, you are allowed to come back and play a bit of
which is quite
50
right,
over cricket.
Yeah. I think Hampshire were hoping to have Fuller back for the quarter-final, but 38-run partnership we've just seen there on the live picture feed between Dawson and Fuller currently for the 7th wicket. Yeah, the quarter-final, I forget who it was that came back for Lancashire playing for Leicestershire that played for Birmingham Phoenix, and yet they didn't release Fuller. But anyway, hey ho. It's going to be Dawson. No, it's going to be Fuller to face. We're going to have some more spin. Luke Wells back into the attack. He's a useful player, Fuller. He's playing his 44th first-class game for Hampshire. Averages 27 with the bat, but coming in at sort of 8 quite a lot of the time. It's fairly useful. Obviously played a lot for Gloucestershire and a bit for Middlesex as well before coming to Hampshire. Short. Fuller works it away on the leg side past George Bell at short leg. Picks up a single. Shadow's lengthening a bit out there as the sun starts setting away to our left. Still plenty of this playing surface bathed in sunshine though. 302 for 6 in the 90th over. Interesting that Lancashire have gone to spin so quickly. I think we saw a bit of movement for Tom Bailey, which a bit of shape, but that quickly went.
Yeah.
Miles Bowles again, that's flicked away by Dawson. Big gaps on the leg side for singles. Dawson moves on to 27, 303 for 6 now, Hampshire.
Yeah, this is over number 16, isn't it, for Luke Wells, and then you factor in 13 overs for Tom Hartley as well, so a lot of overs to spin on the first day.
Wells in again, Bowles forward is Fuller. Yeah, he just gets a bit of extra bounce, Luke Wells, which is a little bit of a problem, can be a bit of a problem. Already picked up the wickets of Gubbins and Fletcher Middleton, so he's already done a good job today. Forward is Fuller, he's found the gap square on the offside. 18 he moves on to, 304 for 6. I suppose at the end, if Hampshire can get to around 320 for 6, it's not a bad day in the end.
Well, I think if you put into bar, you know,
you'd settle for that.
Pretty happy with that, aren't you?
But you know, 315 for 7. On the other hand, Miles Bowles forward is Dawson smothering the ball there. Field's still well scattered on the leg side, even though there's a short leg in. Balderson at mid-on, otherwise 2 fielders in the deep. Still the sweeper on the offside. Miles Bowles. Dawson again gets one that just comes back into him. Predominantly the ball that Wells has been bowling today. Seems to favour that type of delivery on the whole. 16 overs, 2 for 53 Wells, and Hampshire are 304 for 6 with 6 overs left in the day's play.
I think he bowled quite a bit during the 100 actually for the Welsh Fire, and Luke Wells.
Welsh Fire.
Yeah. George Balderson then. We've got left 6, haven't we? So got the chance to bowl 3 of them from that Jimmy Anderson end.
Yeah, just a couple of wickets for him, wasn't there? One against the Brave, Southern Brave, one against the Trent Rockets.
Here comes Balderson to Fuller. Played away off the front foot, back down the pitch to Balderson, and there is no run. 304 for 6. Wicketless so far is Balderson. Into Fuller, edged, and there goes Keaton Jennings. Cartwheeling out to his right, trying to get something on it. Down to the boundary it goes for 4. 308 for 6. Fuller moves on to 22.
Yeah, good delivery, good line. He's bowled quite well today, Balderson, hasn't he, actually? Hasn't had much luck. There's not a lot of margin for error on this pitch, though.
Not, no.
That's the thing, you can't afford to just in line or length too much, which generally all the Lancashire bowlers haven't, but I think Balderson being even though he's a bustling medium pacer, he's a little bit slower than the Baileys and what have you, than Aspinwall.
Balderson to Fuller, because comes back in towards him, he defends. And maybe the pace of the pitch being reflected here. The ball's only 10 overs old, but Jennings actually wants to get nearer at slip.
Yeah.
He's gone a little bit wider to his right and then a good step forward. And because he's nearer, Keaton Jennings, he's having to wear the helmet.
That always looks a bit odd, doesn't it, when you have slip fielders doing that.
Well, that obviously bounced in front of Jennings. That's tickled away to the onside by Fuller. And there's no run. 308 for 6. Feels like that's a pretty good day for Hampshire. 315 for 7. Feels like it's not the worst day for Lancashire. We know there's kind of an addition of an extra wicket might just change the feel of it. That's the edge. Oh, now did that carry through to Jennings in that position at slip? I mentioned before Jennings having gone a good step closer towards the batter, wider as well, but because he's nearer, because there's not much pace in the pitch, he's had to put the helmet on there. By the reactions from Jennings, has this carried? Oh, I think it did, yeah.
Fingertips.
Tough chance, low down to his right, but that having taken that nearer step, that closer step, couldn't snaffle the opportunity. And the next delivery by Balderson's defender to mid-off, and there's no run. But he made the decision, Keaton Jennings, to get closer, to put the helmet on, to try and give himself the best chance of seeing if one of these edges would carry. That one just about did, but he couldn't keep hold of it. 308 for 6.
Yeah, and sometimes in that position you're going to be almost too close, so actually difficult to react. I mean, he actually reacted pretty well, actually, to be fair to him. But it doesn't give you much margin for error. I don't think Fuller did a lot wrong there. It's just good. It's good captaincy, actually, to get that close. He's just shaking his fingers out there a little bit, so it just looks as though he just tried to get his fingers under the ball. 5 overs to do today then, and we're only a few minutes away from the scheduled close, so we're doing pretty well here. Wells is in. Dawson tucks it away behind square on the leg side. Wells has his hands on his head. Single for Dawson, moves on to 28, 309 for 6. You're right, though. I think, you know, if Hampshire don't lose another wicket and eke out a few more runs, I suppose it is a good day. When you look at the cold, hard facts and say they were put in, that's all right, isn't it? I mean, that's all right. But just in some of the positions they got themselves into, probably feel that it could have been better. Lancashire will probably look and say, well, it's pushed onto the gap on the leg side. Fuller, 23, he moves on to 310 for 6. We're saying, well, actually, it could have been worse for us, because Hampshire were in good positions.
Yep. I'd be interested to see what both sides make of the pitch and what they think and how they think it might play.
Yeah. I think you're right. It does look a tad slow, doesn't it? But on the whole, a pretty good one at the moment, I think. Dawson's got a leg slip in there for him, and mid-wicket's come up saving 1. Just looked too easy on the leg side for the batters just to score a single through that area. Forward is Dawson. I think that's fair enough with Luke Wells predominantly sort of just getting the ball just to come in a bit at the batters. Pushing it away on the leg side is an easy shot. Need to plug that gap, which they've done. Dawson on 28, facing Wells once more. A little bit quicker, sweeps way down the leg side. Well, stopped by Hurst. That was way down the leg side. To the 92nd over of the Hampshire innings. Wells in again, bowls to Dawson. Dawson's just turning that way on the leg side with the angle of the ball. Wells probably got a little excited there as Dawson was turning the face of the bat, but that's about all. That's about all to report. Wells in again, flighted this time. Dawson's going to take a quick single up to mid-on. That's good running. He's hit the stumps, Balderson, but Dawson's home. He was just napping a fraction. Dawson, well, he wasn't expecting Dawson to take a single. It was a good bit of fielding, but Dawson just stole that precious half a yard by going straight away. He moves on to 29, 311 for 6.
Johnny Bairstow's got a century for Yorkshire. 365 for 5 Yorkshire against Middlesex. His century coming off 122 balls. There's a run-out chance.
He's almost past the stumps with the bat, isn't he?
Okay. So Rory Burns has got 3 figures today. Johnny Bairstow has got 3 figures today. Fletcher Middleton 3 figures. Tom Abel 3 figures. A few centuries around today.
Kookaburra ball.
Kookaburra ball, yeah.
I'm pleased for Johnny Bairstow because he's actually said, doesn't he? He wants to get back in the inside.
Yeah,
He can only do that with hundreds.
England 315 for 7 against Sri Lanka. As Balderson sets off. Dawson turns that up towards mid-off and there's no run. Joe Root got to his century, 143. Gus Atkinson's 52 not out. 315 for 7 England against Sri Lanka on the first day at Lord's. Warwickshire 184 for 2 in their first innings. Lee Kent already by 28 runs. Dabbed away to the leg side by Dawson. There's no run. Kent were bowled out for 156. So Warwickshire 184 for 2 replying to that. Worcestershire all out for 266, but it was a great effort because they were 50 for 5 early on inside the first 12 overs or so this morning, and then get up towards 260 thanks to a bit of resistance from D'Oliveira, Brooks, Taylor and Verdi. Run away by Dawson through the offside for a single. So Worcestershire 266 all out. Essex have started quickly. They're 49 without loss after 15. In reply to that total. Elsewhere, Somerset 395 for 6. Batting first against Durham in Taunton. And Surrey 339 for 5 against Nottinghamshire. Here's Balderson to Fuller, edged, gone. Hurst with another catch. Lancashire will probably feel a little bit better about things, having Hampshire 7 down now. Well, it's been an interesting day, really. It's gone kind of back and forth a little bit through the course of the day, and maybe squandered chances along the way for Hampshire. Balderson gets his first wicket. The edge behind, a nervous glance of Fuller, and the safe gloves of Hurst. 312 for 7 now.
He just pushed out of that a fraction, didn't he? Bat just a little far away from the front foot. Good line again from Balderson. Just straight into fraction, just enough. And with Fuller just pushing out at it a fraction away from his body, that was enough to claim the wicket.
It's a delivery and a dismissal you see quite a lot from Balderson. Tends to ball quite straight wicket to wicket. Just gets it to do just enough. Just bringing the batter forward. Finds the edge of the bat. Yeah, it's a kind of classic Balderson dismissal, really.
But again, it hasn't flown through to the keeper.
No, it has not. No. You're having to work hard, aren't you, for your wickets in this game?
49-run partnership, that one.
Yeah, handy stuff. They managed to keep kind of contributing with some partnerships. I mean, there's been that one big one through the innings, but we've had a couple of, well, an 80 odd and now almost a 50. So they've keep just finding the odd partnership for a straight Lancashire, but 312 for 7. It's starting to feel like a bit of an even day for me, but
agreed.
There's some running repairs here for Keaton Jennings. I mean, obviously he's hurt his thumb by the looks of it as he tried to take the catch in the previous over. Sam Byrne coming on and strapping it up. And Lancashire physio is still in that position, is Keaton Jennings, so he's still in that short slip position, so he's under the helmet. He's got Bell to his left and behind him at first slip. Here comes Balderson to Abbott. He's pushed into the offside, and there's no run.
It's good he got past that one. He was out first ball
right
in the last game.
Okay.
Against Essex. I was a bit worried for him there. Averaging 7 with the bat this year, Kyle Abbott.
In comes Balderson to Abbott. Plays defensively to mid-on, and there's no run. Wonder what Abbott and Abbas and Fuller and Turner will be able to get from this pitch, as well as spin options that Hampshire have got. Looking forward to watching Turner bowl.
Yeah, a mixed season for him so far this year, but he'll try and get the ball through as quickly as he can. I mean, I think he'll be the quickest bowler on the show, but just whether this wicket suits him or not.
Balderson to Abbott. Oh, I've wrapped him on the pad. He's peeling for LBW and he gets another. Abbott departs. Finger raised by the umpire. And Balderson, he tends to do little wickets in clusters, and he's picked up 2 in the over. 314 for 8 now. Abbott departs, 3-ball duck. And the decision was pretty emphatic by the umpire. He liked it, the Lancashire slip fielders and the Lancashire bowler. And the umpire liked it too. 314 for 8.
Yeah, it looked pretty out, didn't it, when it hit him. Well, gosh, I mean, we've had 5 wickets since tea now, and 4 with the new ball. Ralph Brooker back on the emails, sonandcricket@gmail.com. He says, I've really enjoyed the commentary all day. One of my retirement's pleasures, he says, I'm grateful for free club streaming. Obviously referring to the Leicestershire game about 10 days ago, where Hampshire were there for the quarterfinals and it was behind a paywall. Wonderful coverage, says Ralph. Lovely fixture. Just think Hampshire, with the runs having been inserted, will feel the happier. But I think that came through a couple of wickets before, or that came through before the last couple of wickets. So, yeah, I think Lancashire will be feeling much happier now.
Yes, yeah. I felt 7 down, they'd feel reasonably happy about the day, but shaping up to be a pretty level day.
Yeah, and without being unkind to John Turner and Mo Abbas, it really is now down to Liam Dawson to try and eke out as many runs as he can. He's got to do the majority of the facing. He's going to have to do a lot of work here with these last 2 Hampshire batters.
Yeah, how does he approach this? Just try and get through these 3 overs?
Well, I don't know. Does he nudge it on the leg side and get a 1? I suppose Luke Wells would be happy with that, because there is big gaps again on the leg side. Here's Wells then, flights it, driven by Dawson, and there could be a single, and he's not taking it. So I think that already says, tells you what you want to know. He's going to somehow keep the strike, but somehow keep the scoreboard ticking over. That won't be easy. Only 3 overs tonight, but what did he get? 1 over? Not sure that's ideal, but anyway, we'll wait and see. That's flicked away on the leg side. He's taking 1. In fact, he's thinking about 2 here. And the ball goes out between 2 fielders on the leg side. He's got 2.
Well there.
And that's really, I tell you what, I don't think he could quite believe his luck. When he turned it on the leg side, he realised it was between 2 fielders. And he set off like a train. And he's done well there. 314 for 8. He moves on to 30. Just under 3 overs left in the day's play.
Done well there to get come back for 2.
Well, that's the thing now. There is a deep sort of fine leg, maybe squarish fine leg, and there is a deep mid-wicket. There is, where he's hit it there, square, there is a possibility of 2. He's got to try and do that again if he can. Ball just follows him there a little bit as he tries to find an angle. He could take 1, doesn't. They're encouraging him to take a single on that offside. In fact, they're encouraging him to take a single all round now. But still keeping 2 men close in behind the bat on each side. Slip and leg slip. Not sure it's going to go to leg slip too much, but There's Wells, my famous last words, that probably. That's driven by Dawson. He's going to take a single this time. That's fair enough because we're on the 4th ball of the over. He moves on to 33, 317 for 8. Now, Lancashire will do all they can here to put pressure on John Turner for these last 2 deliveries.
Yeah, and you see Liam Dawson coming down and just trying to make sure everyone's on the same sheet here as to how they're going to play this. Dawson wants Turner to try and play it.
Don't play him as a leg spinner, hopefully was the first phrase he's told him. Beware of the ball that comes back a fraction.
Yeah, we've seen that quite a few times today, haven't we?
Yeah, don't leave a ball that's just on off stump or just outside. Just be careful. Wells just taking his time here. Into Turner, bowls. Turner's almost bowled there. Oh, he's out OBW. And he's got his man first ball. Ben Debenham with the finger up. That ball just looked as though it came back a fraction. Now, did it hit Turner on the front or back foot?
It looked a good shout live for me, but the replay, here we go, and give us a bit of a clue.
It's just come back, hasn't it?
It has.
Was it going over the top? That's about the only decision Ben Debenham had to think about. Has it flicked the front pad? Anyway.
3rd wicket for Wells.
Yeah.
Short-lived for Abbott and now for Turner, both out without scoring.
It's a bit of a collapse this now, isn't it?
Yeah, Lancashire feel a lot happier about things. It's been a tough stage for the course of the afternoon, trying to break that Middleton-Gubbins partnership. But post-tea, and since the second new ball, they're ending pretty well here. Mo Abbas, last man heading out for Hampshire at 9 down. And Lancashire wouldn't be batting tonight anyway. There's only 2.1 overs left, so even if a wicket fell with this, you lose 2 for the change of innings, so it would be the close of play. So Lancashire won't be batting tonight, even if they bowl Hampshire out.
Hampshire have lost 5 wickets for 58 with the second new ball. They've lost 3 for 5 in this little period.
Yeah, it's not quite the injection of that you want.
No, what a comeback. Has to be said. Terrific comeback. 261 for 4. 259 for 4 when they took the new ball. Right, now Mo Abbas, who will face the same problem here. Now Mo, the ball's going to come back at you. All right, don't play it as a leg spinner. Play him as an off spinner, because he'll bowl exactly the same ball at you. Dawson's got even more work to do if Abbas survives this ball. Here we go then. Wells bowls. Oh, he's got leg side. It's gone leg side. Well taken by Hurst, but it's a good over anyway. 3 for 59 from 18, Luke Wells. Gets a good round of applause. Justified as well.
Yeah, he's had a big role to play today, hasn't he, Luke Wells? 3 for 59. Have a big part to play tomorrow with the bat as well. So interesting to hear what these guys make of the pitch and how potentially the next couple of days might progress. Wells has been a key player here, and then at some point tomorrow morning, if not first thing tomorrow morning, he'll be opening the batting with Keaton Jennings. 2 overs left tonight.
Well, the only positive I can see about Mo Abbas out there at the moment is he hasn't been dismissed in the Championship this year.
With scores off.
Well, that's a different story.
Here comes here comes Balderson to Dawson, and with the field out in the deep, he just taps it away into the offside and turns down the single.
He does have a top score of 6 not out this year. Yeah. I tell you, Hampshire would settle for 6 not out here.
Yeah, they absolutely would. Yeah, well, I'd probably settle for batting again tomorrow, even if it's for a short period, and then get Lancashire back out there first thing in the morning, I suppose. 3:17 for 9. Balderson to Dawson. It comes back in as Hurst takes the catch and Dawson takes his bottom hand off the bat. .317 for 9. Balderson got now 2 for 53. Dawson 33 not out. Here comes Balderson. Just tapped out into the offside, but for no run. So Lancashire have got the slip fielder in place. That's Jennings still wearing the helmet in that kind of short slip position. And then everybody else is scattered out in the deep. Here we go. All around Emirates Old Trafford, the fielders. Actually now, starting to creep back in. Well, what are we? Three balls into the over. So Keaton Jennings calls his troops back in. Oh, there's people buzzing around all over the place here. What is he wanting? Well, he's wanting George Bell at a leg slip. He's at slip. He's wanting Hartley at gully, and then there's a point and a cover and a mid-off and a mid-on and a mid-wicket and a backward square leg. So I've been everybody out on the boundary. Everyone's now all tight in. Dawson plays and misses, and through it goes to Hurst. And there's no run. 33 to Liam Dawson. 317 for 9. But what was the loss of wickets? 5 for 50 or something you said?
5 for 58.
5 for 58. Dawson in. Dawson hammers this one away rather from Balderson. Cracked out through the covers. Flintoff will catch up with it. Dawson jogs back for 2. 319 for 9.
Now I've got to get a single somehow. This will be. I mean, what he's done just then with all the field up. I mean, he's not actually really got hold of that. A miss hit goes over the top. But now is some skill required here, and they've had a chat. The two batters out there in the middle, and work out what they're going to do. Field's close in.
Can he find a single and get on strike? Balderson to Dawson. It's short. He swats it away, drops down towards short fine leg, and he hurries through for a single. A few double teapots out there for Lancashire, but Dawson has got his run, and he is on strike for the final over of the day. 320 for 9. Dawson's on to 36 not out now, with 1 over left today.
Yeah, well, that worked out well, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
Wasn't quite well.
No.
Maybe they envisaged getting there, but they got there nevertheless. Now, the field set here will be interesting. I guess it will be deep again initially. Dawson, I guess, will be quite happy just to pat the ball out into the spaces unless there's a chance of a 2, and then as the field comes in later on in the over, I guess he'll chance his arm again. Yep, everybody out apart from the short leg and the slip. So there's a single if he wants it, but of course he won't take it for a few balls yet. So Luke Wells then with the final over of the day, 320 for 9. He doesn't want a short leg now, he wants George Bell in at leg slip, which is where he was actually previously for Liam Dawson. Wells in then, pass to Dawson. Dawson tucks that away, straight to the deepish mid-wicket fielder. Oh, that's a bit lazy. Flicking it up with his boot. I tell you what, that would look stupid if there'd been a bobble. Oh, word. Tom Hartley. Wells in again then. Dawson cuts that away. Again, it's bouncing out to a point where there's nobody. And again, he's happy to not take any runs there. So 2 balls of the over gone. I guess he'll be happy to do this for another couple of balls, and then what does Keaton Jennings do? I'm sure he'll bring the field in, and then then we might see some real cricket in the last couple of balls. I love these situations. Here's Wells again. Bowls flighted. Dawson smothers that one. 3 balls gone, and Jennings begins to bring the field up now. He fact, he's bringing just about everybody up.
I think he is again, isn't he?
This is interesting. He's going to say, go on in, Liam. You know you want to. He's left deep cover out and a deep, fine leg, but everybody else up. So what's Dawson going to do? Is he going to chance it? Wells bowls. Dawson cuts it away and hits it to back with a point where there's a fielder. Now what's he going to do? He may just settle for a single. He may just say, oh, I'm not going to go too silly here. I may just come back tomorrow morning, or try to, facing the first delivery. Or will he go big? Will he? I love this.
Go big.
Do you think he's go big?
No.
Well, I suppose he's gone big, and he's hit it hard. Oh, that's 6 over mid-on, I'm sure. Yes, he has. There you are, he's gone big. Cool, that was middled, wasn't it?
It's a proper meaty hit,
Great
that,
shot,
it?
that one. It was in the slot to hit. He's gone for it as well. That is a clean hit. Ooh, really enjoyed that one.
You did.
He doesn't always look at it, but he will have enjoyed it. 326 for 9. Dawson on to 42. Another innings from Liam Dawson here. Now, 1 ball left. And the field comes in a little bit closer, and George Bell goes out to square leg. Now, what does Dawson do here? He's got to find a gap if he wants the single, or does he go big again and just say, do you know what, let's get the runs. Wells bowls, and he's going big, over covers this time. Has he got enough on it for that to go for 6? No, it's 4 runs. So 10 runs off the final 2 deliveries from Luke Wells. Final 2 deliveries of the day takes Hampshire on to 330 for 9. And what an entertaining last couple of balls. And Liam Dawson, he's a master in these situations. He really is. If you want a player to manoeuvre the strike and take it on, Dawson's your man. 46 from 66, Dawson. Abbas, not out alongside him. Luke Wells, still good figures from him. 19 overs, 3 for 69. And, well, we'll let you make up your own mind as to who's had the better of the day. But a bit of momentum there, right at the back end.
Yeah, I think that's a nice way to sign off, actually. Make your own mind up as to who's had the better of the day. I reckon both sides will probably take something from it, won't they? But that little burst from Dawson, I think, was timely for Hampshire, because they lost quick wickets once that second new ball was taken, and maybe a bit of energy was sucked out of their day. But then Dawson maybe has just injected a little bit back with the way he's ended there, and he's 4 away from getting to 50. I think Lancashire will be pleased pretty much on the whole with how well how they've plugged away through the course of the day. There's the batting card with a century for Fletcher Middleton and 75 for Nick Gubbins. Ben Brown's 40. Tomorrow morning, Liam Dawson will resume unbeaten on 46 alongside Mo Abbas, with Hampshire 330 for 9. Lancashire's bowlers have had to work pretty hard through the course of this day as well. 3 for Tom Aspinwall, 3 for Luke Wells, 2 for George Balderson, and 1 for Tom Hartley. Set up for interesting day tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been good fun. I've enjoyed it.
So the ground staff are heading out, the umpires are heading off, and we'll sign off for the day as well. Lovely sight here at Emirates Old Trafford. Hope you can join us tomorrow. Thank you for your company today. We'll be back from just before 11 o'clock with Hampshire on 330 for 9.
Welcome to Canada Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's
How's that?
Hi, I'm Keaton, and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Astoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me, making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like my story would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure
Okay.
where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of and taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.